1. I'm not saying I bet his cock is massive, but I'm not saying it either. Pippa, I groaned, covering my face in horror. It was 7:30 on a Thursday morning, for God's sake. She could not possibly be drunk already. I aimed an apologetic smile at the wide-eyed man standing across from us and wondered if I could speed the elevator up with the power of my mind. When I glared at her across the elevator, Pippa mouthed, "What?" and then held her index fingers up about a foot apart. She whispered, "Hung like a bloody horse." I was saved from having to apologize again when we stopped on the 3rd floor and the doors opened. "You realize we weren't alone in there, right?" I hissed, following her down the hall and around a corner, stopping at a set of wide doors with Richardson Corbett engraved into the frosted glass. She looked up from where she was digging through her enormous purse, the bracelets on her right forearm clinking like wind chimes while she searched for keys. Her bag was huge and bright yellow and covered in glittering metal studs. Under the brash fluorescent lights, her long red hair looked practically neon. I was dark blonde and carrying a beige crossbody. I felt like a vanilla wafer standing next to her. "We weren't?" "No. That guy from accounting was standing right across from you. I have to go up there later, and, thanks to you, we'll share accidental, awkward eye contact while we remember you saying cock." I also said, "hung like a bloody horse." She looked momentarily guilty before turning her attention back to her bag. "Guys in accounting need to loosen up, anyway." Then, motioning dramatically to the still dark hallway in front of us, she said, "I assume we're acceptably alone for you?" I gave Pippa a cheerful curtsy. "Please, go ahead." She nodded, brows drawn in concentration. "I mean, logically, it's got to be huge." "Logically," I repeated, biting back my grin. My heart was doing that flip-tumble thing it always did when we talked about Niles Stella. Speculating on the size of his penis might be my undoing. With a victorious thrust of her arm into the air, Pippa brandished the keys to the offices before fitting the longest of the set into the lock. "Ruby, have you seen his fingers? His feet? Not to mention the fact that he's about 8 feet tall." 6'7", I corrected under my breath. But hand size doesn't necessarily mean anything. We closed the door behind us and flipped on the main office lights. Lots of guys have big hands and aren't especially gifted in the man parts department. I follow Pippa down the narrow hall to a room full of desks in a smaller, far less opulent corner of the 3rd floor. Though cramped, our little section of the office was at least cozy, which was lucky considering I spent more of my time there, working, than in the tiny flat I rented in South London. Richardson Corbett Consulting may have been one of the largest and most successful engineering firms in all of Europe, but it kept only a handful of interns on staff at a time. Soon after graduating from UC San Diego, I'd been thrilled beyond belief to snag one of the spots. The hours were long, and the money had immediately quashed my shoe habit, but the sacrifice was already starting to pay off. After completing the first 90 days of my internship, an actual metal nameplate had replaced the piece of masking tape with the name Ruby Miller scribbled across it, and I'd been moved from what was no more than a closet on the 2nd floor to one of the joint offices here on the 3rd. I'd breezed through high school and survived undergrad with only the occasional freakout. But moving halfway across the world and rubbing elbows with some of the finest engineering minds in the UK, I'd never worked so hard for anything in my life. If I managed to finish this internship as well as I'd started it, a spot at Oxford in the graduate program of my dreams would be mine. Of course, finishing it well most likely involved not talking about executives' cocks in the elevator at work. But Pippa was just getting started. I remember reading that it was the wrist to the tip of the middle finger. she added, and used her fingers to measure the length of her own hand, and then held them up to further illustrate her point. If that's true, your dream man is packing. I hummed, hanging my coat on the back of the door. I guess. Pippa dropped her bag to her chair and leveled me with a knowing look. I love how you try and look all disinterested, like you're not staring at his junk whenever it's within a 10-foot radius of you. I tried to look indignant. I tried to look horrified and come up with some sort of argument. I had nothing. In the past 6 months, I'd logged so many covert glances in Niall Stella's direction that if anyone was a qualified expert in the topography of his crotch, it would be me. I tucked my purse in the bottom drawer of my desk and pushed it closed with a resigned sigh. Apparently, my covert glances hadn't been quite as covert as I thought. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure his junk hasn't ever and won't ever be that close to me. It won't if you never speak to him. I mean, look, as soon as I get the chance, I'll snog that ginger in PR till he cries. You should at least talk to the man, Ruby. But I was already shaking my head, and she snapped me with the end of her scarf. Consider it research for your structural integrity class. Tell him you need to test the tensile strength of his steel girder. I groaned. Great plan. Okay, then, someone else. The blonde chap in the mailroom. Always has his eye on you. I made a face. Not interested. Ethan in contracts, then. He's short, all right, but he's fit. And have you seen him do that tongue trick at the pub? God, no. I sat down, slumping under the weight of her inspection. Are we really having this conversation now? Can't we just pretend my enormous crush is not a thing? Afraid not. You're not interested in any of the other lads, but won't make a play for Mr. Uptight either. She sighed. Don't get me wrong. Stella's fit as fuck, but he's a bit on the prim side, wouldn't you say? I ran a nail along the edge of my desk. I sort of like that about him, I said. He's steady. Stodgy, she countered. Restrained, I insisted. It's like he's stepped right out of an Austen novel. He's Mr. Darcy. I hoped that would help her understand. I don't get that. Mr. Darcy is short with Elizabeth to the point of rudeness. Why would you want someone who's so much work? How is that more work? I asked. Darcy doesn't lavish her with false praise or compliments that mean nothing. When he says he loves her, it's because he does. Pippa plopped down into a chair and turned on her computer. Maybe I like a flirt. But a flirt is that way with everyone, I argued. Darcy is awkward and hard to read, but when you have his heart, it's yours. Sounds like a lot of work to me. I knew I'd always been a touch on the romantic side, but the idea of seeing the restrained hero unleashed in a way no one else did, uninhibited, hungry, seductive, made it hard for me to think about anything else when Niall Stella was within a 4-foot radius. The problem was, I became genuinely stupid when he was around. How can I ever hope to have an actual conversation? I asked her. I knew I would never actually act on it, but it felt good to finally talk about this with someone who knew him, someone other than London and Lola, who were half the world away. You know, one where we both know we're having the conversation. During last week's meeting, Anthony asked me if I could present some data he'd had me organize from the Diamond Square project, and I was kicking ass until I looked up and saw him standing behind Anthony. Do you know how hard I worked on that? Weeks. Then, one look from Niall Stella, and my concentration was shot. For some reason, I was unable to call him by only his given name. Niall Stella was a 2-name honor, like Prince Harry or Jesus Christ. I stopped speaking mid-sentence, I continued. When he's near me, either I blurt out ridiculous things, or I turn into a mute. Pippa laughed before her eyes narrowed and she looked me up and down. She picked up the calendar and pretended to scrutinize it. Funny thing, I just realized it's Thursday, she sang. That explains why your hair looks particularly sexy. and you're wearing that minxy little skirt." I ran my hand through my chin-length, choppy hair. "It looks like it does every day." Pippa snorted. In truth, I'd spent way too long getting ready this morning, but I needed the confidence today. Because, just like she said, today was Thursday, my favorite day of the week. On Thursdays, I got to see him. In most respects, Thursdays shouldn't have been anything to get excited about. That particular Thursday's to-do list included such mundane chores as watering the sad little ficus Lola insisted I smuggle the 5,400 miles separating San Diego from London, typing up a bid proposal and sending it out in the mail, and putting the recycling out on the curb. A life of glamour. But pinned to the top of my Outlook every Thursday was also Anthony Smith's engineering group meeting, where, for 1 hour every week, I had an unobstructed view of Niall Stella, Vice President, Director of Planning, and, holy hell, the hottest man alive. If only I could add him to my to-do list too. An hour of prime Niall Stella time was both a blessing and a curse, because I was interested in what was happening in our firm and found most of the discussions that took place between the senior partners to be absolutely fascinating. I was 23, not 12. I had a degree in engineering and would be their boss one day if I had anything to say about it. That a single individual had the power to hijack my attention was beyond mortifying. I wasn't usually flighty or awkward, and I did date. In fact, I dated more since moving to London than I had back home because, well, English boys. Enough said. But this particular English boy was, unfortunately, beyond my reach. Almost literally. Niall Stella was over 6.5 feet tall and effortlessly refined, with perfectly styled brown hair, soulful brown eyes, broad muscled shoulders, and a smile so gorgeous, on the rare occasion it made an appearance at work, it brought my train of thought to a screeching halt. According to the office gossip, he had finished school practically as an infant and was some sort of legendary urban planning mastermind. I hadn't realized that that was an actual thing until I started working in the engineering group at Richardson Corbett and saw him advise on everything from building control guidelines to the chemical composition of concrete additives. He was the unofficial final word in London on all bridge, commercial, and transport structure blueprints. To my utter heartbreak, he even once left in the middle of a Thursday meeting to direct a construction team when a panicked city worker called because another firm had botched a foundation design and concrete had already been poured. Virtually nothing got built in London without Niall Stella's hand in it somewhere. He took his tea milk first, no sugar, had an enormous office on the 3rd floor, far from mine, clearly never had time for television, but was a Leeds United man through and through. And although he was raised in Leeds, he went to school at Cambridge, then Oxford, and now resided in London. Somewhere along the way, Niall Stella had developed quite the posh accent. Also, recently divorced. My heart could barely take it. Moving on. Number of times Niall Stella had glanced at me during Thursday meetings? 12. Number of conversations we'd had? 4. Number of either of these events he might actually remember? 0. I'd been wrestling with my Niall Stella crush for 6 months, and I was pretty sure he still didn't know that I was an employee at the firm rather than a regular takeout delivery girl. Surprisingly, because he was almost always one of the first to the office, the man in question wasn't here yet. I checked, a few times, craning my neck to see through the mass of bleary-eyed people filling in through the conference room door. Our meeting room was lined with a wall of windows, each looking out onto the fairly busy street below. My morning walk to work had been relatively dry, but as it did most days here, rain had begun to drizzle from a sky heavy with clouds. It was the kind of rain that looked like a harmless haze, but I'd learned not to be fooled. 3 minutes outside and I'd be soaked through. Even if I'd grown up somewhere rainier than Southern California, I could never have been prepared for the way London air, between October and April, felt almost saturated with water, heavy and damp. Like a rain cloud had wrapped itself around my body and seeped straight into my bones. Spring had begun in London, but the little courtyard across Southwark Street was still dismal and bare. I'd been told that in summer it was filled with pink chairs and small tables belonging to a restaurant near the back. Right now it was all concrete, and mostly naked tree branches, damp brown leaves blown across the stark ground. Around me, people continued to voice their displeasure with the weather as they opened up their laptops and finished their tea, and I blinked away from the window in time to see the last few stragglers rush in. Everyone wanted to be seated before Anthony Smith. My boss, and the firm's director of engineering, made his way down from the 6th floor. Anthony was, well, okay, he was a bit of a jackass. He ogled the interns, loved to hear himself speak, and said nothing that sounded sincere. Every Thursday morning, he relished making an example of the last person to walk in, sharply commenting with a saccharine smile on their outfit or their hair so everyone in the room would have to watch in leaden silence as they found the last empty seat and sat down in shame. The door squeaked as it opened. Emma. Emma lingered, holding the door open for someone. Ugh, Karen. Voices sounded from outside the room, growing louder as they came in. Victoria and John. And then, there he was. Showtime, Pippa muttered next to me. I saw the top of Niall Stella's head as he stepped in just behind Anthony, and it was as if the air had been sucked from the room. People and chatter blurred around the edges, and then it was just him, expression neutral, as he seemed to instinctively take in who was there and who was missing, his shoulders wrapped in a dark suit, one hand tucked casually into the pocket of his dress pants. The urgent, fiery feeling in my chest grew. There was something about Niall Stella that made you want to watch him. Not because he was boisterous or loud, but because he wasn't. There was a quiet confidence about him, a way he carried himself that demanded attention and respect, and a feeling that while he wasn't talking, he was watching everything, noticing everyone. Everyone except me. Having come from a family of therapists that discussed everything, I've never been the silent type. My brother, and even Lola probably, would start calling me a chatterbox when I really got going. So the fact that I, of all people, couldn't manage a single articulate thing when Niall Stella was within touching proximity made absolutely zero sense. What I felt for him was a distracting kind of infatuation. He didn't even have to attend Thursday meetings, he just did, because he wanted to make sure there was cross-departmental consensus, and so his planning division could at least have a working engineering vocabulary, since it was Niall Stella's responsibility to coordinate engineering with public policy and his own planning division. Not that I'd memorized everything he'd ever said at this meeting. Today, he wore a light blue shirt beneath a dark charcoal suit. His tie was a mesmerizing swirl of yellow and blue, and my eyes moved from the double Windsor knot at his neck to the smooth skin just above, the heavy curve of his Adam's apple, the sharp jaw. His normally impassive mouth was turned down in consternation, and, when I made it up to his eyes, I registered with horror that he was watching me eye-fuck him like it was my job. Oh, God. I dropped my gaze to my laptop, the screen blurring out with the intensity of my stare. The flurry of telephones and printers from the outer office flowed in through the open door, seeming to reach a crescendo of chaos. And then someone closed the door, signaling the start of the meeting. And, as if the room had been vacuum sealed, all noise came to an abrupt stop. "Mr. Stella," Karen said in greeting. I clicked on my mail folder, ears ringing as I strained to hear his reply. One breath in, one breath out. Another. I typed in my password. I willed my heart to slow down. Karen, he said finally in his perfect, quiet, deep voice, and a smile spread unconsciously across my face. Not just a smile, a grin, like I'd just been offered a giant slice of cake. Dear God, I am in so deep. Biting the inside of my cheek, I worked to straighten my expression. Judging from the way Pippa's elbow connected with my ribs, I was pretty sure I failed. She leaned toward me. Easy, girl, she whispered. It was only 2 syllables. The door opened and Sasha, another intern, slipped in with a wince. Sorry I'm late, she whispered. A glance at the clock on my laptop told me she was actually perfectly punctual, but Anthony, of course, wouldn't let it slide. All right, Sasha, he said, watching her squeeze awkwardly between the long row of chairs and the wall as she made her way to the empty seat in the far corner. The room pulsed with silence. Lovely jumper, is it new? Blue is a great color on you. Sasha took her seat, her cheeks brilliant red. Good morning, by the way, Anthony said with a wide smile. I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath. He was such an asshole. Finally, the meeting started in earnest. Anthony went down his list of questions for each of us. Papers were passed around, and as I swiveled in my seat to hand the stack to the person on my right, I glanced up and nearly swallowed my tongue. Niles Stella was only 2 seats away from me. From beneath my lashes, I looked at him, the angle of his jaw, always clean-shaven, never even a hint of scruff, his thickly lashed eyes and perfect dark brows, his impeccable shirt and tie. His hair looked so smooth in the dim light of the conference room. I actually frowned when I noted it would probably be soft, too, because of course it would be, and I wondered for the 100th time what it would be like to run my hands through it, tug him down and— Ruby, did we hear back from Adams and Avery yet? Anthony asked. I straightened in my chair and blinked down to my laptop, having stayed up late with this file just last night. Not yet, I said, with barely a waver in my voice. They have our plans, drafted and ready for signature, but I'll double back with them if I haven't got a call by the end of the day. And, okay, yeah, that was startlingly articulate considering how Niles Stella had turned his full attention to my face. Pretty damn happy with myself, I typed up a quick reminder and propped my elbow on the table, tugging on a strand of hair as I scrolled through my calendar. But something felt off. I sat in this chair for 1 hour every week and was almost certain that I'd never felt what I was feeling now. It was a pressure on the side of my face, the actual physical weight of someone's attention. I twisted the hair around my finger and casually glanced at Pippa. Nope, nothing. With what assumed to be a subtle lean forward, I craned my neck farther, glancing to my right, and immediately froze. He was looking at me. Niles Stella was looking at me, really looking. Light brown eyes met mine and held what never could be called a glance, but a full-on look. His expression was curious, as if I were a new piece of furniture someone had just randomly placed in the room. My heart took off, pulse pounding in my veins. Inside my chest, everything felt liquid and wild, and if someone had yelled fire, I'd have gone down in flames, because there was absolutely no way I could control even a single thing happening to my body. Niall, Anthony said. Niles Stella blinked before looking away from my face. Yes? Do you mind giving us a status from planning on the Diamond Square proposal? I want my team to get you some specs by the end of the week, but we don't know the dimension of their shared space. I zoned out as Anthony, predictably, phrased his question in a way that made it about 7 times longer than it needed to be. When his question drew to a close, Niles Stella shook his head. The dimensions, he said, and began shuffling through a stack of papers in front of him. I'm not altogether sure I've got them. The dimensions were set to be finalized this morning, I answered for him, and explained that the permits would be delivered no later than tomorrow. I asked Alexander to send a copy of the blueprints this afternoon. The room went so silent I worried for a minute I had simply lost the ability to hear. Except everyone was staring at me. Oh my God, what had I done? I'd interrupted without thinking. I'd answered a question clearly not meant for me. I'd answered a question he definitely knew the answer to. I felt my brows pull together. But then, why hadn't he answered? I leaned forward and looked at him. Good, he said. Quiet, deep, perfect. Shifting in his chair, he met my eyes and gave me a flicker of a grateful smile. Forwarded along. My heart had completely left my body. Of course. He was still looking at me, clearly as confused as I was over what had just happened, but pleased in a mysteriously lingering way. I wasn't even sure what prompted me to speak up. 1 minute Niall Stella was looking at me, and the next he was fumbling as he tried to recollect data and answer a question I was sure he could have answered in his sleep. It was almost as if his mind was elsewhere. It was something I'd never seen happen before. Now for the big news, Anthony said, glancing through a stack of papers before handing them off and getting to his feet. I looked up, jarred by the change in his tone. Anthony loved having the attention of the room, and from the sound of it, he was gearing up for something big. The New York subway system was built with the idea that 100-year storms happen only every 100 years. Unfortunately, that is not the reality. Disasters like Hurricane Sandy have proven that what was once planned for once every century has happened every few years. The US is spending billions, with talk of raised entrances and floodgates, and given we've worked extensively with the London Underground, they want our input too. So I'll be gone for 1 month to attend an international summit on emergency preparedness for public transport, air travel, and urban infrastructure. 1 month? A senior engineer asked, echoing what we had all been thinking. I wondered if anyone was also echoing my mental fist pump at the idea of an Anthony-free office for so long a stretch. Anthony nodded in her direction. There are 3 separate summits taking place. Not everyone who is invited is staying for the duration, but given that our firm specializes in both public transport and urban infrastructure, Richard decided that he'd like us there for the lot of it. Us? Asked one of the executives from Niall Stella's department. Right, Anthony said, tilting his head to the left. Niall will be accompanying me. You're both going away for a month? I blurted, instantly wishing I could take my words back and shove them down my throat. I was an intern. One of Anthony's unspoken rules seemed to be that we didn't speak at this meeting unless asked a direct question. I could feel the weight of everyone's eyes on me again. Even worse, I could feel his pressing on my skin, probing. Yes, Ruby, Anthony said, clearly a bit confused. He walked around his chair to stand beside me, hands tucked into the front pockets of his pants. But no worries, I know you've got the Oxford Street project nearly wrapped up, and my being gone won't affect signing off on that in any way. If you need anything from me, you can always call. Oh, I said, feeling the heat slowly fade from my face. That's good to know. Thanks. Of course, Anthony thought my burst of word vomit was because I was worried that he was leaving. You know, my boss. And that perhaps his absence might somehow interfere with my work. Smooth, Pippa said, as her long oval nails clicked across her keyboard. Shut up, I moaned, sinking lower in my chair. I had no idea whether Niall Stella was still looking this way, and the 12-year-old part of me wanted to drag Pippa into the ladies' room and have her replay the scene, moment by moment. But I knew that would be a mistake. The first day he seemed to actually notice me, and I blew it, acting like some kind of psycho. I couldn't take her telling me that he'd made that face in my direction, the one where he frowned and looked like someone had just spilled cream on his hand-tailored suit. I'd rather we go back to him not knowing I was alive. The end of the day found me at our long shared desk, sorting through a stack of permits. My Diet Coke had grown warm, and I was counting down the minutes to a hot bath and a hotter book when my email chimed, signaling an incoming message. Finally, I sighed. I'd been waiting for a confirmation number all day, and now, maybe I could go home. Or maybe not. Pippa yawned next to me and stretched her arms over her head. It was already dark out, and the walk to the tube would be cold and wet. Can we go now? My shoulders dropped. Actually, that was an email from Anthony, I told her, frowning at my screen. He wants to see me in his office before I go, and I can think of at least 100 other things I'd rather do instead. What? She said, leaning over to peer at my monitor. What does he want? I shook my head. No idea. Doesn't he have a watch? We were supposed to be gone 20 minutes ago. I typed out a quick reply, letting him know I was on my way, and began shutting things down for the night. Wait for me? I asked Pippa. Pausing mid-drawer slam, she gave me a sad little frown. I've got to hustle, I'm sorry, Rubes. I waited as long as I could, but I've got loads to do tonight. I nodded, feeling somehow uneasy being left in the offices alone this late with Anthony. The halls were empty as I stepped into the elevator and headed to the 6th floor. Ruby, come in, he said, pausing where he'd been pulling a few things from around the room and arranging them in a box on his desk. Had he been fired? Dare I hope? Close the door and take a seat, he continued. I felt a frown tug at the corner of my mouth. But nobody's here, I said, leaving the door open. Why did your parents name you Ruby? He asked, eyes making a slow circuit of my face. My frown deepened. What? I'm not actually sure. I think they just liked the name. Anthony clung to several old business rules, one of which included keeping a crystal decanter of scotch on a table behind his desk. Had he been drinking? Did I ever tell you that my gran was named Ruby? I eyed the scotch, trying to remember how full it had been the last time I was in here. Anthony walked around his desk and took a seat on the corner nearest me. His thigh pressed against the side of my arm, and I shifted in my seat. No, sir, you didn't. No, don't call me sir, he said, waving a hand in protest. It makes me feel like I could be your dad. Remember? Call me Anthony. Okay, sorry, Anthony. I'm not your father, you know, he said, leaning forward, and there was a pregnant pause. Not nearly old enough. I tried to be subtle about the full-body shudder that rolled through me. I'm fairly certain that, were it possible, Anthony would literally ooze over the desk, to pool at my feet, and then he'd look up my skirt. But that's not why I called you in here. He straightened and pulled a file from a stack on his desk. I called you in here because there's been a change in plans. Oh? As it happens, something's come up and I'm not able to go to New York. What did this have to do with me? Did he really think I'd been so worried about him being gone that he needed to personally update me? I swallowed, trying to look interested. You're not? No, he said, smiling in a way I assumed was meant to look generous, indulgent even. You are.
Two. I adjusted the phone so I could hold it between my ear and shoulder and tapped a stack of papers together, placing it neatly in front of me. I see. Static vibrated across the quiet line. You see, Portia repeated in a voice that had grown tight and thin. Are you even bloody listening? Had she always sounded so impatient with me? Sadly, I think the answer to that was yes. Of course I'm listening. You've told me you're stuck, but I don't see what I can do about it, Portia. It's what we agreed, Niall. You agreed to let me keep the dog if I agreed to let you watch him when I went on holiday. I am going on holiday, and you need to watch him, but if it's a bother... Portia's voice trailed off, but the echo sizzled across the phone line like acid dripped on metal. Under normal circumstances, taking Davy is no bother, I answered calmly. Always calm, always patient, even when we were discussing who should care for her pet, while she went to Mallorca for a week to recover from the stress of our divorce being finalized. The issue is simply that I will be out of the country, love. I swallowed back a curse, wincing. Love. After nearly 16 years together, some habits died hard. Her answering silence was weighted, dense. 2 years ago, the quiet ticking across the telephone line would have had me in a panic. A year ago, it would have made my stomach sour and tight. Now, 9 months after I'd moved out of the home we'd shared together, her angry silence simply made me weary. I looked up at the load of emails in my inbox, at the stacks of contracts on my desk, and then at the clock, which told me it was long past time to head home. Outside, the sky had gone dark. Once I returned home tonight, I would need to start packing for New York, and would barely make a dent in the work in front of me before then. Portia, I'm sorry. I really must go. I'm sorry about the dog, but I can't make it work next week. Right, she sighed. Get stuffed. I stared at my desk for several seconds after she'd hung up, feeling faintly sick before setting my mobile down. I had only 2 breaths to recover before the door to my office flew open and Tony stepped in. Bad news, mate. I looked up, lifting my brow in silent question. The wife's gone and started contractions. My siblings had enough children for me to know that Tony's wife wasn't far enough along for this. She's all right? He shrugged. Sentenced to bed till the kid is here, hence, I'm staying in London. Relief spread through my blood. Tony was a decent colleague, but a business trip with him usually meant nightly visits to strip clubs, and it was honestly the last thing I wanted to do for a month in New York. So I'll go it alone then, I said, my tone already lighter than it had been only a moment ago. Tony shook his head. I'm sending Ruby. It took a couple of ticks for me to place who he meant. Richardson Corbett wasn't a large firm, but Tony hired as many pretty young interns as his budget allowed. There were a few on his team now, and I could never quite keep them sorted. She's the brunette from Essex? His expression of disappointed envy was so pronounced it was nearly audible. No, the delectable bit from California. Oh, I knew which one he meant. The one who came to my rescue today when I'd experienced an uncharacteristic stumble. Ironically, I'd been flustered over the sight of her. She was lovely. Alas, she's the one who seemed concerned you were leaving for a month. I could practically see Tony's head growing, and he smiled proudly. That's right. Is it really necessary to send someone, though? I asked. Most of the meetings will be logistics anyway. Engineering was only going to advise. Oh, you prat. I'm sure you can get her to go to the titty bars with you. I groaned inwardly. That isn't... And besides, he interrupted, she's fit as all fuck. You may not need a girly bar if you're getting a leg over on Ruby. All legs, good tits, bloody fantastic face. Tony, I said with steady calm, I'm not going to get a leg over on an intern. Maybe you should. If I wasn't tied down, I sure as fuck would pull that. He let the silence bounce around the room, and I tried to hide my disgust that he seemed more disappointed that he was unable to shag Ruby than worried that his wife had gone into labor early. How long since you've been out? I blinked away from his challenging expression, looking down at my desk. I hadn't dated since the divorce, and except for the drunken grope I'd received at the pub a few weeks back, hadn't been close to a woman in what felt like forever. Right, so you're staying here, I deflected, and Ruby is coming along to New York. Have you gone over the agenda with her? I told her the agenda is you get there, hit the bars, get pissed, get a leg over. I wiped a hand over my face, groaning. Bloody hell. He laughed, turning and walking to my door. Of course I gave her the agenda. I'm just taking the piss. She's a good one, Niall. She may even impress the likes of you. I was alone in the lift, heading out for the night, when Ruby stepped in just as the doors were closing. Our eyes met. I coughed harshly, her breath caught, and descending in the weighted silence became immediately dreadful. The lift moved too slowly. The quiet felt enormous. We were going on a business trip together, and glancing at her now, young and energetic and, admittedly, unbelievably beautiful, I registered we would be required to chat and get on, and there were few things I was worse at than talking up women. She opened her mouth to speak, and then stopped, falling back into silence. When she looked at me and I looked over, she blinked away. Just as the doors opened in the lobby, I gestured for her to lead us out, and instead of moving, she nearly shouted, "Looks like we're going away together." "Too right," I said, but my smile felt stiff. Try, Niall. Try to get it out of robot mode for at least one conversation. Nothing. My brain felt like a sieve, completely void of social pleasantries, and she still didn't exit the lift. The moment needed to end. I was bloody awful at small talk, and close up she was even more attractive than I'd expected. Several inches shorter than I, but by no means short, Ruby was willowy and toned, with short, playfully mussed golden hair, sun-kissed cheeks, and a truly perfect mouth. Ruby was rather exquisite. On some strange instinct, I held my breath. She shrugged a little, smiling. "I'm from the States, but I've never been to New York. I'm really excited." "Ah, well." I searched for a good response, looking around the small space before eventually settling on, "That's good." I groaned inwardly. That was bad, even for me. Her eyes were enormous, green and so clear I registered with one glance down at them that she was unlikely to be a very good liar. Her entire world spilled out of her through those eyes, and right now she was an anxious heap. I was a VP at the firm. Of course she was nervous around me. "Will we meet at the airport on Monday morning?" she asked, looking back up. Her tongue slipped out to wet her lips, and I fixed my attention to the middle of her forehead. "Yes, I believe so," I began, and then stopped. Was I meant to arrange a car for the two of us? Dear God, if 3 minutes in a lift was this bad, I couldn't fathom how claustrophobic the 45-minute commute to Heathrow would feel. Unless... I don't... You... Oh, sorry, she said, cheeks bright. I interrupted you. Go ahead. I sighed. Please, go ahead. This was abysmal. I longed for her to move aside to simply let me pass, or for the ground to open up, swallow me whole. "I can just meet you at the airport." She hitched her satchel higher over her shoulder, gesturing inexplicably behind her. "At the gate, I mean. It'll be really early. You don't need to. I won't. That is, I wouldn't." She blinked. Understandably confused, I'd completely lost track of what we were even talking about. "Okay, good. Of course you, wouldn't." I looked over her shoulder to the blessed freedom beyond and then back to her. "That'll be fine." The door to the lift began to buzz in warning as I continued to hold it ajar, a shrill soundtrack to what had to be one of the most awkward encounters ever. "So I'll see you Monday?" Her voice wavered with nerves, and I felt a cold sweat prick at the back of my neck. "I'm really looking forward to it," she said. "Right. Good." With a little tilt of her head and a final blush that exploded rather sweetly across her cheeks, she stepped off the lift. Without really intending to, my eyes drifted to her backside as she went. It was round, high, perfectly shaped in her smooth dark skirt. I could imagine the curve of it in my palm, could still smell the whiff of rosewater she left in her wake. I stepped out into the dark lobby and followed her toward the exit. Without effort, my mind drifted to thoughts of how her breasts would fill my hands, the feel of her mouth on me, my palms on her backside. I wasn't rubbish in bed, was I? And even though Portia had generally treated sex as a favor to me, she had never once failed to enjoy. This unconscious flash of interest was quashed when Tony emerged from the stairwell, giving me a wink and a little wiggle of his brow, murmuring, "Shagfest," as Ruby rounded the corner. Left in its place, was a sour twinge of shame for letting his earlier suggestion worm its way into my head. Growing up with 12 people in the house, air travel simply didn't happen often, and when it did, the odd puddle jumper with a few kids to Ireland, and once when it was only me and Rebecca left at home, Mum and Dad took us to Rome to see the Pope, it put the entire house in an uproar of preparation. We had regular Sunday clothes that weren't as posh as our Christmas maskets, and even those were yards below our air travel outfits. It was a hard habit to break, even when dressing before the sun rose, but this history dictated why I found myself at Heathrow wearing a suit at 4:30 on Monday morning. By contrast, Ruby sprinted in just at my panic point when the flight was boarding, in a zip-front pink hoodie, black workout pants, and bright blue trainers. I saw the response to her pass through the crowd in a quiet ripple. I couldn't tell if Ruby noticed or not, but nearly every set of male eyes, and many female as well, followed her as she made her way toward our gate. She looked casual but fresh, her cheeks flushed from her run, and her full pink lips parted as she caught her breath. She stopped short when she found me in the crowd, her eyes going wide as saucers. Shit! She slapped a hand over her mouth. I mean crap, she mumbled from behind it. Do we have a meeting right when we land? She began searching through her phone. I memorized the schedule, and I could have sworn. I felt my brows pull together. No. She'd memorized our schedule. You look really dressed up for the plane. I feel like a hobo in comparison. I wasn't sure whether I was meant to feel insulted or praised. You don't look like a hobo. She groaned, covering her face. It's a long flight. I thought we were going to sleep. I smiled politely, though the thought of sleeping next to her on a flight created an anxious, gnawing sensation in my gut. I have a few work things to do before we arrive. Feel better dressed for the occasion, that's all. I wasn't actually sure which one of us had misjudged, but looking at the attire on most of the boarding passengers around us, I was beginning to understand it was me. With one last wary glance at my suit, she turned and made her way down the jetway to board and stowed her tote in the overhead above our seats. I made every effort to not look at her backside again, and failed. Sweet Lord, it was unbelievable. Oblivious, Ruby turned, and I pulled my gaze up to her face just as she gestured to the two seats. Do you want the aisle or window? She asked. Either is fine. I removed my suit coat and handed it to the flight attendant, watching as Ruby slid into the window seat and tucked away her iPad and book, keeping a small notebook with her. Seated beside her, and even with the rest of the passengers still boarding, a heavy silence descended between us. Christ. Not only did we have 6 hours on the flight today, but then nearly 4 weeks in New York together for the summit. 4 weeks. I felt mildly ill. I suppose I could ask her how she liked Richardson Corbett, or how long she'd lived in London. She wasn't under my charge, but working for Tony, I was sure her time there had been eventful. I could ask her where she grew up, although I knew from Tony it was California. At least it might break the ice a little. But then we would be required to keep talking, and that definitely didn't seem to be going well. Best to just leave it. Can I offer you a beverage before we lift off? The flight attendant asked before setting a napkin down in front of me. I deferred to Ruby, and she leaned closer to speak to the woman over the din of travelers boarding the plane. Her breast pressed to the arm of my shirt, and I felt my entire body go stiff, careful to not seem to lean into it. I'll have some champagne, Ruby said. The flight attendant smiled uncomfortably as she nodded. No doubt it wasn't something they generally poured before 5 a.m, and turned to me. I began haltingly. Should I order champagne too, so it wasn't odd for her to do it? Or should I set the example for professional decorum and order the grapefruit juice I'd planned for? Well, I suppose if it's not too much trouble, I could also. Ruby held up a hand. I'm totally kidding, by the way. Sorry, joke bomb. I mean, no, not a bomb. I'd never joke about that. She closed her eyes and groaned. I'll just have some OJ. I looked up, sharing a brief, confused expression with the flight attendant. I'll take grapefruit juice, please. With our orders noted, the flight attendant left and Ruby turned to me. Something about her face, the unguarded honesty in her eyes, it triggered a tender protectiveness in me I was wholly unaccustomed to. She blinked away, moving to stare so hard at her tray, I was afraid she would crack it through sheer intensity. All right, I asked. Just sorry about that. And yes, She paused and then tried again. I wasn't going to order champagne. Did you really think that? Well, she had ordered it, if only in jest. No? I hope that was the right answer. And that whole bomb thing, she whispered, waving a hand in front of her as if to push the thought away. I'm such an idiot around you. Just me. She slumped, and I realized how it had sounded. No, I take issue with what you're saying. I've never seen you act like an idiot around me. The elevator? Smiling, I conceded this. Well, and right now? This twisted something inside me. Is there anything I can do? She blinked up to my face and gazed at me with a familiar sort of fondness. And then she blinked, shaking her head once, and it was gone. I'll be fine. Just nervous about a trip with the director of planning and blah blah. Wanting to put her more at ease, I asked, where did you do your undergraduate work? She took a deep breath and then turned to face me fully. UC San Diego. Engineering? Yes, with Emile Santorini. I acknowledged this with a small lift of my brow. He's tough. She grinned. He's amazing. A sharp curl of interest spiked through me. Only the brilliant ones come out feeling that way. Push through or break, she said, shrugging as she accepted her orange juice from the flight attendant with a bright smile. That's what he said in the first week in the lab. He wasn't wrong. 3 of us started in there at the same time. I was the only one still there by Christmas our first year. Why are you in London? I asked, though I suspected I already knew. Hoping to make it into the civil program. I'm already in the engineering general, but haven't heard from Margaret Sheffield yet whether I'm in her group. She doesn't decide until just before the term starts. Makes the students completely barking mad if memory serves. We engineers like our calendars and spreadsheets and plans. Not the most patient bunch, I guess. I smiled. Like I said, barking mad. She pulled the corner of her lip into her mouth and smiled back. You didn't study with her. Not officially, but she was more a mentor to me than my own mentor was. How long after you finished did Peterson retire? I felt my eyes widen. How much did she know about my old department? About me? I suspect you already know the answer to that question. She sipped her juice and apologized quietly after swallowing. I knew you were his last student, but I guess I was curious to hear how bad it was. It was abysmal, I admitted. He was a drunk and more than that, a ruddy, awful person. But that was nearly 10 years ago. You were a child. How do you know all of this? She pursed her lips slightly, and I felt my skin flush warm. Christ, she was so beautiful. One answer, she started with a small smile, is that I learned about Maggie Sheffield's work when I was a sophomore and we toured the Stately building. I grew kind of obsessed with getting to study under her before she retired. When I asked Emile about her, he also shared some of the history of your old department. Shrugging, she said, I heard a few stories about Peterson. I tilted my head, wondering which one still floated around. He threw a bottle at a student? She asked. Ah, the one story that would never die. He did, but it wasn't me. The worst I ever got from him was a verbal berating. Or 10. Ruby nodded, looking relieved. She'd said one answer was this. And the other answer? I asked. She looked out the window for a few breaths before saying, I joined RC and found out you'd studied at Oxford, and wondered if you'd been in Maggie's program. You hadn't, but I learned a bit about you anyway. There seemed to be an extra layer to what she was saying, and I thought for a beat I understood the look of fond familiarity she'd given me only a moment before. But then she turned back, wearing a sweetly devious grin. You'd be amazed how much you can pick up just by paying attention. Enlighten me. Sitting up in her seat, she said, You came over from your position at the London Underground to start up an urban planning division. You went to Cambridge for undergraduate, Oxford for graduate school, and were the youngest executive in the history of the Tube. Ruby gave me a shy smile. You nearly moved to New York to work for the Metropolitan Transportation Authority, but turned the job down to come to RC. Lifting a brow, I murmured, Impressive. What else do you know? She looked away, blushing further. You grew up in Leeds. You were a star on the Cambridge Football Club while you were there. Had she looked any of this up last night, or had she known all of this about me before this trip? And which answer did I want to hear? I suspected I knew which would make this small thrill in my stomach grow more intense. What else? Hesitating, she said, You own a Ford Fiesta, which I find endlessly amusing given that you probably make much more money than the Queen and are known to be a staunch public transportation advocate, so you never use it. And aside, I have no idea how you would even fit into a Ford Fiesta. Also, you're recently divorced. My jaw grew tight as any amusement regarding her research endeavors was quickly extinguished. One would think that detail wouldn't be discussed at work, nor available by easy online search. I'm sorry, Ruby said, wincing, and I watched as she shrank a little more into her seat. I forget not everyone was raised by two psychologists. We aren't all open books. I'm tempted to ask how you knew about my divorce, but I suppose the office chatter. I think it was all wrapping up when I started, so people were talking. She straightened and looked at me with wide, apologetic eyes. It's not an ongoing topic, I promise. I could only imagine my dark mood at the time Ruby had joined the firm. By that point, I was so put off by Portia's dramatics, I'd have happily resided inside a pint. I decided to change the subject. Do you have siblings, or was it you alone with the shrinks? One brother, she said, and then took a sip of her juice. What about you? What, you're telling me you don't know already? She laughed, but still looked a bit embarrassed. If I took the time to find that out, that might have veered into stalker territory. With a little wink, I murmured, Might have. She watched me expectantly, and as the plane began to accelerate, I noted the way her hands gripped the armrests. She was shaking. Waffling on to distract her seemed like a rather good idea. I have 9 siblings, actually, I told her. She leaned in, jaw-dropping. 9? I'd become so accustomed to this reaction that I barely blinked anymore. 7 sisters and 2 brothers, with me the second youngest. Her brow creased as she thought about this some more. My house was so quiet and calm. I can't even imagine your childhood. Laughing, I said, Trust me, it's true, you can't. 8 older siblings, she said to herself. I bet at times that felt like having 8 parents. Sometimes, I admitted. My oldest brother, Daniel, was the peacekeeper, I told her. Really, he kept us in line. I think it helped that there were more girls than boys. As a general rule, our lot was pretty well behaved. The brother just older than me, Max, was usually the one pulling pranks, and he got away with it because he was charming. At least that's how he describes it. I was quiet and studious. Rather boring, really. She grew still for a moment, watching me, and then said, Tell me more. I leaned my head back against the seat, inhaling deeply, calming. It had been years since I'd so casually spoken with a woman other than Portia, a sibling or the wife of a friend. Her interest was genuine and gave me a sense of confidence I hadn't felt in a very long time. Most of our adventures were taken on together, forming a brass band, deciding to write a picture book. Once we painted the side of our house with finger paints. I honestly can't imagine you with paint on your hands. I gave a dramatic shudder and smiled at her delighted laugh. There was something there, some relief in her eyes, just beneath the surface that made me feel quite tender toward her. I prattled on, completely out of character, but she listened with rapt attention, asking questions about Max, about my sister Rebecca, about our parents. She asked me about my life outside of work, and so when I said with a teasing grin that she already knew about the divorce, she asked how my ex-wife and I met. Surprisingly, it didn't feel strange to tell her how Portia and I met when we were 10, fell in love when we were 14, and kissed at 16. I didn't admit that the magic began to die only 3 years later, on our wedding day. It must be weird to have been with someone for so long, and then see it end, she said quietly, turning to look out the window. I can't even imagine. Her fringe fell over one eye. A small diamond earring decorated the delicate lobe of her ear. When she looked back, she said, "I'm sorry people were talking about it in the office. It must feel like such an invasion of privacy." I looked away, not replying. Every potential response I might give felt too honest. It's not that weird, and maybe that's what is weirdest about it. I've been lonely for a very long time, so why am I acutely aware of it only now? I never imagined wanting to talk about this again, but here we are. You could ask more. But when the silence grew, it became awkward. With her attention focused out the window, and her body easy and relaxed, however, I registered with relief that it was only awkward for me. The tension from the lift had dissipated. Something in her had calmed. I was surprised to find myself thinking how much I liked being near her. Eventually, Ruby drifted off to sleep, slowly slanting toward me until her head rested on my shoulder. I turned, telling myself I was glancing out the window, but took the opportunity to inhale the light floral scent of her hair. Up close, her skin was perfect, pale, with a tiny smattering of freckles across her nose and a clear, beautiful complexion. Her lips were wet where she'd licked them, eyelashes dark against her cheeks. In her hand, she held a small Richardson Corbett notebook and pen. I eased it from her lax grip and, against my better judgment, was propelled by curiosity to open it to the first page of what appeared to be work notes. Our agenda, some resources for engineering firms and projects in the area, a list of people she would meet in New York, and some bulleted thoughts on how she could use this conference to build her thesis proposal for Margaret Sheffield. I could tell she'd meticulously written down everything Tony had passed along to her. At the bottom, in her neat penmanship, she'd written, "Agenda note number 1. Don't be an idiot around Niall Stella. Don't stare, don't babble, don't go mute. You can do this. He is human." Only now did it occur to me that this journal could have been a diary of sorts, rather than a professional ledger. She'd been so anxious to go on a trip with a VP from the firm that she'd written herself up a pep talk. Easing it back into her grip, I closed my eyes, tilting my head to her as I silently apologized for invading her privacy this time. I dreamt of soft skin resting on my bare chest, and kisses tasting of champagne.
Three. I woke up to the sound of the flight attendant over the loudspeaker telling us we would soon be making our descent into New York. My eyes fluttered open, and I immediately winced. A stream of cold, dry air blew straight into my face, and an engine seemed to roar in the background. I was awkwardly twisted in my seat, not to mention in desperate need of the restroom, but somehow I was so comfortable. Whoever I was next to was warm and firm and delicious smelling, and I straightened with a jolt, disentangling from where I'd wrapped myself around Niall Stella's arm, and, oh God, did I have my leg hitched up over his thigh? The elevator was bad enough, and now this? Oh God, had I kicked a puppy or something in a past life? Why was I being punished? I carefully disentangled myself from his body and looked around, realizing I had no idea what time it was. The cabin was still dark, and I noted that most people around us were sleeping, their shades drawn to block out any light. Smoothing my hair, I tried to stretch out my stiff muscles. My neck would be fine, but this bathroom situation would really need to be resolved, sooner rather than later. I sat back, ran my sweaty hands over my thighs, and gave myself a moment to take everything in. Yesterday, Niall Stella didn't know I existed. Today, I'd practically flown to New York in his lap. In 24 hours, I'd gone from Ruby Miller, secret admirer and semi-stalker, to Ruby Miller, international traveling mate. Not to mention the fact that I'd been asleep on him. Parts of him had definitely been asleep on me. And well, that was going in my diary tonight. He hadn't moved yet, which was bad because of the bathroom situation, but awesome because when would I ever have this opportunity again? Aside from that 1 hour at work a week, I never really got the chance to look at him like this. In meetings, we were always surrounded by people or passing quickly in the hall. Once, I stood behind him in the buffet line at a company gala, but all that really afforded me was a good look at his ass in tuxedo pants. Not a complaint, by the way. Niall Stella played soccer and rode with the men's club on the Thames every Saturday. His backside was in my top 10 favorite Niall Stella body parts. I was leaving spot 1 open for the time being. But here, I was so close I could count his eyelashes if I wanted. And I sort of did. Niall Stella wasn't that much older than me, only 7 years, but he looked so young like this. His hair was the tiniest bit mussed near the back, the front falling down over his forehead, shiny and soft. His pale green shirt was rumpled ever so slightly, and there, on the shoulder, was a dark patch of fabric, where I drooled. Oh, God. I wiped at my face, cursing that he'd been so warm and snuggleable that I'd fallen into a sleep heavy enough to drool on his fancy 4:30 in the morning suit. Help. I searched the area around us, finding nothing more than a crumpled napkin on my tray. Picking it up, I dabbed carefully, hoping maybe I could fix it all and he wouldn't even notice. No such luck. Not only didn't it work, but it jostled him enough that his eyes flashed open to find my face only inches from his. I smiled. Hi. He blinked a few times before his eyes widened, his gaze moving to the piece of tissue in my hand and over to his shoulder. Sorry about that, I muttered, following it up with a shaky, nervous laugh. I'm a delicate napper. He smiled, and there was a tiny, devious flash of dimples. These things happen. I wanted to slap myself for the thought that came next, the urge to climb over and straddle his narrow, fit hips. Fucking hell, Ruby, did you not read Agenda Note number 1? Don't be an idiot around Niall Stella. He stretched, oblivious to my meltdown. I seem to have dozed off myself there, so I apologize for that. Oh, God, no, don't be sorry. You looked I started, then snapped my mouth shut. We'll be landing soon. I'm just gonna go get changed. Without waiting for him to move, I climbed out of my seat, straddling his lap in the process. He made to stand before realizing I was a woman on a mission of escape, and if he stood, his crotch would come into direct, awkward contact with mine. So he simply grabbed his armrest, as if holding on for dear life. It meant my ass was directly in his face, but I suppose that was preferable to an unintentional dry hump. Life alert? We have a situation here. I didn't look at him as I grabbed my carry-on from the overhead bin and moved as quickly as my legs would go to the nearest available bathroom. Safely locked in the tiny room, I exhaled for what felt like the first time in minutes. Why is it so impossible for me to act like a normal human being around him? Get it together, I told my reflection, and roughly opened my bag. I had everything I needed in here. Unfortunately, the idea of changing in an airplane restroom was far better than the mechanics of actually doing it. I banged my head on the counter as I bent to push my pants down my hips. We hit a pocket of turbulence as I lifted my foot to slip on my skirt, and it nearly ended up in the toilet before I was knocked back into the door with a loud bang. It took me 10 minutes to dress and fix my hair, and then there was zero question that every single person in first class, and probably beyond, had looked toward the bathroom in concern at least once, wondering what the hell was going on in there. But, with my head held high, I stepped out and took my seat. The fact that Niall Stella was noticeably still did not ease my nerves. He didn't look my way, instead keeping his eyes straight ahead, and murmured an, "All right," when I'd rebuckled my seatbelt. "Perfect," I lied. Being trapped in a tiny space, I decided it was a good time to dance. A tiny smile tugged at the corner of his lips before he bent down and laughed outright. "I did some of that myself while you were in there." Something inside me melted, and it was all I could do not to turn, take his face in my hands, and make out with him like there was no tomorrow. The plane landed 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Passengers began to stand and pull their things from the overhead compartments, and I stood in front of Niall as we waited to make our way down the aisle toward the exit. I looked over my shoulder at him, wanting to make sure he was all set, but he didn't look down to meet my eyes. He was staring with determination at the ceiling of the plane. Something was off. For 6 months, I'd worked in the same building as Niall Stella, and he'd never really noticed me. This was different. This wasn't the oblivious avoidance I'd seen in the past. This was deliberate. He was fidgety and flustered, and if it would have been acceptable to shove me out of the way and run to the taxi stand to flee the scene, I thought he might do it. First class and coach were filing out the same door, and I turned again, smiling at him as we waited for the people in front of us to move. "We're a little early, so our driver might not be here yet," I said. His eyes darted down to mine and then quickly away. "Right," he said. "Okay." I turned on my heel and continued on down the row when a woman near me reached out, tugging on my skirt. Girl code, she whispered, and I looked down at her, confused. "Your skirt is tucked into your underwear." "My what?" She leaned in, and I felt the blood drain from my face. Though, between you and me, I don't think the gentleman behind you minds one little bit. I reached behind me and felt nothing but skin, frantically pulling my skirt free from where it had been completely tucked up into itself, exposing my entire ass. Life alert? It's me, Ruby again. I thanked her and stepped out onto the jetway, rolling my carry-on behind me and praying that the ground would open up and swallow me whole. Once we were just inside the terminal, I made a show of looking for something in my purse so Niall Stella would walk in front of me and I wouldn't have to fight the urge to constantly smooth my skirt down over my backside. "He's seen your ass. Why did you choose to wear a G-string? He's seen your naked ass, Ruby." We stood side by side as we waited for our luggage, and honestly, I wasn't sure which one of us was more mortified. There was absolutely no way that he didn't see. I knew he saw, and he knew I knew he saw. I stared at the turnstile, waiting for my bag to appear, when I felt him lean closer. He smelled like fresh soap and shaving cream, and when he whispered, his breath was minty. "Ruby, sorry about I'm not very good at..." He paused and I turned to meet his eyes. We were so close. His brown eyes had flecks of green and yellow in them, and I felt my heart claw its way up my throat when he glanced quickly down at my mouth. "I'm not very good at women." My humiliation was replaced with something warmer and calmer and infinitely sweeter. I'd been in large cities before: San Diego, San Francisco, Los Angeles, London, but I was pretty sure they were absolutely nothing like New York. Everything was massive, taking up as little ground as necessary while towering overhead. The buildings crowded the sky, leaving only a strip of gray-blue directly above us. And it was loud. I'd never been somewhere with so much honking. Not that anyone on the street seemed to notice. The air was a chorus of horns and shouts, and as we made our way from Terminal 4 of JFK to our car, and from our car to the revolving doors of the Parker Meridian, I didn't see a single person who seemed bothered by the cacophony. Niall followed an appropriate distance behind me as we made our way through the lobby, close enough that it was clear we were together, but not together, as we checked into our respective rooms. I was there as Niall's colleague, not his employee or assistant or even his friend, really. and so I wasn't given any information about where his room was, or say, what size bed he had in there. I didn't even get a formal goodbye. When his phone rang, he did little more than offer me a small, polite wave and disappeared down a quiet hallway. No doubt I looked like someone had just walked off with my puppy, and so I jumped slightly when the bellman coughed next to me, clearly waiting to show me upstairs. Once inside the elevator, the weight of the day hit me like a truck, and it occurred to me that I'd been up since 3 and caught only a small nap on Niall's shoulder. A screen embedded into the elevator wall played an old cartoon. Tom nailed Jerry over the head with a hammer, and as they chased each other around a wooden barrel, the elevator climbed to the 10th floor, and I felt my eyes grow heavier and heavier. I followed the bellman down the hall and watched as he opened my door. In the center of the room was a platform bed big enough for at least 4 people, opposite a huge flat-screen television. There was a set of Art Deco chairs in one corner and a window that spanned the entire far wall, with a long desk tucked just beneath it. The bed really did look like something out of a dream, crisp sheets and fluffy pillows, and my body sagged with how much I wanted to collapse, face first, right into it. Unfortunately, I'd learned the hard way how much jet lag sucks, and no matter how much I wanted to, taking a nap was exactly what I shouldn't do. Damn it. It was the second time in the same day I'd bolted upright from a dead sleep, drooling. The room around me was almost completely dark, and for a moment, I had no idea where I was. Then it hit me. New York. The hotel. Niall Stella. I remembered showering and changing into a robe, deciding to rest my eyes just long enough for room service to get here, and, well, here we are. I stood, groaning at my stiff muscles while I wiped my face on the sleeve of my robe. Man, when I slept hard. As my eyes adjusted, I pushed open the drapes and forced myself to find my phone. There were 2 texts from my mom wondering if I'd landed yet, and one from Lola checking in. Having been unplugged all day, I held my breath before checking my email. Meeting tomorrow. That needs a read. Thoughts from Tony. That can wait until morning. Sale at Victoria's Secret. Ooh, I'll flag that one for later. Note from Niall's assistant. Wait, what? She detached our updated schedule for the following day, along with the time we'd meet in the lobby and a few points he wanted her to pass along. There was also the number to his cell, should anything problematic arise. I stared at my screen. I had Niall Stella's phone number. Dare I use it? Since I'd most certainly slept through my food being delivered, I could text him and see if he wanted to grab a bite to eat. But that didn't really fall under the category of problematic, no matter how hungry I was. And if he hadn't told his assistant to ask me about dinner plans, then I had to assume that it was because he'd make his and I'd make mine. Only then did I realize I really had begun to imagine the next 4 weeks with Niall, Stella, and me together in the temporary New York office, or walking along Broadway, or passionately discussing work over meals at great, locals-recommended restaurants. I'd unconsciously imagine the way he would laugh at my new and witty inside jokes over a beer at the end of the day, and how we would share knowing looks across the table at our flurry of upcoming meetings. But the reality was that I was most likely going to be sitting in the back of a crowded room taking notes, then returning alone to this hotel room for a month's worth of room service meals. I couldn't text him, and I definitely didn't want to call room service again tonight. I checked my reflection in the mirror opposite the bathroom and, yikes, hair like a pile of hay, mascara smeared, pillow lines from temple to chin. I'd looked better after an all-nighter in college. Unless I wanted to spend time making myself at least minimally presentable, I'd have to settle for a vending machine dinner of chips and diet soda. With a handful of dollar bills and a stack of change shoved into the pocket of my bathrobe, I opened the door slowly and peered out down the hallway. It was surprisingly shadowed and unfamiliar. Hey, jet lag! The walls were covered in a dark patterned paper, and each door was illuminated with a tiny neon plaque and doorbells. I spied the sign for an ice machine in the distance and tiptoed out, letting the door fall closed behind me. The carpet was soft and thick against the soles of my feet, a subtle reminder that beneath the cotton of my robe, I was completely naked. I tried but couldn't hear the blurred shape of voices in a neighboring room, or even the hum of a television. It was too quiet, too still. The hallway stretched ominously dark in front of me. I took a few steps past my room, narrowing my eyes to prepare for the appearance of anything unexpected in the distance. "Ruby?" I let out a high-pitched squeal of surprise, flinching, and then squeezed my eyes closed as I recognized the voice, debating whether or not I should turn around. Maybe I could run away. Maybe I could pretend to be someone else, and he would realize his mistake and go back down to wherever his room was. No such luck. "Ruby?" he asked again, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Because normal people don't run down the hallway in fancy hotels barefoot and in their bathrobes. And, oh look, judging by the breeze sweeping up the inside of my robe, the air conditioner just kicked on too. Nice touch, universe. "Hi," I said, too brightly, far too loud, and turned on my heel to face him. Startled, Niall Stella took a step back, nearly stumbling into the open doorway, which, coincidentally, was right next to mine. Sharing a wall, maybe even a bathroom wall, where he showered, naked. "Focus, Ruby." I went for casual. "What are you up to?" "I was just grabbing something to eat myself," I said, lazily swinging the tie of my robe around before realizing what I was doing. I dropped it like I'd been burned. "Something to eat," he repeated. I placed a hand against the wall and leaned there. "Yep." Niall Stella looked around the hallway and then back to me, eyes lingering on my robe. And maybe, just maybe, if my eyes were correct, my chest, where my robe was now gaping, possibly exposing some boob. We seemed to reach this conclusion at the same time. His eyes snapped to my forehead, and I clutched the material in my hands. At this rate, Niall Stella would see me fully naked by the end of the week. "From the vending machine," I explained, and reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear, groaning when I remembered how I looked. "I was just going to grab some chips. I mean, the American kind of chip." He made a show of looking around. "Not sure a place like this will have Fritos," he said, a pop of color staining his cheeks and a hint of a smile tugging at the corner of his lips. "Energy bars, perhaps. Caviar, definitely. Good thing you're dressed for it." He was teasing me. My brother was my best friend. His friends were my friends, and this is what I was good at. Banter. The give and take of joking with the guys. I could do this and not be an idiot, and not think about how I wanted to bang him. Maybe. Except he was wearing the charcoal suit, my favorite, and a dark shirt with no tie. I'd never seen him without a tie, and it required superhuman strength to keep my eyes on his face, and not on that tiny stretch of skin exposed at the top of his open collar. He had chest hair, and my fingertips tingled with the urge to touch it. Alas, he was still waiting on me to respond. "You're lucky I even put this on," I told him. "I usually eat Fritos pantsless on the couch." His eyebrow did a cute little amused twitch, while the rest of his face remained impressively stoic. "In fact, I understand those are the instructions on the package. Sadly, the same is not usually true of caviar." "Or energy bars," I added, and he laughed. "Too right." Shrugging, I looked back at the door to my room. "I guess I'll have another peek at the room service menu." "I'm going to lay you down," he said, "and make you come." My eyes going wide as saucers, I whipped my head back his way. "You... what?" With a confused draw of his brow, he said very slowly, "I'm going to head on down. Would you like to come?" "Oh," I said, struggling to take a breath in and let it out again. "You're going to dinner downstairs?" "You said this is your first time," he started, and both our eyes widened before he added in a breathless rush, "In New York. Your first time in New York." Yeah, I answered and closed my robe more tightly near my neck. Maybe you, Niall started to say, but paused, reaching up as if to straighten a tie that wasn't there. He dropped his hands again. I'm meeting my brother. He and his wife live in the city, and I'm having dinner with him and a few business associates downstairs. Maybe you could join us. His brother lived here? I tucked this bit of information away, along with how badly I wanted to go, certain I was going to hate myself for this later, and shook my head. There was no way I was going to intrude. I think I'll probably You'd be doing me a favor if you joined me, actually. He cut in. My brother Max is a bit of a handful. Niall paused again as if he'd reconsidered, before giving a small shake of his head and continuing, You'd be a welcome distraction. Because I'm captain of Team Clueless and intent on painting each interaction between us with either nudity or a shade of awkward, I stood there, speechless, blinking for far longer than was socially appropriate. Of course, if you'd rather not. No, sorry. Can you give me 10 minutes to change and... I motioned vaguely to the disaster atop my head. 10 minutes is all you need, he asked skeptically. God, he's teasing me again. 10 minutes, I confirmed with a smirk. 12 if you don't want my skirt and my underwear. Niall barked out a laugh that seemed to surprise us both before regaining his composure. All right then, I'll wait in the lobby. See you in 10. No person in the history of forever has ever changed as quickly as I did. The moment the elevator doors closed behind him, I was off. My robe gone, I yanked a blue jersey dress from my suitcase and sprinted to the bathroom. I ran a washcloth over my face and raced to find my toiletries. I moisturized, concealed, and powdered at the speed of light. A dab of product in my hair, and I turned on the blow dryer, smoothing out the bedhead one section at a time. My flat iron heated up in seconds, and after just a few passes, I unplugged it, setting it aside. Teeth brushed, blush applied, mascara swiped, lip gloss smoothed, I threw on my dress with 5 minutes left to spare. Unfortunately, I'd forgotten to put on underwear, so I used the remaining time to pull a pair from my suitcase, find a portable charger for my phone, and slip into a pair of sensible heels. I reached for my bag, double-checked that the various parts of my dress were all where they belonged, and with a deep breath and a tiny prayer, walked to the elevator.
4. I stood, staring at where she'd emerged from the lift, and fell utterly speechless. She changed in under 10 minutes, but looked stunning. In an instant, I was both thrilled to be near her and resentful that this complicated wrinkle, the presence of Ruby, invaded what could otherwise be a dry, rote, and easy business summit. Swallowing, I motioned behind me to the entrance of Nave. Shall we get a bite? Yes, please, she said, and her enormous smile, her long silhouette slightly vibrating with excitement, pulled every remaining thought from my mind. I could eat an entire cow right now. I hope they have a steak the size of your chest in there. I felt my eyebrow lift in amusement. She laughed as she dug through her clutch for something, mumbling to herself. I swear I'm normally more intelligent than this. I wanted to protest that Ruby was ebullient and refreshing, but I held my tongue. This time, her observation hadn't really seemed to bother her. My brother will be there, I reminded her, and his friends. I hope this is okay. They're good people, just... Guys? She finished for me. In a manner of speaking, yes, I said with a smile. Oh, I can handle guys, she said, falling into step with me. I noted, perhaps not for the first time, that she had the ability to say things that might sound peckish had they come from my lips, but sounded playful and light-hearted coming from hers. I imagine you can. Turning to look up at me at the hostess stand, she said quietly, Is that a compliment? Her eyes twinkled under the spots of overhead lights just inside the bar, and again she seemed to know already that whether or not it was a compliment, it certainly wasn't an insult. The truth was, it had been praise. What I should have said was that she seemed able to handle almost anything. I wouldn't dream of insulting any of your skills. See? She shook her head a little. With a teasing smile, she said, I can't tell if you're messing with me. You're so dry. Maybe I should have you hold up a sign. I hummed in response, giving her a wink before turning to the hostess. We're meeting some people here. And as I spoke, just over her shoulder I spotted my brother and his friends. Ah, there they are. Without thinking, I took Ruby's elbow and led her to a table surrounded by low velvet couches and plush ottomans. Her arm was warm and toned, but once I realized how close to flirtation this had come, I released it. It was the way I would lead a date to a table, not a co-worker. Our approach was noted when we were still several tables away, and the men seated, Max, Will, Bennett, and George, stopped talking to watch us. Ruby was tall but slight in a sort of gangly way, but you wouldn't particularly dwell on it. Her posture was perfect, her chin always straight. She had the grace of a long-limbed woman just barely inside the door to adulthood. 4 pairs of eyes moved from Ruby's face down her svelte body to her feet and back up before turning to me with renewed brightness. Bloody hell. I knew without having to hear one word from his mouth what my wanker of a brother was thinking. I gave him a subtle shake of my head, but his grin only expanded. Everyone stood, greeting me and introducing themselves to Ruby in turn. Hands were grasped, names given, and pleasantries exchanged. A tangle of nerves clutched me. This no longer felt like a business dinner or even a social dinner with my mates. It felt somehow that Ruby was on display, that I was presenting her, that this was an introduction. I feel like I'm at a job interview, she said as she took her seat beside George on a red velvet sofa. All these suits. I swallowed, feeling my face heat in embarrassment and relief as I realized she hadn't shared my sense about the evening. We hadn't been flirting after all. I was rubbish at reading cues. The danger of Midtown, I'm afraid, Bennett said with an easy smile and waved down the waitress to come take our order. A gin and tonic, with as many limes as you can get in there, Ruby said, and then glanced briefly at the limited bar menu. And the prosciutto sandwich, please. A woman with a fondness for gin and tonics, my favorite evening cocktail. Christ almighty. Even Max caught my eye, brows raised as if to say, well, well, well. I'll have the same, I said, handing the waitress the menu, though 1 lime is fine. So how do you all know each other? Ruby asked Max. Well, he tilted his head toward me. This one's my younger brother, of course. Ruby smiled. I heard there's quite a gaggle of you. That's right, Max said with a small laugh. 10 of us. He pointed to the men at his side. Bennett here I met in uni, Will I met when I moved to New York, and we made the poor decision to open a business together. Your wallet cries in regret daily, Will said dryly. George here works with my wife Sarah, Max finished. I'm her boy Friday, George clarified, in charge of schedule, refilling the flasks in her desk and hiding page 6 from her whenever she and Max get caught out and about. With the 5 of us already acquainted, our attention justifiably fell to Ruby, though I suspect mine may have regardless. In the dim candlelight, and against the backdrop of mirrored walls, heavy velvet curtains, and the dramatic polished wooden decor, she seemed to nearly glow. How long have you lived in London? Bennett asked. You're clearly not British. San Diego native, she said and reached up to tuck a strand of hair behind her ear. Bennett's eyebrows rose. My wife and I were married at the Hotel Del on Coronado. Gorgeous. Ruby's smile could light this room in the dead of night. I've been to a couple of weddings there and they were stunning. Ruby thanked the waitress when she set down her drink and lifted it to take a sip. I graduated last June and moved to London in September, so about 6 months, she said. I'm in the internship program for 1 year at Richardson Corbett, but I'm attending Oxford this fall for graduate school. Ah, another urban planner, Max asked, glancing over at me. No, Ruby said, shaking her head a little. Structural engineering. My brother sighed in mock relief. So then you'll agree with me that urban planning is the most boring profession ever created. Laughing, Ruby shook her head again. I hate to disappoint you, but I was an urban planning public policy minor. Max groaned playfully. I hope to eventually come back to Southern California in a superhero costume and completely revolutionize the mass transit system there, or the lack thereof. I found myself leaning closer a little to hear better. Southern California is clogged with cars, she said in the continued silence. Everyone travels between southern cities by car and train, but there isn't an easy way to navigate cities from within without driving. Los Angeles grew so fast and so wide without an integrated transportation system, so it will be about retrofitting an already complicated urban setting. Looking at me, she said as an aside, "It's why I want to work with Maggie." Taking a drink, then going back to the others, she explained, "Margaret Sheffield, the woman I hope to study under, helped design building infrastructure around established tube stations and in tight urban spaces. She's kind of a genius." Even Bennett joined the rest of us in regarding her with a mixture of curiosity and awe. "Jesus Christ, how old are you, Ruby?" George exclaimed. I was grateful to have George at the table. He was willing to ask all of the questions I wanted to, but never would. She reached up, tucked her hair behind her ear again in a gesture I'd come to translate as her single, uncomfortable tell. 23. "You're practically a zygote," George said, groaning. "All that ambition, and you're not even a quarter century old." "Well, how old are you?" she asked, her sunshine grin taking over her entire face. "You don't look much older than me." "I don't want to talk about it," George whined. "It's depressing. I'm practically approaching Viagra." "He's 27, Will answered, shoving George playfully. "But seriously, let's get to the important stuff," George said. "Do you have a boyfriend, adorable 23-year-old Ruby?" My attention darted down, and I stared intently at my drink. "And does he have an equally adorable gay friend?" "I have a brother," she hedged, and then frowned apologetically. "I find him to be pretty adorable, but sadly he's straight. I could have made a fortune charging my girlfriends for sleepovers in high school." Bennett nodded and said, "I like your entrepreneurial spirit." George leaned in, saying, "Don't think I didn't notice the way you sidestepped the boyfriend question. Do I need to play matchmaker while you're in New York?" "I honestly don't think you want to go there." Ruby lifted her glass and perched her straw on her lips, meeting my eyes. "This one here can attest. Only half-hour ago, I looked like a street-walking crackhead." "On the contrary," I argued, "no one wears a hotel robe with more dignity." She giggled and then coughed as she swallowed. "You're my favorite liar." "I'm being sincere," I told her, putting my tumbler back down on a cocktail napkin. "I was also impressed with the way you managed to get a hair pointed in each direction. Few can achieve that simply by napping in a hotel bed." She shrugged, her smile nearly giddy over our verbal banter. "Many have tried to teach me the ways of sleek hairstyling. Many have failed." I looked up to a table of grown men, watching us with rapt interest. I was definitely going to get the 3rd degree from Max later. "So, no boyfriend," George said, grinning wolfishly. "Nope," she answered. "And not interested in anyone in particular." Ruby's mouth opened and immediately snapped close as her cheeks bloomed pink. And then she blinked around the table, narrowing her eyes. "You can't tell me you guys all get together for drinks and talk about relationships. Are we moving on to shoes next?" Bennett tilted his head toward George. "It's this one. Get him in a bar and it's always like this." "I've told you 100 times, Ben," George drawled. "You're the boss in the day, I'm the boss after dark." Bennett stared at him coolly, and I watched George struggle to not fidget under the pressure. "George," he said, finally fighting a laugh, "you have never said that to me." In a burst of relieved laughter, George said, "I know, but it sounded so good. I'm just trying to impress Ruby." "Ruby? You going to steal George away from me?" Will said, smiling. "Not likely." George reached forward to tap Will's nose with each word. "She doesn't have the right parts." "Okay then," Bennett said, lifting his drink and taking a long swallow. "Back to discussing body parts. All is normal." A silence fell over the table, as everyone turned to watch Ruby leave the bar and head upstairs to bed. She had been utterly charming throughout dinner, and the group had groaned in unison when she'd excused herself because of our early morning. I too had been quite sad to see her go. Well, well. I looked up to see my brother's smug expression. Now that we're alone, Will began, I think we can all agree to drop any pretense that we're not ruined for civilized conversation, yes? Each of them nodded in agreement, and beside me, his glass now refilled, Will raised his tumbler to take a small swallow of scotch. I also think we can all agree Bennett will be an important consultant on this case. Max snickered. The conference? I asked, confused. It's an all too common predicament, Bennett added dryly. Knockout intern, boss in denial, I'll draft up a step-by-step plan of containment. I blinked, swallowing thickly as I realized what they meant. She's not my intern. I have absolutely no say in her career. I shook my head, frustrated because it was exactly the wrong thing to say. I'm not. That is to say, she's not interested. Nor I. All four men laughed. Niall, Will said, leaning his elbows on his knees. She nearly dropped her drink in your lap when George asked if she was interested in anyone. Was going to say the same thing, Bennett said. And something tells me she'd be first to volunteer to clean it up, Will added. Well, maybe that's because she's interested in someone who works with us at RC. Yeah, you. Max lifted his glass and finished the last of the amber liquid. Sincerely, I said, fighting a smile. She's a fantastic girl, but she's certainly not a romantic option for me. Tilting his head, Bennett asked, What colour are her eyes? Green, I didn't say. I shook my head as if I didn't know. What was she wearing? Will asked. A blue dress that hit just above her knee, I didn't say. A delicate gold chain around her neck and a ring on her right ring finger that I had to resist asking her about until George bulldozed in and asked about a boyfriend. I rolled my eyes, and my brother laughed again, this time pointing his drink at me. Blokes don't notice these things unless they're interested. Or George, Will added, and George reached over to grab the back of his neck and try to pull him in for a kiss. Well, it's apparent I needn't think on this any further, I said. You've all decided for me. It's what we do, Will said, adjusting the skewed collar of his shirt as he settled back into his chair. It's a sickness, we know. I thought we'd lost that muscle, honestly, George said. It's a relief to know we still have it in us. The ladies will be so proud. Max rapped his knuckles on the table as he made to stand. Alas, I'd best be off. New routine. Sarah gets the baby to sleep, I do the midnight bottle feeding. Finally taking a bottle from you then. Guess you smell like a woman too, I said to Max, reminding him of the little dig he'd thrown my way on my last visit. Max laughed and patted me on the back, and we all stood, a silent agreement in place that we were ready to call it a night. I watched my brother gather his things and say his goodbyes, feeling the same mix of pride and longing for what he was headed home to. A wife, a daughter, a proper home. Kiss the girls for me, I requested as he made his way out of the bar. He waved a hand, retreating, and then disappeared from view. The hotel bar felt completely deserted, silent in an immediate way now that the four men had left. I wanted to put a better name to the longing I felt watching him go. It wasn't tinged with envy or bitterness over my own circumstances. It was that I'd realized when visiting Max and Sarah only weeks ago that I knew what I wanted. Stability, a wife, a family. But now I was so far behind. I'd never been great with change, and it was daunting to face the prospect of altering my expectations about life and my future post-divorce. I hadn't realized until now how I'd put off even thinking about what life looked like from here on out and how to make it what I wanted. I'd simply hit pause. For 7 months I'd neatly ploughed ahead, diving into work, into footy and rowing on the weekend, the occasional evenings out with my mates Archie and Ian. But to get what I wanted, I'd need to put myself out there and meet someone. And now, through the power of suggestion, from Tony, from Max and Will and Bennett, even George, or maybe simply from being in the presence of a hypnotically beautiful and sweet woman, my mind immediately wondered if Ruby could be the type of woman I'd date. But I didn't want to move toward Ruby simply because others thought I should, or because I had a space to fill in my life. Of course, I found her attractive, and, in the private spaces of my mind, could easily imagine having a go. Could I ever be in a relationship with passion and honesty, with a degree of loyalty I'd never felt from Portia? My loyalty had always been first to her, but hers had never wavered from her parents, leaving me a distant second. It hadn't struck me as off, but in hindsight, I knew it meant we would never have been able to be true partners in our marriage. In the past year or two, I'd come to realize I'd been resigned to Portia as my lot, simply because she carried so much of my history with hers. But despite my hesitation and oft-noted reserve, I was raised in a house of passion and children, and the most absurd sort of adventure. Though I wasn't the one to pull the trigger on spontaneity and wildness, I needed it around me in the passive way that we also need air or warmth. Ruby's mischievous face lingered in my thoughts as I took the lift to our floor. It seemed as though she was placed in front of me at the perfect time. Not necessarily so I could approach her romantically, but so I could gain perspective on how many different types of women were out there, and that they weren't all like Portia. The process of splitting up a shared life with Portia into two separate ones was an excruciating, gradual process. First it was the flat. With almost no discussion, we decided it went to her. Next, it was the car, also hers. She kept the dog, the furniture, and a sizable portion of the savings. I let it all go, strikingly unburdened. Portia was my first kiss, my first love, my first everything. Married at 19, I'd believed in staying married despite misery, unfashionable as that view might have been. It was simply that, one day, our misery reached a point where I could see no point to it. I couldn't see her being passionate with me ever again, and for myself as well, our lovemaking had long since taken on a sort of mechanical, transactional flavour. There had been no mention of children in years, and to be fair, I was unable to imagine Portia ever loving her children the way my mother had loved us, with enthusiastic kisses planted to our bellies and constant physical reminders of motherly adoration. Now, months away from the divorce, I wondered how I'd ever imagined a life with her. Clean, cold, everything in its place. In the end, our divorce had started over something as innocuous as a rescheduled lunch. I'd received notice of a meeting that would run into the time we were meant to arrive at the restaurant midday. Portia often worked from home, but an hour of flexibility turned out to be too much to ask. "Did you ever consider my day?" she asked. "Do you ever consider what I put aside to spend time with you?" I thought back to the romantic holidays she'd cancelled, and the anniversary dinners she had missed because she stayed late at a friend's flat and forgot, or once extended her girls' holiday for another week simply because she was having too much fun to come home. "I endeavour to," I told her. "But you fail, Niall, and honestly I'm sick of it." Being Portia, she needed to have the last word, and in that moment, with a sharp clarity I hadn't expected, I was fine with that as the last word. I simply wanted out. "I understand, Portia. You can only do so much." She'd startled slightly at the use of her given name. I'd only ever called her Love for years. "That's just it," she said wearily. "Niall, I'm swamped. I simply can't live my life and carry the weight of all this as well." "All this," she said, meaning us. Meaning the burden of a loveless marriage. She looked up at me, eyes moving across my face, down my neck, and to where my hands were comfortably resting in the pockets of my trousers. I could never escape the feeling that, when she looked at me like that, she was comparing me to someone else. To someone more posh, less tall, more American, less patient with her. After what felt like minutes of ticking silence, she spoke again. "We aren't," she began with exquisite understatement, "very natural together anymore." And that had been it.
5. When my alarm went off at 6, it felt like I'd only just closed my eyes. From beneath my pillow, I could tell the room was still dark. Even so, I could hear the echo of horns from the city outside, the bustle of people up and down and already braving the chilly morning, on their way to work, or school, or whatever adulting they had to do. I rolled to my side, doing the mental calculation of how many more times I could hit snooze and not be late, when I remembered exactly where I was, who I was with, how much fun I'd had last night, and whose bed was likely just on the other side of mine, separated by nothing more than an insignificant, paper-thin wall. He could be in bed right now. I closed my eyes and let myself imagine that, and suddenly, getting ready for a day spent with him felt way more important than sleep. I leapt out of the bed and raced toward the bathroom, careful to avoid any and all mirrors along the way. Today would be my first day of the summit. My first day working alongside Niall Stella, learning and being a part of what he did, not just a moving piece in the periphery. And after last night, I saw him so differently. He was still the man who preferred to remain at the perimeter, watching and taking note of what was said and how, but he'd also been this relaxed and funny guy, with a bunch of other guys just enjoying a drink in a bar. He could unwind, be social, laugh at himself and others in his gentle way. He'd teased me again, in front of his brother, his dark eyes shining with amusement and fondness. I felt my stomach swoop low, my heart trip in my chest as I remembered. Would he be like this the entire trip? And if he was, how would I manage to keep from falling at his feet, professing my love? Gah. I could name at least 100 ways in which I could screw this up on a normal workday. But today, tired and suffering the effects of jet lag, who knew what could happen? I could practically feel the heavy bags under my eyes, but even so, a jolt of adrenaline surged through my veins. My heart raced when I imagined us working so closely together today, both of us bent over a file on the table, our shoulders side by side, and his soft hair falling down over his forehead. This was going to be a train wreck for sure. Food was the last thing on my mind, but I needed to bring my A game today. I ordered room service and was thrilled to hear the little doorbell only minutes after I stepped from the shower. The scent of breakfast wafted in from the hallway, and any thought of not being hungry flew right out of the window. I raced to the door, stopping to double-check the modesty of my robe before I let the waiter in, because it was far too early to find the humor in any accidental wardrobe malfunctions. I signed the bill and was just closing my door when Niall Stella walked down from the elevators. Holy hell, he had been to the gym. Good morning, Ruby. Stay cool, Ruby, you've got this. Morning. You're up early, I said. The number of times I'd seen Niall Stella sweaty. 1. I tried to covertly look him over, but subtlety was a wasted effort. I thought Niall Stella knew how to wear a suit, but he wore t-shirts like it was his life's calling. I wanted to pray at the altar of his dark, sincerely tight blue shirt. He wore it so unself-consciously, so unironically. Knowing him, he picked it out for some complicated aerodynamic reason. And holy Lord, did it do wonderful things to his chest. His posture was straight, stomach flat, and chest defined and bulkier than I'd expected. He wore what looked like soccer shorts, and his legs were just as muscular as I'd imagined. Seeing him like this, I was struck by his height all over again. I'm on the tall side, and I'd never been around a man who made me feel so tiny and feminine. This close to him, and with the clean scent of his sweat between us, I was starkly aware of my curves, my mouth, and how he towered over me by several inches. Without effort, everything about him was so dramatically masculine. Room service delivery of Fritos, he teased, and motioned to my robe. I looked down and laughed. I was planning on wearing this for the rest of the month. Hope that works for you. I tugged on the tie and watched as his eyes followed the movement. Sweet Lord. I wanted to reach out and drag him to me, using the neck of his shirt to pull him down on the bed. Or maybe I could wrap the sweaty hem of it around my waist, use it for leverage while he fucked me from behind. Oh, I felt my cheeks grow warm. He leaned a broad shoulder against the wall, facing me. The dress you wore last night was rather lovely. Perhaps you could alternate days? I laughed. Wait, what? My eyes went wide as I processed what he'd said. His cheeks were pink too, but he held my gaze. Don't get flustered, Ruby. Don't get flustered. That's a good idea, I said, feeling an enormous grin invade my face. I pretended to smooth the skirt of the robe down my thighs. This might be a bit drafty. Nodding, he seemed to bite the inside of his cheek to keep from smiling. I suspect it would be. I pointed my thumb behind me. So, I'll just go put on some actual clothes. All right. Let me shower and I'll meet you downstairs, he asked as I turned to go back in my room. Imaginary secretary, please add watching Niall Stella shower to my bucket list. Move it to the top, if it's not too much trouble. Good plan. He nodded, once crisply. I'll be fast. No, I said too loud, too quickly. I closed my eyes, inhaling a calming breath. Take your time. He paused with his keycard inserted into the door next to mine and looked over his shoulder at me. The tiny smile told me he read every thought on my face before I had the chance to pull it into order. All right, he asked quietly. I'm good. Just need coffee. His eyes twinkled with some mysterious delight, as if he enjoyed my absolute, desperate torment. Right then. See you downstairs. Game on, Mr. Darcy. The elevator ride to the lobby was the longest of my life. I counted down each floor on the screen near the top, my nerves twisting tighter the farther down I went. Niall would be waiting for me, and then we'd walk to the temporary office together. Just us. No distractions. Alone. No big deal. Except that it was a huge deal. This was the start of one of my most exciting professional experiences, and also a day full of the person I was fairly sure was the most amazing man on the planet. I smoothed my dress, straightened the collar on my jacket, and double-checked everything. Purse, laptop, cell phone, ass and underwear covered. Despite my nerves, I was still tired. My laptop case felt heavier than normal and seemed to weigh down my right shoulder, the combination of fatigue and jitters leaving me feeling slightly speedy. I checked my reflection again in the gleaming doors, suddenly questioning my outfit. It would be cold out, but likely too warm in the office, where the heat would be turned up to compensate for the March chill. I'd chosen knee-length boots with a reasonable heel. They would double as both comfortable to walk in and warm enough should our day find us venturing out into the city and down one of the many subway stations we'd been monitoring. I had every file and report I would need printed out. I was ready. And yet, still terrified. I reached the lobby and looked around for Niall, but I didn't have to look long. He was behind me, back near the registration desk, and help me Jesus, because paired with the overcoat he had slung over his arm, his suit was straight up business porn. Holy shit, you wear a suit well. I'd thought those words 100 times over the last few months. Thousands. I'd said them under my breath as I'd passed him in the halls, and it was possible I'd had more than one X-rated fantasy that started out with those exact words. But never, not in any of them, did he swallow, looking down at the length of my body, and reply with, I suspect you wear everything well. And then immediately look like he wanted to shove the words back into his mouth and die. Pardon? When I was little, I had an Etch-a-Sketch. I spent hours staring at that red frame and flat gray board, pulling it out to doodle whenever my bus was late or while entertaining myself on a drive home. Most people drew pictures or played games, but I was obsessed with drawing my name and perfecting the art of getting each letter down without seeing the line where they connected. My mom would tell me to draw something else, that I would burn the image of those letters into the screen if I continued to do the same thing over and over. And she was right. Eventually, no matter how many times I shook the board, hoping to clear the image, a ghost of the letters still showed on the screen. I knew this would be the same exact thing, but it would be branded on my brain for the rest of time. I suspect you wear everything well. Had Niall Stella really said that? Was I having a stroke? Would I ever think of any other sentence for the rest of my life? When I came to my senses, I realized he was already off and nearly gone. I quickened my steps and followed him out the hotel's revolving door and left, down 56th Street. I suspect you wear everything well. All right, he said, and I blinked. I'm sorry, what? I asked, rushing to keep up with his long strides. Seriously, walking beside him was like galloping next to a giraffe. I asked if my assistant Joe had sent everything along, whether everything had come across all right. Normally I wouldn't send you things, as you're not working for me here, but I thought it might be best if we were both on the same page. Oh, yes, I said, nodding. Emails arrived yesterday as soon as we landed. She's very efficient. Niall Stella blinked over to me with his obscenely long lashes. She is. How long has she worked for you? I asked, my voice sounding a bit distracted, even to my own ears. I'd never been with him out in broad daylight like this, and I was feeling flustered with just how good-looking he was. His skin was gorgeous, clear and smooth and absolutely flawless. It was obvious he took his time shaving, and everything was perfect, right down to his sideburns. I wondered if he measured them with a ruler. He considered this. 4 years this 12th of September. Wow, that's specific. He smiled, looking back to his phone. I suspect you wear everything well. The morning air was cool on my face, and I closed my eyes, grateful for the touch of biting wind this morning. It helped clear my head as we covered the first block and turned right onto Avenue of the Americas. Only now did it occur to me that this was my first morning in New York City. London felt like a city, yes, and it was huge, but I always had the sense that I was standing in a place that had been there for centuries, that the trees and buildings and even the walkways I strolled on looked much like they had since they were put in. New York clearly had its older buildings, but many things were modern and new, steel and glass that stretched to the sky. It seemed to be in a constant cycle of rebirth. Scaffolding lined much of the sidewalks, and we simply walked under it or followed the signs that led us around. I tried to use this time to go over what might be waiting for us today, setting up meetings with the local officials, getting the complete schedule of all the different speakers, and compiling a list of which stations were most in need of repairs. But I couldn't focus, and each time the sound of traffic dulled and my thoughts finally started to string together, Niall would walk around someone and brush my shoulder. Maybe notice a loose board in a construction walkway and touch my forearm while pointing it out in warning. We'd walked 5 minutes, and if someone had asked what I'd been thinking about, I would have stuttered out some unintelligible nonsense and laughed awkwardly. We reached the corner and waited for the signal to walk. Niall pocketed his phone and stood a respectable distance away from me, but close enough that the arm of his jacket brushed against mine when I hitched my bag higher on my shoulder. The morning was cold, and each one of his exhales sent a little puff of condensation out into the air in front of him. I had to force myself not to stare at his lips and the way his tongue peeked out to wet them. When the light changed, the crowd moved in front of us, and I felt the press of his palm on the small of my back, urging me forward. His hand on my lower back, just inches away from my ass. And if he was going to touch my ass, it was basically the same as him touching me between my legs. So, yes, my brain reacted like Niall Stella was touching my clit, and I nearly tripped and sprawled flat in the intersection. We reached the sidewalk on the other side, and he seemed to make a conscious effort to slow his steps. You don't have to slow down, I told him. I can keep up. Niall Stella shook his head. Sorry, he asked, feigning innocence. So, 1, he was trying to be polite and not point out the fact that my far shorter legs were struggling to keep up with his. And 2, he was a terrible liar. You're like 8 feet tall with legs that are twice as long as mine. Of course you'd walk faster than me. But I can keep up. I promise not to slow you down. A hint of blush warmed his cheeks and he smiled. You were nearly falling down there for a moment, he teased, motioning behind us. My heart was racing, and it had nothing to do with sprinting down the streets of New York. I was trying to be smooth and pretend that didn't happen, I said, laughing. I was glad he kept his eyes forward, because my grin was so wide it was about to crack my face in half. Forget the fancy shoes. Next time, I'll wear my Nikes. Those aren't bad, he said, nodding toward my boots. Quite nice, really. I remember Portia would wear the highest heels, even when we'd travel. He paused, glancing over to me as if just realizing I wouldn't know any of this. Sorry, won't bore you with the details of all that. Whoa, what? Even in profile, I could see the way his brows drew together in a frown. He clearly hadn't intended a stroll down memory lane, but I couldn't deny the secret, dark part of me that delighted in the slip. That he'd let himself get into that comfortable place where he'd let his walls down, just for a moment. Portia was your wife? I asked, keeping my tone conversational, light, definitely not showing that I was hanging on his every word. He'd mentioned her on the plane, but hadn't ever said her name. We walked a few more steps before he nodded, but didn't add any more. I'd only seen the ex-Mrs. Stella in passing, but hadn't known it was her until she was gone, and it was too late to scrutinize every detail. I'd heard stories, little bits here and there, but never much. There seemed to be some kind of unspoken rule about gossip in the office. A little is encouraged, but too many details would just be poor taste. We passed a trio of beautiful bronze and verdigris green headless statues in front of a towering skyscraper, one set on one side of the building and 2 on the other. Those are supposed to represent Venus de Milo, I said, pointing them out. They're called Looking Toward the Avenue. He followed my gaze. But they have no heads, he noted. They aren't looking anywhere. I hadn't really thought of that, I said. Lovely breasts, though. Niall made a sound as if he was choking. What? I asked, laughing at his expression. They are. The city actually gets a lot of complaints about them. The breasts or lack of heads, he asked. Maybe both? How on earth do you know all this? You said you'd never been here before. My mother had this sort of romanticized fascination with New York. I could be your tour guide and bore you with lots of random stuff. That sounds like an amazing time, he said, but his tone was strange. Was he being sarcastic or... Oh my God. I stopped dead in my tracks, and Niall Stella had to turn. What is it? He asked, looking on ahead, as if he could make out whatever had caught my eye. Is everything all right? Radio City Music Hall, I gasped, continuing with quicker steps now. Iconic, he agreed with a hint of amused confusion in his voice, easily keeping up with me as I practically sprinted closer. They do a Christmas show here every year, and my mom is going to die that I'm this close. My gloves made it nearly impossible to grasp on anything as I fumbled in the pocket of my jacket in search of my phone. Will you take a picture of me? You'd have thought I just asked him to draw me in the nude. I can't, he said, and then shook his head, looking around us. What I mean to say is, we can't just stand here. Why not? Because it's... He didn't say undignified out loud, but his face was screaming it. I looked around where we stood, at the scores of people doing the very same thing. Nobody's paying any attention to us. We could probably make out on the sidewalk and people would just walk right by. His eyes grew wide before me, and he sighed and pulled out his phone. I'll do it on mine and send it to you. Your case is covered in hideous girly rhinestones. A tiny smile pulled at the corner of his mouth. Look at me. I'm far too masculine for such a thing. I'd had a taste of it last night, but I was still blindsided seeing it again. Niall Stella was polite, brilliant, refined, and contained, yes. But Niall Stella was capable of being a guy, and he was a total flirt. I knew I was pushing my luck, but damn, he looked so cute standing there, a sea of tourists rushing by while he opened the camera app. He might have been protesting, but the expression on his face when he snapped the first picture made him look a little charmed. Right, he said and turned the phone to show me. Quite lovely. Okay, now you come here. He crossed toward me and I took his phone, examining the photo. Let's get one together, I said, holding his phone out in front of us. What? He started to say, but thought better of it. Your arms aren't long enough. Are you kidding me? My selfie game is strong. Just bend your knees a little. Like, this is my head and your deltoids, which, don't get me wrong, isn't a bad thing, but... I can't believe I'm doing this, he said, snatching the phone from my hand. I promise I won't tell Max you took a selfie on 6th Avenue, I whispered, and he turned his head, eyes meeting mine. He was only inches from my face. We were practically married right then. He held my gaze for a fraction of a second before he cleared his throat. I'm holding you to that. It took a few tries to get the right angle, and for the last one, he wrapped an arm around my waist and pulled me in tight. And that was it. I mentally entered a 1 in the number of times Niall Stella put his arm around my waist and pulled me close column. I knew right then what it would feel like to celebrate Christmas and birthdays and a job promotion and have the best orgasm of my life all at the same time. He looked at the photo and turned the screen so I could see. It was a good picture. Fucking great, actually. We were both smiling. The camera caught us mid-laugh as he tried to snap the photo with his glove still on. What's your number? He asked, looking down at his screen. I watched as his cheeks grew redder than they were already from the sharp, cold wind. I recited it, watching as he typed. He hit send and smiled up at me. A little shy, a little playful, a little something else I wasn't sure I was ready to believe. In that moment, he didn't look anything like a vice president, an intimidating ultra crush, or a man who finished school before he was 20. He just looked like a beautiful guy, outside in the city with me. In the pocket of my coat, my phone buzzed. I tried not to think about the fact that he now had pictures of me and of the two of us together on his phone. I tried not to think about the fact that he now had my cell number. I tried not to think about how easy it had just been between us, when I stopped worrying about how to act around Niall Stella and had just enjoyed this unguarded moment with Niall. Just Niall. As he pocketed his phone and motioned for me to follow him to the crosswalk, I noted his enormous grin. I tried not to think about how he looked pretty thrilled with all of this, too. Our temporary office was on an empty floor of a large commercial building. The entire suite had been rented as a temporary office space for visiting consultants by the Metropolitan Transportation Authority. It's true, beggars can't be choosers, but honesty time? Our office was the size of my hotel shower, and the heater was clearly cranked up to Sinner's Inferno. The window had been permanently painted shut, and we figured that out only after Niall struggled with it for a good 5 minutes. He definitely had my attention the entire time. His broad back demanded a separate billing. Niall Stella and the deltoids. I suspect you wear everything well. Too small an office meant Niall was mere feet from me all day, making it nearly impossible to concentrate on even the smallest task. And too hot meant that within an hour of arriving, he'd removed his suit jacket and, after much visible consternation on his part, loosened his tie and unfastened the top button of his shirt. He'd also rolled his sleeves up his forearms. If I could, I probably would have ratcheted the thermostat up another 10 degrees to get a peek at his bare chest. See also why I should never be in charge. I'd never seen his forearms before, a giddy check in the number of times I've seen Niall Stella's bare forearms column, and, as expected, his skin was perfect. Arms toned and wrists tapering into long, slender fingers. As covertly as possible, I watched the ticking of muscles when he typed, the way they flexed in sequence as he spun a pencil around his desk when he was thinking, the way the tendons in his hands tightened as he drummed his fingertips on the arm of the chair. Niall Stella was a fidgeter. We didn't talk much as we worked at our respective desks, sifting through the boxes and setting things up. For lunch, we stepped out, stopping at a vendor selling hot dogs from a stand on the corner. This took some persuasion on my part. You go to the one with the longest line, I explained, patiently waiting my turn. Don't you ever watch the Food Network? See how there's a huge wait for this one and only 2 people in line for the one across the street? The short line hot dogs are probably made out of feral cat. He sighed, muttering something in his posh accent about how he'd probably be dead by the end of the day, and throwing a, "You call these chips?" in there too. How does your brother survive in a city with such meager offerings? I teased. No idea. What are you doing? I asked, stopping him as he went to put some fancy vomit-colored mustard across the bun. It had seeds, for God's sake. He blinked at me, bottle held aloft over his hot dog, like we weren't even speaking the same language. You can't put that on a street dog, I told him. There are rules about these things. You enjoy your generic, artificially colored mustard, he said, and I could practically see the air quotes suspended above his head. And I'll use mine. Our new marriage could already use some counseling. I moaned a lot while eating my hot dog, just to prove a point. It was way better than his. He closed his eyes in suppressed amusement, shaking his head at me. You know, I said after swallowing a giant bite, if I didn't occasionally catch you smiling in that little secret way you have, I might assume you were either the most disciplined emotional being on the planet, a replicant, or Botoxed. It's Botox. He took an enormous bite of his hot dog. I knew it, I said. You can barely hide your vanity. He choked, laughed, and reached to steal the napkin I had in my hand. Too right. We returned to the office, but with the phone lines not working yet and the heat, I may at one point have complained that I was melting, nothing was really getting done. Meetings started the next day. We'd unpacked a few boxes of files, but both seemed distracted, for different reasons, I'm sure, and by 2 that afternoon, he was already packing his things up to go. Niall had plans he needed to look at and phone calls to make, all of which he could take care of in the hotel. We walked back in silence, on the opposite side of the street from Radio City, but I could have sworn I saw his lips twitch the tiniest bit as we passed. The next morning, I woke before my alarm clock, anxious to start the day and, because I'm pathetic, walk to work with a certain someone. But there on my phone, next to a text from my brother and 3 from Lola, was one from that someone. Take a car and go on without me. I've a few things to do and we'll be there later. The hope inside my chest crumbled like a dry cracker. I replied that I'd see him there and then walked the few blocks instead of taking a car, choosing a different route and taking a few photos for my mom along the way. When I reached the office, it was still sweltering, and I sent a silent prayer of thanks for the short sleeves I'd worn and that I'd been smart enough to ditch my Spanx. It wasn't like there was anyone I needed to look marginally slimmer for anyway. It was boring as hell being there by myself, but the phones were working, and I was finally able to get some work done, assure Tony that we were here and everything would be up and going soon, and meet a few of the other people sharing the offices with us. Niall showed up around noon, his arms full as he walked into the office. He unloaded everything on his desk and chair, and I watched him with curious eyes. "Morning," he said, hanging his coat on a hook near the door. "Or afternoon, rather. Still hot as Hades in here, I see. I've called someone, and they'll be here to fix it tomorrow, but you're lucky I kept my pants on." "Debatable," he mumbled. Or at least I thought he did. "Pardon?" He ignored this, putting a large shopping bag on his desk and getting distracted by whatever he had inside. He wore his glasses today. Good God. On anyone else, those particular frames, dark rims and a thin band of chrome slicing down the arms, would communicate a certain carefully crafted designer individuality. But I knew Niall Stella dressed impeccably because he bought the best, and probably had a really picky perfectionist tailor, not because he paid much attention to trends. "A woman picked out your frames?" I said, pointing to his face. He looked up from his bag, setting a folder down on his desk and looking confused. "I'm sorry?" "A saleswoman picked out those frames. You walked into the store. She descended in milliseconds because—" I glanced down his body in a gesture meant to communicate. I mean, obviously. "And she insisted on finding just the right pair for you." He studied me for several breaths and then lifted his gigantic, splendid Niall Stella hand to lower his glasses and asked, "What does this mean?" While repeating my gesture, his eyes on my body, his mouth suppressing a little smile. "It means a hot man in a suit walks into a store and he doesn't have a wedding ring? Like a starter pistol to a greyhound." "How do you know that when I bought these I wasn't wearing a wedding ring?" He was testing me. He was amused. Holy shit, Niall Stella was still being flirty today. "You're suggesting my sleuth skills are subpar? That I don't know your timeline? I thought we established early on that my creeper dial goes up to 11. His eyebrow twitched in a tiny, "Well?" "You got those new glasses in November." He waited for the last piece of information, the one that made me sound completely insane. "Fine," I groaned. "You stopped wearing your wedding ring in September." He laughed, putting his glasses back on and returning to digging in the bag. "Do you think I'm weird?" I asked, voice weaker than I'd attempted. He nudged his glasses down his nose again, letting his eyes move over my face before murmuring, "Yes, weird in the sense that you are unexpected, and I'm rarely surprised by people. I think you rather exquisite." Exquisite? That was certainly an interesting adjective. Before I had a chance to respond to this, and let's be fair, it probably would have taken me a decade, he stood up straighter, grinning. "I've brought you something. Reckoned it was almost lunch, so—" He pulled a white, albeit greasy, paper bag from his chair and lifted a hot dog from inside, covered in regular mustard. "You lowered yourself to my classless mustard standards?" I cooed, taking the dog happily. "How could I deny you? You moaned through every bite yesterday." Only then did it occur to me how that must have sounded. And until the repairman gets here." He pulled a box from the bag to reveal a large desk fan. "You bought a fan? We wouldn't want you melting now, would we?" And that was it. Finally bold enough, I stood and rounded the desk in front of him and did what I'd wanted to do for 6 months. I straightened his tie. I took my time, using the opportunity to right the knot and smooth the silky material down his chest. He sucked in a breath and I waited, worried that maybe I'd crossed a line, that perhaps I'd taken this small progress we'd made and ruined it by being too forward. The silence seemed to balloon between us, stretching, growing heavier with each tick of the clock. "Thanks for lunch," I whispered. "You're quite welcome." A tiny flicker of a smile and a flash of his dimple, and then his expression straightened and his eyes searched mine for a small eternity. Finally, and while my pulse jackhammered in my throat, Niall took my hands, moving them up his body. I could feel his torso, the defined planes of his stomach beneath his dress shirt, and then his hard pectorals. Now it was my turn to suck in a breath. The possibility of something happening between us had gone from an adorable little fantasy to a check mark in the number of times Niall Stella ran my hands up his chest column. What were we doing? The faint scent of his cologne hung in the air, a hint of coffee and fresh paint from an office somewhere on the same floor. I leaned in slowly, my body on autopilot, my brain not even in control of the equipment anymore. He leaned in too, small, stuttering movements that made the space between us disappear. His nose brushed the edge of mine, and I could see his eyelashes, feel his breath across my lips. I closed my eyes, not sure I could be this close to him and see these things and ever be the same again. "Are you going to kiss me?" I asked, surprising myself as the words tumbled from my mouth. His chest was pressed against mine, but he didn't do what I thought he would. He pulled away, just enough to meet my eyes. "I fear I wouldn't be able to stop," he whispered. "Life alert? This is not a drill." "Maybe I wouldn't want you to." His brows lifted, but he didn't speak. Instead, he waited for me to continue. I wasn't sure I could, but eventually I managed. "I've thought about this exact moment and what I would do or say." He pulled back to better study my face. "You have?" Closing my eyes, I admitted, "For months now." This time, his brows disappeared into his hairline, and I barreled on. I thought it would always just be a crush. I never really expected us to interact for any significant amount of time. But we're here and together a lot, and this flirting is fun, but I'm about to completely lose my mind. I looked up, meeting his wide eyes. My mouth had sprinted away from my brain, leaving it in the dust. I closed my eyes again, groaning. "And now I've made you uncomfortable." When I looked at him again, I found him studying my face, expression soft. "You haven't. Not at all. I'm just unaccustomed." "Unaccustomed to girls admitting they have crushes on you?" I attempted a light-hearted laugh, but it came out really awkward, more bark than chuckle. "I have a hard time believing that." "Well," he said, stepping back and shrugging a little apologetically, "it's true. As I mentioned, Portia is the only woman I ever... That is to say, there's been no one else." He ran a hand across the back of his neck. "Aside from the fact that this is a work meeting and we've only just met, there is that consideration. I feel a bit out of my depths here." I gaped at him, at Niall Stella, the unexpected flirt, with a body that screamed, "I've had all the good sex in the world," who stood before me reminding me that he'd been with one woman his entire life. I knew he'd met Portia when he was young, but it hadn't really sunk in until now that he'd only ever been with her. No high school man-whoring. No college years full of wild shagging. No early 20s with a different woman every night. 0 oats sowed. I could practically feel my synapses reorganizing. "So, you see," he said, smiling a little, "if you've ever any interest in me at all, you need to come into it knowing I'm driving quite blind." And right then, when I expected him to hold his gaze to mine, to take my hand and squeeze it, or do any other human thing to hold the moment, or at least acknowledge that a moment occurred, he blinked away, turned to his desk, and began reading a report until I mumbled something about needing to use the ladies' room and left.
6. "Come meet us for a pint." I'd only just returned to my room, my mind and gut in a twist, when the text from Max arrived. The only thing I wanted more than to fall face first into my mattress was a pint. In fact, what I wanted most was to be with Ruby. How is it possible, I thought, to have become infatuated in a matter of days, in a space of time that could still be easily measured in hours? There was a tiny part of me that seemed to be expanding, doubling inside my ribcage every day. This secret space, an unexplored romantic nucleus, told me the reason Ruby had burrowed so easily in my mind and under my skin was meaningful. And not because she was a rebound or a distraction, but because she fit me. I wanted to trust this tumbling sensation I had near her, not because the feeling was familiar, but because it wasn't. And yet, when given the chance to explore things, I'd immediately closed up. Best to bury my nose in a pint. The blokes were down at Nave again, almost as if it was their regular haunt. I knew better. I knew my brother well enough to know he was going out of his way to keep an eye on me, that he could sense something was off in my mood. He and the lads were seated around the same low table we'd inhabited the other evening, each halfway into a cocktail and snacking on the smattering of appetizers on the table. It was nearly 11, and I hadn't eaten. "Be a good chap and look to the side while I polish off the lot," I joked, sitting down next to Max and reaching for a small handful of mixed nuts. He laughed. "Figured you'd be famished." "What?" Bennett asked, looking around as if searching. "No, Ruby. I have to admit I'm a little disappointed." "Ah," I started, and then put an entire slice of bruschetta in my mouth to avoid answering. "Think she might want a bite to eat?" Will asked. Swallowing, I mumbled, "Frigging hell, you're all subtle. I'm sure she ordered in, and since we're on the subject of women, why are you lot constantly on me? I don't see your women around anywhere." "Careful what you wish for," George said. "Chloe the barbarian is meeting us here." I'm sorry, are you talking about Bennett's wife?" I asked, positive I must have understood. But Bennett waved me off. "Sarah and Hannah are at some sort of party. Chloe should be here shortly. And don't worry, they call each other much, much worse." George shrugged and then leaned forward. "Chloe and I have a special bond, namely being so terrible nobody else would want us." Bennett cleared his throat and George blinked over to him. Except for him, and he's pretty rotten himself. And as if she were summoned, one of the most beautiful women I'd ever seen walked into the bar. She wasn't tall, but she certainly carried herself as if she stood head and shoulders above everyone around her. Dark hair spilled halfway down her back, and she wore a tight black dress and heels so high I feared for her ankles. "Speak of the devil," Bennett said, and stood, watching with a proud smile as his wife walked toward him. "Look away," Will said, just as Chloe reached us. Confused, I glanced at each of the men before I blinked back up to Bennett and Chloe and had to quickly look away. To say that their embrace was passionate would be a gross understatement, and once again I felt the sting of my failed relationship and the fact that I'd barely even pulled my head from the sand to join the world, let alone considered finding that for myself. Will groaned. "Get a room, would you?" Chloe kissed her husband once more before she turned her attention to us. "You're just jealous because your fiancé is sitting with a bunch of women talking about books instead of here, gazing adoringly at you." "When you put it that way, yes I am," Will said. "Why aren't you with them again?" Chloe ordered a drink from a passing waitress and took a seat at our table. "Because this is my only free night this week, and I intend to spend it banging my husband. Speaking of," she looked at Bennett commandingly, "finish your drink." Bennett lifted his glass. "Yes, ma'am." "Gross," George said. "George?" Chloe said, greeting him with a smile. "Dark mistress," he replied. "And you must be Niall," she said, turning her attention to me. "Yes," I said, and offered my hand. "Lovely to meet you." Chloe returned my handshake with a firm grip. "You too. Where's the girl?" "Girl?" I asked, looking at each of them. Chloe smiled, and I had to admit the effect was quite stunning, if somewhat frightening. I could only imagine the terror this woman could inflict on a poor soul when she put her mind to it. "I assume she's talking about your Ruby," Max said. "She is not my Ruby," I corrected. "Sure she isn't," Chloe said. "That's what they all say." As I was busy choking on a bite of truffled tater tot, the realization settled in. I'd nearly kissed her at work. Right, you all settled this the other night. Course we did, George continued. You're the only one who was confused. You turn into a robot around her. To be fair, he's always a bit of a robot, Max cut in. Cheers, mate, I mumbled sarcastically. Funny how I'm the only one here who seemed to be in the dark about it. Chloe's drink had arrived, and she lifted the stemmed glass. That's because men are idiots, she said over the rim. I mean, don't get me wrong, women can be jackasses too, and are every bit as capable of messing things up as men, but in my experience, when things go wrong, it's usually the one with the penis who's fucked it up. She looked at me with her amused certainty for a moment before adding, no offense. Well said, Max told her with a laugh. They studied me for a few seconds longer before turning back to each other, picking up where they'd apparently left off when I joined them. All except for Chloe, who continued to eye me. You never said why you and the girls can't come to the Catskills this weekend, Bennett said to Max. Sarah's remodeling the entire flat, Max said, running his palm over the top of his head. Her designer is coming. I think the walls are coming down and... Oy. Max, you'd better get a handle on that, Bennett said in warning. Do you remember when Chloe painted the apartment? A kid with a crayon would have done a better job. Watch it, Mills, she warned. Don't you start with that, Ryan, he said back. I was completely confused. The green kitchen. Even you have to admit how terrible that was. I will not. It was a process of elimination. Maybe I needed to try out a few before I knew what I really wanted, she said, smiling sweetly at him. It was pretty clear they weren't talking about paint colours. George was already waving a finger at them both. No, 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 don't you bring your foreplay to this table. This remodeling with Sarah is a very, Max continued carefully, never one to criticize his wife, a very ongoing situation. Delicate, Will added. Laughing, my brother murmured, a touch. The waiter placed my pint on the table and asked if we needed anything more. I went ahead and ordered a second, best to be prepared after all. The waiter looked at each of us and then, satisfied we were done, turned to leave. Will leaned in as a strange hush overtook the table. George, what about him? He's cute, right? No, George hissed. That would be like fucking beef jerky. Good God, Bennett muttered, wiping his palm down his face. No one is even talking about fucking. It's one party. Wait, Will said, shaking his head. George, you're a top. Groaning, Max said, for the love of God, William, stop talking. I couldn't take it anymore. What is happening here? George ignored all of us. Seriously, he's pickled. He's so tan, I bet it's reached his liver. I need someone to explain what is happening, I repeated. These two are idiots, Chloe told me. George needs to find a date to an RMG party. Will here is suggesting he ask our waiter. Obviously, George is suggesting he's not a suitable candidate. Sorry, RMG, I asked. Ryan Media Group, George said. Bennett decided to throw a soiree, and here I am, dateless. These boys are trying to help. It's embarrassing to all of us. I'd really rather talk about what you're going to do about Ruby. I knew he would circle back to this. In fact, part of me needed to talk about it, oddly. I'd barely needed to talk about my divorce, but this had me twisted in unfamiliar ways. I stared down into my pint. I don't actually know. Silence fell over the table. Finally, I admitted. She told me she has feelings for me. In fact, I said, looking up, she's had them for quite some time. One look at her and I knew that, Bennett said. Same, George offered. Ditto, said Will. Max was the last to chime in. I don't really need to say anything now, do I? We nearly kissed today in the office, I blurted, and for some reason every head whipped over to Bennett, who displayed his middle finger in a wide arc around the table. Suffice to say, it's all moving a bit fast for me. We've worked together for months, but I've only known her a matter of days. So what are you going to do? Chloe said. Well, I started, and she continued to blink at me like I must be dense. Like I said, She told you she has feelings. You almost kissed. You said it's all moving a bit fast, so I'm guessing that's why you're here and she's not. Yes, I told her. So either you're interested or you're not. It isn't that simple, I said. We work together. Chloe waved her hand. None of that matters. When everyone gaped at her, she said, "What? It doesn't. Obviously, I don't know all the details, but from what I hear, she's a pretty, smart girl, and eventually she'll be noticed by someone a lot smarter than you. Don't be an idiot." I laughed, taking a sip of my drink. Cheers. As usual, Chloe cuts right to the chase. My brother put a gentle hand on my arm. Just call her. See if she wants to come down and join us. Nodding, I stood and walked over to a quiet area of the bar, dialing her mobile. As it rang, it occurred to me that I'd never called her, that we hadn't made plans for tonight, that she might have made plans, and maybe Chloe was right and someone smarter had noticed. Hello? I startled, having somehow talked myself out of the possibility of her answering. Inside, I was an enormous knot. Hello? A pause. Mr. Stella? I shivered at the sound of her voice. Ruby, call me Niall, yeah? Is everything okay? Would you care to come down for a bite to eat? She hesitated on the other end, for what felt like an eternity. Unless you have a... I paused, fumbling for words. That is to say, an agent of pleasure in your room. Oh dear God, what did I just say? An agent of pleasure, she asked, and I could hear the restrained laughter in her voice, as well as the gentle slur of alcohol. I groaned quietly. I mean company, or plans. Ruby, I don't mean to presume. I don't even know if you're... She cut me off with a quiet laugh. It's almost midnight. I'm alone up here, I promise. But I just got out of the tub. I've had a cocktail or two and ordered room service. My brain tripped over the image of Ruby in the tub, naked, tipsy, wet, warm, soft skin, muscles lax. Ah, well, right. Ruby paused again. I mean, I suppose I could. Her words fell away. No, Ruby, I don't mean to. I just wanted to make sure you'd eaten. It was a long day and I closed my eyes, murmuring. I fear you're out of sorts. I could hear her breathing, so quick and shallow. I felt a tight pinch in my chest at the thought that she was anxious again, suffering in some way over me or this. I knew I had the ability to do something for her. I simply didn't know how to start. I'm okay, I promise. Thank you. We sat on the line for several long, wordless seconds. Right then. Good night, Ruby. Good night, Mr. Stella. Returning to the table, I took my seat and lifted my second pint to my lips. I felt worse than I had before. I was bloody awful on the phone, which was saying something given that I was often awkward in person as well. When Max wordlessly asked whether Ruby would be joining us, with a small lift of his brow, an expectant expression, I shook my head. I wasn't sure whether I was relieved or gutted that she wasn't coming down. And then I settled on relieved because I knew I wouldn't be able to keep from moving to her, wishing for her hand on my leg, wanting to meet her eyes and see that the same longing was still there, and I would be shite at simply asking for it. Bloody hell. Bennett and Chloe had left, chased off by George, who said he'd rather light himself on fire than watch the two of them make out. I ordered a gin and tonic, then another, contributing to the conversation before eventually becoming lost in my own jumbled thoughts. I went from tangled to calm to tipsy, finally convincing myself it was a good idea at 1 in the bloody morning to go upstairs and see her. Where are you headed? Max asked. This is my one night a month out. No sodding way you're cutting out early. Meetings all day tomorrow, mate. Good night. I ignored their catcalls and continued on to the elevator, to the 10th floor, to the door that led to her room. My knuckles landed heavily on the wood. Jesus, even my knock sounded drunk. After a few tense seconds, the door opened, and Ruby stood before me in a tiny pink silk tank top and matching shorts that barely covered her. Dear God. She weaved slightly against the door. "Everything okay, Mr. Stella?" I cleared my throat once, and then again. "Bloody hell, do you always sleep in that?" "Yes," she said, and I could hear her smile when she added, "unless there is an agent of pleasure in here with me." Finally, I could tear my eyes from the sight of her breasts, bare beneath the camisole. "You love to tease me." Her tongue slipped out, wetting her lips. "Yeah." I stood at the doorway, feeling like I must be looking at her the way a man would look at a woman he desired if he hadn't had dinner, or sleep, or masturbated in days. "Do you want to come in?" she asked. "I'll warn you, I've had a few cocktails, but I do have a few items left unclaimed in the minibar if you like Midori or Jägermeister." "I shouldn't touch you," I blurted and immediately squeezed my eyes closed. "Sorry, I've been drinking as well," and opening my eyes, I looked at her face. She was smiling, looking relieved. "I don't know why I'm here. I couldn't stop thinking about what happened today and how much I wanted to see you. But I really shouldn't touch you, Ruby." I could see her pulse in her neck. I could tell that she was trembling. "You shouldn't?" she asked. "Or you don't want to?" Without answering and without really thinking about what I was doing, I stepped forward, moving into her room. She took a step back, letting the door close behind me. The thud reverberated in the quiet. "Is it really true what you said earlier?" I asked. "You think about this, with me?" She flushed, from her neck to her cheeks, but still managed to sound brave when she said, "Yeah." She'd stopped moving, but I hadn't. I kept drifting forward until I was barely an inch away from her. In fact, I could feel her breath on my neck, could smell the sweetness of orange juice, the sharp tang of vodka on her lips. "This is stupid, Niall. Get the hell out of this room." "What do you think about it?" I asked. "Having you in my hotel room," she smiled, looking at my lips, "as an agent of pleasure." Laughing a little, I ran my hand down my face, admitting, "These past few days, I think about it too. You've hijacked my brain. Is that bad?" I looked down at her. She looked nervous, but also confident. I was here in her room. She'd regained at least some of the power between us. "No, it's not a bad thing. I'm just not sure I know what to do with you." I had no idea why I said this, but it didn't seem to trip her up in the slightest. "We'd figure it out together." Meeting her eyes, I asked, "Would we?" Ruby nodded, reaching out and putting her hand on my chest. "I understand you. I think you understand me too." I swallowed, at a loss for words. "I'd tell you what I like," she whispered. "You tell me what you need." She ran her hand down my chest, over my stomach, and then, just before she reached my belt, she let it fall away. I should leave. I should go to my room and let us both sleep it off. Looking up at me, she asked, "What do you need?" "This," I said. "The odd certainty I feel when I'm this close to you. The way you look at me." Her wide eyes searched mine. "A lot of women look at you this way." "No, you're wrong. Maybe they look at me the way men look at you, where it's clear they want you and are thinking of you sexually, but not the way you do, where it feels you can see beneath my skin." Pausing, I added, "Besides, I've never been one to want a lot of women." Her smile was so radiant, I forgot whatever else I was going to say. My heart was beating so hard in my chest that I felt unsteady. It seemed to mix potently with the alcohol, and yet I never wanted this feeling to end. I'd never experienced a rush like this. She was so close, smelling of rose water and the indescribable scent of a woman. She would fit so perfectly tucked into my chest, beneath my chin, or riding me with her legs around my waist, her chest slick with our sweat. "Ruby, what are we doing?" She tucked her hair behind her ear, laughing a little. "You're the one who came to my room. I think we're both a little drunk, You tell me. I'd like to explore this. Her smile straightened into something more earnest. Me too. But maybe tonight isn't the night. I shouldn't touch you. Maybe once I've said it 100 times, I'll believe it. We've been drinking. I want to be sober if... She closed her eyes, and the disappointment was evident on her face. And then a transformation occurred. Ruby opened her eyes, looked up at my face, and in an instant went from guarded to mischievously coy. She turned, walking into the room a few feet and picking up a slip from the bed. But if you did, how would you touch me? She asked, folding the garment neatly before placing it in an open drawer in front of her. I barely had to consider the question before my answer burst forward. Desperately. I took a step toward her. Roughly. No, I spluttered. I wouldn't ever. I like thinking of you touching me roughly, she interrupted, calming me with a smile. Another piece of fabric lay on the bed, a tank top, I believe, and she reached for it, examining the hem before she set it in the drawer too. Of your big, gentle hands, shaking, needing to touch me, and you're so impatient. I would be, I admitted. And when she looked up at me, asking me with her eyes for more, I murmured, I am. I could barely catch my breath. At my sides, my hands were shaking. I try to be careful, but it's a wasted effort. She pushed the dresser closed with her hip and took a step toward me. You pull off my clothes before we can even make it to the bed, she agreed, playing along as she lifted her hand, fingering the strap of her camisole, waiting for me to stop her. I couldn't in a million years. Sliding her hands down over her breasts and lower to the hem of her garment, she began to lift it up over her head and off. My heart stopped, and when it started again, it was 10 times too large, 10 times too fast. Ruby dropped the silk to the floor without looking away from my face. Her chest was bared to me. Lush curves, small pink nipples, and perfect pale skin. I swallowed, fighting the savage tempo of my pulse. I wanted to touch her, kiss her. I wanted to lie on top of her, move inside of her. She took one step backward and then turned, walking away from me and over to the bed. Ruby. I had no point to make. Her name was just an instinctive utterance, nearly a plea. You touch my breasts like you know them. She turned back to me, running her hands over the swells, pushing them together, roughly pinching the blush peaks. You suck them like you're greedy. Christ. I am greedy. You love my breasts. You're filthy with them sometimes. I nearly choked. Never in my life had I played such a game. I am? You are. You rub yourself all over them. I felt my skin flush, my body pulsing beneath my trousers at the intended meaning. Myself. Your cock. My mouth watered, and I stared at her lips, imagining her kissing me there. But right now, you want me naked. It was a question innocently buried in confidence. She hooked her thumbs in her shorts, daring me again to stop her. I nearly had to shove my fist into my mouth to keep from groaning aloud. The drink made me bold. I do. She slid her shorts down her hips, swaying seductively for me, easing the silk down her thighs. She wore no underwear beneath, and her naked form was smooth, soft. I'd never seen anything more beautiful in my life. You like looking at me, she said. But this one wasn't a question. No doubt my expression telegraphed my every thought to her. Like how I wanted to climb over her, be as greedy and filthy with her body as she suggested. Like how I wanted to do something as innocent as touch the slickness between her legs with my fingers. Swallowing heavily, I told her, "You're the only thing I want to look at, darling." Ruby lowered herself onto the bed, pushing her body to the middle of the mattress, and then lay back, letting her knees fall to the sides. So, look. Without shame, I stared between her spread legs. Blood pounded in my ears, and I leaned against the armoire for support. Christ. She ran her fingers up her legs, from her knees to her thighs, and then, while I watched, she ran the fingers of one hand along the wet skin of her sex. You like to taste me too, she whispered. I could only swallow and nod. Nothing in the world would pleasure me more. But you tease me. I looked up at her face upon hearing the pout in her voice, feeling my brows draw together. I do. Yes, she whined sweetly. It's awful. You make me beg for your mouth on my clit. Her clit. I wiped a palm down my face, dizzy. All of it, was spinning so quickly out of control. What? That is to say, how do I do that? Offering a tiny one-shouldered shrug, she said, You kiss my thighs, and my lips just here. She circled her fingers between her legs. You lick where I'm wet, too. Sliding her index finger lower, it soon glistened with her arousal. See where I get wet? I nearly pitched forward onto the bed. My voice was barely audible. And quite. But that's how you tease me. You never lick me here. She moved her fingers higher, circling her clitoris only once. At least not until I'm nearly crying for it. I took a step closer to the bed. That seems a bit unsporting of me. Ruby giggled, tipsy, smiling up at me. It does, doesn't it? With blood pounding through my veins, I began to feel the power I had over her body. Simply look at her. It was impossible to ignore how she was responding to this. But it's only because I love the flush of your skin when you start to need it, darling. Her lips parted, letting out a sharp exhale. But I do need it. No, you still only want it, I corrected her, and I rather like the taste of your thighs instead. Her hips lifted from the bed, fingers obediently moving to her thighs. My heart hammered against my sternum. I wanted so much to join her in this game. Your breasts are perfect. She moaned, closing her eyes. I always keep one hand on your breast while I kiss you here. You do, she agreed, sliding a hand up her torso, cupping her breast in her palm. I love that, but your teasing makes me crazy. Please let me feel you. Just a glancing kiss, my darling. With a relieved moan, Ruby grazed her fingers over her clitoris again, crying out. Let me slide my tongue into you. Her eyes flew open as she watched my face as she eased her finger inside. I watched it disappear, in and out of her before looking up at her face. She seemed almost on the verge of tears. I was lost in the game, drugged by the sight of her. I wasn't myself. I wasn't anyone I knew. She made me this way. Do I love your taste? With apparent effort, she said, You know you do. It makes me wild, doesn't it? Makes me hard, she finished for me. I laughed, stepping so my knees touched the mattress, only a foot away from her. Bending, I placed a hand beside each of her hips, careful not to touch her. I'm already painfully hard, darling. I was going to say it makes me possessive. Makes me want to fight any other man who's ever tasted you. She let out a soft, ragged breath. You're hard. Well, look for yourself. Her eyes dropped to the zipper of my trousers, seeing the ridge pressing there. Let me see, she said, licking her lips. I shook my head, but ran my hand over the front of my zipper, letting her see the shape of me. Christ, what is happening? What am I doing? Not tonight, I whispered. She started to sit up, mortification slowly cooling her expression. Because I wouldn't be able to stop, I assured her quickly. I'm barely hanging on, Ruby. Please don't stop what you're doing. Is this okay? She asked. Her cheeks pinked, sobering. I nodded, not wanting her to break this moment. It's more than okay. It's a bloody dream. I want to touch you, she said, barely audibly. You can't. Her eyes moved to my face. Ever? Shh, I murmured, leaning back over her. I'm kissing you between your legs. How can you think of anything else right now? With her eyes glued to mine, she began to stroke herself again, slowly, as if waiting for me to tell her exactly what to do. That's it. Let me suck on you, yes. Just there. I want to hear you come. Ruby arched off the bed, her fingers sliding in tiny, tight circles. So soon, I whispered, fighting every urge I had to bend and suck at the skin at the hollow of her throat that was only beginning to glisten with sweat. I'm insane for you, she choked. You feel so good on my tongue, I murmured. My senses are full of you. The sight of her was unreal, easily the most erotic vision of my life. Her thighs were soft and toned, spread before me. I would only need to bend down and put my mouth on her to make this game a reality. I pressed my palm against my trousers and moaned. Her eyes flew open as she came, lips parted, voice tight and desperate. I knew in that heartbeat I would never get the sound of her orgasm out of my head, the little gasping noises, the sharp cry. Her entire chest flushed, nipples tight as she lazily touched herself, smiling up at me. I was envious of her fingers, sliding around such luxuriant slickness. Let me touch you, she whispered. Please? You are touching me, I told her, leaning back over her again. Your hand is stroking me. A teasing smile played at her lips. My hand? That seems a pretty sad gesture of reciprocation. Well, I shrugged. It so happens your mouth is greedy for mine at the moment. Understanding bloomed in her eyes. Oh, you love to taste yourself on my tongue. Her eyes flamed, lips parting in a sharp burst of air. I do. I love to indulge you, I told her, and she nodded. Besides, you love the weight of me in your hands. Ruby's throat moved with the frenzy of her pulse. I do, she said, breathless and wild. And I could kiss your demanding mouth for days. You do sometimes. God, why aren't you inside me? I smiled at the sound of her sweet, gentle whine. Because we haven't made love yet. Her eyes went wide at this sudden reveal in our strange, surreal little game. We haven't. I shook my head. We're waiting. She laughed, and the sound was so sweet I nearly bent to taste the echo of it on her lips. We do everything else. I nodded. Nearly. Her eyes were still so wide, so genuinely hungry when she asked, What are we waiting for? To be sure. And finally, I reached my thumb out, sliding it back and forth over the skin of her bare hip. Sure about me, she whispered. I stared at her sweet full lips, the tiny anxious furrow to her brow before telling her, Sure about me. Sure about all of it before I can't turn back anymore. I don't take any of this lightly. I know, she whispered. I can wait. Truth had settled in, and how odd too that it happened after the most erotic vision of my life. I felt unsteady, as if the past 20 minutes had been a dream. It could have been awkward. We were co-workers, and only last week she'd been a stranger to me. Now she was completely naked and had just masturbated while I spoke to her. It could have been the most terrifying moment of my life. But with alcohol in our blood and satisfaction loosening her body, it wasn't. I grew brave enough to slide my palm over her hip, cupping it. She reached down, covered my hand with hers. How do we sleep together after we've done this? With me curled around behind you, I said, and then swallowed thickly. You fit into me perfectly. But you never wake me for sex. I wake you to touch you again, because I'm insatiable for you, but not yet for that. Did she understand, or did it make me odd that in this day and age, the idea of sex changed things, meant something? She closed her eyes, moving her hands to rest over her pounding heart. Do you know how much I want to feel you? I do know, I told her quietly. I hope you kiss me someday. I swallowed, reality pressing back in. So do I. Do you always kiss me goodnight when you leave? She asked, returning to our game. Her eyes, so wide and vulnerable, warned me to be careful. They told me, maybe, that even Ruby herself didn't know how careful I needed to be with her heart. Always. But I wouldn't tonight. I couldn't. At least not on her mouth. Instead, I bent and pressed a single kiss to the skin just beside my hand, over the soft skin of her navel. Her hands ran briefly through my hair, sending a renewed pulse of heat through me. As I stood, Ruby sat up. Watching as I grabbed my coat, she didn't bother to reach for her clothes. "Is it going to be weird tomorrow?" she asked quietly, eyes sobering. "Have I ruined this already?" It was all I could do to not go to her, kiss her senseless in reassurance. I didn't know what I needed in order to be able to take this final step. To the contrary. She smiled a little, but I suspected she wanted what I wanted, which was for me to stay the night with her. Even not touching, it was better to be near her than anywhere else. "Good night, Ruby, darling. Good night, Mr. Stella." Her name was a constant looping mantra in my thoughts, but not once had I heard her call me Niall.
7. I opened my eyes to the sun beaming in the window, the phone ringing with my wake-up call, and an immediate dousing of cold, hard, "Holy hell, what have I done?" You know, just an average morning after I drunkenly masturbated in front of Niall's Stella. I rolled face first into my pillow and groaned. As the details returned, and oh, did they, I wasn't embarrassed exactly. I remembered the he said, she said. I remembered how hard he'd been, how breathless. I remembered how he stared so intently at my hand between my legs, completely unashamed to simply look. Seeing him there, hungry in that way, completely open in his desire, I'd been a woman possessed. My fear was that, after a few hours alone to contemplate what we'd done, he would be mortified. If the suggestion of a kiss in the office yesterday turned him stiff and silent, what happened last night might make him crawl back into his shell and never emerge again. How often had I fantasized about something happening between us? Countless times. And in every fantasy, I was brave enough to tell him what I wanted, and it unleashed something in him to know that I could be a safe place for him. That I understood his reserve and would let him shed it when he needed to. Then, last night, suddenly, he was right there. And for once, I wasn't mute. I wasn't a blabbering mess. He'd looked so gorgeous, eyelids heavy and cheeks warm with alcohol, the uptight and buttoned-up persona barely hanging by a thread. He'd worried he was being presumptuous, or that he was somehow taking advantage of me, but he was wrong. I'd wanted to see that final thread unravel, see him unravel. I'd wanted it so much I could hardly breathe. My skin felt like it was on fire, so sensitive I might turn to ash with just a touch. He may have thought keeping his distance had been for his benefit, that we'd been drinking, and he wanted to be in full control of his senses when we did more, but somehow it had been exactly what I'd needed. I bet he thought intimacy happened in ordered stages: admiring, flirting, consensus about feelings, but not too much discussion, permission to touch, kissing, hands up shirts, hands down pants, the I love you, and then, finally, sex. I wondered if, in his mind, what we'd done or hadn't done last night still allowed him a certain amount of emotional distance. How could he not know that it had been more intimate than any sex I'd ever had? How could I show him? I knew I needed to get up and get going, but I wasn't ready yet. My stomach was in knots, and my muscles hummed with a tangle of nervous energy too big for my skin. I missed my friends and having someone to talk to. I missed shuffling out into the living room on Sunday morning and having coffee with the girls, huddled over steaming cups while we talked about our lives and work and school and men. Tucking the blankets around me, I rolled over and reached for my phone, I was 3 hours ahead of California, but I reasoned that this was still far preferable to the UK time difference, where I was getting up just as everyone else was going to bed. I'd stayed up late countless nights so I could listen to London or Lola unload. It was their turn to do it for me. I needed to talk to someone. Without another thought, I sent a group text. Most of Lola's late nights were spent working, so there was little chance of her answering. She was the sensible one, the driven to succeed since she was tiny one, and probably would have her phone set on Do Not Disturb hours ago. Mia and Ansel rarely answered the phone after the sun went down, and Harlow, more often than not, was up on Vancouver Island, newly wetting it up with Finn. London, my best friend, was my best bet. Anyone awake? I need help. Sad face. My phone buzzed almost immediately. You have a phone, so you must know what time it is, came London's reply. I know, and I'm so sorry, but something happened. I held my breath as I hit send. Something or something. I'm not sure which something I'm supposed to use. The phone vibrated with a call just a few seconds later, and I answered before the first ring had even finished. I assume this is somehow referring to Niall Stella? I groaned. Of course. So when I say something, London began, sounding tired and groggy. She worked as a bartender, and I wondered what time she'd actually got off this morning. She cleared her throat, and if I hadn't been so thankful to hear her voice right then, I might have felt the tiniest bit guilty for waking her up. What I mean is, something like you had coffee together, or something like he's seen your vagina. I rolled onto my back, blinking up at the ceiling. I started. That was disturbingly close to the mark. Could she hear it in my voice? Was there something in the way I sounded that screamed, I bared my entire body to him last night, but yeah, he mostly stared at my vagina. Oh my God, you little shit! You had sex with him? I brought my hand to my forehead. Not exactly, I answered truthfully. Not exactly? Ruby, honey, you know that I love you, but I've been up late every night this week with work. I need some sleep, not a brain teaser. Okay, I started, trying to work out exactly how to explain what had happened. Imagine having phone sex, but in person. I could hear rustling in the background, the sound of London getting comfortable or smothering herself with her own pillow. Honestly, it could be either. You went from, he doesn't know I'm alive, to masturbating in front of each other in less than a week? Well, if we're going to get technical, it was just me doing the masturbating, I told her, imagining the face she must be making. Also, I don't ever want you to say masturbating again, starting now. The rustling stopped. Wait. Ruby Miller, are you telling me you put on a little show for your dream boy? I guess. I mean, obviously. You've been talking about him for the last, 5 months? I assume you're thrilled with all of this masturbation. London, you just broke the oath. I said masturbation, a different word. And why are you calling me at 4:30 in the morning? Are you requesting a long-distance high five or someone to hear you melt down in mortification? Maybe both, I groaned. I didn't even know how I felt, how I could possibly expect someone else to help me. I don't regret it, but I'm not sure where we stand right now. We're not together, we're colleagues. I'm actually not even sure if we're friends. Plus, he was drunk, and I was mostly drunk, and this morning I can almost hear him freaking out across the wall. Freaking out as in he's regretting it, she asked, and I thought I could hear her sit up. I don't know. I chewed on my lip, considering. I hope not. But he's into you too? Yeah, as much as he can be this quickly. He went through sort of a bad divorce, and it's left him a little... Ruby, I know this must have been your way of putting yourself out there, but what did you expect would happen? I started because, to be truthful, I wasn't really thinking at all in that moment. I sighed. Was I thinking that he would realize he'd loved me all along and would sweep me off my feet? That he'd admit to looking for me all his life, and there I was, willing to get myself off in front of him the entire time? Probably not. I'm not sure, really, I said instead. Maybe that it would be the first step? London yawned, and I heard the sound of blankets being rearranged as she settled herself back in bed. That's a hell of a first step, but make it work. Go into the office today, face him like the kind of woman who masturbates, sorry, in front of the love of her life and doesn't regret a thing. You know, I don't have a ton of faith in the male population, but if he's half the man you've described, because really, why else would you fall for him? He'll be smart enough to catch on. Go get him, Jem. Making last night the first step proved to be a bit more complicated than I'd hoped. It seemed Niall Stella was going to go out of his way to keep things exceedingly, frustratingly normal between us. He'd gone in early and was packing up his laptop for a meeting when I arrived, head down and phone pressed to his ear. He acknowledged me with a small nod, a smile, and then he stepped out past me, into the hall for privacy. In the handful of seconds it took me to walk around his chair and reach my own, I came up with at least 12 different ways to translate his small smile and semi-avoidance, each more insane than the last. It was one thing to dissect everything he said in a meeting or to a colleague when there was zero chance it had anything to do with me, but this? There was no way he wasn't also thinking about what we did last night. Everything had a meaning today. I heard him talking, still just outside our office door. Was he waiting for me? He'd looked like he was packing up to leave. Was he coming back in first? That doesn't make any sense, he said into the receiver, his posh accent the only thing keeping his words from sounding clipped or flat out annoyed. The timeline we were given for our estimated completion was a full 6 months before the date you're giving me today. The alternative is unacceptable. My ears perked at this. I'd never seen or heard him sound angry before. He was silent while he listened to the person on the other end of the line, and I had the strangest sense of his eyes on me. I unwrapped my scarf, slipped out of my coat, and hung it on the hook behind the door. His attention pressed on my skin, and I shook my head, careful to let my hair fall forward and hide the warmth I could feel blooming in my cheeks. Tony, I'm not leading the Diamond Square project to be a yes man. I'm leading it because I know what the bloody hell I'm talking about. Tell them that, or better yet, let me. I won't have any problem setting them straight, he said, followed by the distinct sound of his exasperated sigh. Tony. Gross. I grabbed my notebook and turned to join him. Everything okay? He nodded but shoved his phone into his pocket, not bothering to elaborate about the call. Aside from meeting with some of the MTA engineers this morning, I'd like to visit some of the stations, see for myself a few of the proposed floodgate sites. He gave me another polite smile. Niall was back in his shell. Nodding to the stairs, he asked, "Would you care to accompany me?" The South Ferry Station was one of the hardest hit by Hurricane Sandy. With a street-level entrance of only 100 feet above sea level, the tunnel was flooded in minutes. The seawater destroyed practically everything in its path, damaging wiring and equipment and filling caverns deep enough for workers to swim through. This was why we were here, to think ahead of Mother Nature and design a system that would prevent catastrophic damage like this from happening again. Traffic whizzed by as I followed Niall down into the newly reopened station, my eyes on his broad shoulders as he descended the stairs in front of me. He looked serious business today. His expression had remained neutral throughout our cab ride to the station, conversation kept to a minimum. He wore a dark suit and a darker overcoat, his brown cashmere scarf continually escaping the lapels of his coat and trailing over his shoulder behind him. There was a purpose when Niall Stella walked. A handful of engineers was there to meet us, and Niall introduced us both, taking the time to get each person's name and listening attentively as they took us from one end of the tunnel to the other. It was dizzying to see him like this, so knowledgeable and completely in his element, while simultaneously remembering what he'd looked like last night. In 6 months, I'd amassed a catalog of Niall Stella memories, and the few unguarded ones I'd made since coming to New York seemed to eclipse them all. Niall called me over to stand next to him, and I watched as he crouched down, took measurements, and inspected one of the proposed entrances. My brain was a mess of focus and inattention. I wanted to absorb everything around me, but having him so close after last night turned me into a complete mental maniac. Was he thinking about it? Was he pretending it didn't happen? A horrifying thought occurred to me. Was it even possible he didn't remember? He called out numbers or various notes while he worked, but it was noisy, the sound of trains and people making it difficult to hear him. I had to stay close, so close that his shoulder would occasionally brush against the side of my leg. I assumed it was accidental and tried not to react as goosebumps spread along my skin. But by the second and third time, I began to wonder. "Ruby," he asked me, looking up quickly, "did you make note that this was the last of the stations to reopen?" I nodded. Of course I had. But given how important it seemed to him, I took down the information again anyway, my pen stopping, tip pressed into the paper as I felt his palm around my calf. It lingered there for only a moment, fingers trailing slowly up toward my knee, gripping ever so slightly before they were gone. Every nerve in my body seemed to run on a circuit, beginning at where he'd touched me and stopping just between my legs. I swayed on my feet, my nipples tight and my breasts heavy as an ache moved up my thighs. My heart twisted. He remembered. He just had to wrestle his way out of his own head. The more time we spent near each other, the more he seemed to unwind around me, and his wordless flirtation slowly built over the rest of the afternoon. His hand pressed to my lower back as we left the station, his fingers quickly brushing the hair off of my forehead as we stood in line for coffee, and once, his thumb sweeping across my lower lip, back and forth as our subway train moved through a dark tunnel. I couldn't breathe, could barely remain upright. When a seat opened up on the train and he urged me to sit down, he stepped close enough that his belt buckle was only inches from my face. In front of me was the long expanse of his torso, slim shirt tucked neatly into his pants, and lower, the clear downward line of his cock against his thigh, already half hard. Sweet Lord. I reached up, hooking a finger through his belt loop as he gazed down at me, wordless and rapt. When we rose from the station, he came up behind me as I stopped to get my bearings. His large hands curled around my hips and he pressed into me. I felt him. I felt him. I lost my breath when his mouth came against my ear and he said simply, "We're headed to the left." By the time we got back to the temporary offices, I was ready to explode. I felt tight and swollen between my legs, the skin of my thighs slick and wet. My senses seemed to be dialed up to a 10, and even the most basic things, the lace of my bra brushing against my breasts, felt wanton. But what I had thought to be leading up to something didn't. Instead of closing the door to our empty office and touching me, I didn't care for 1 second that we were at work. He moved to his small desk and sorted through a few files while I stood there, hot and confused and speechless. It was torture to feel this way, to be infatuated, to feel his interest grow, but see him continually close back up after each tiny step of progress. I wanted to simply ask him, but worried that would close him up for good. Beyond that, I ached. It was an entire afternoon of quiet, gentle foreplay, and my body felt like a pitchfork struck against an iron beam. I was practically vibrating. Our bathroom was private, thank God, and going into it I flipped the lock, taking what had to be my first real breath all day. I could still smell the faint scent of his cologne, as if it had somehow been burned into my senses. As I crossed the room to the small leather bench that sat just under the window, I let myself imagine how he would smell up close, with my nose pressed directly against his skin. With that image in mind, I took a seat and slipped my panties down my legs as I imagined the warmth of that skin under my touch. My fingertips became his, and they skirted up my thigh and between my legs. If I listened closely, I could hear his voice as he spoke to someone on the phone. I pretended he was speaking only for me. I was so sensitive, so wet, that the slightest touch, the graze of a fingertip over my clit, had my hips rocking forward, wanting more. With my eyes closed, I listened to him talk, his accent curving the words into something that sent a current of awareness from my nipples to my pussy. I imagined him pushing those words into my neck. The rise and fall of his voice became the rhythm of him moving in and out of me. I imagined him just on the other side of the door, knowing that I was touching myself and begging that he be the one to do it next time. The very idea was enough to send me over the edge, and I came against my own hand, my body arching into the touch. Only then did I notice how quiet the outside office had grown, and that I might possibly have been too loud. I could hear the even tick of the watch on my wrist, the faint hum of traffic on the street below, but no more voices, no footsteps pacing through the lobby. Once my legs were steady, I stood and righted my clothes, moving to the sink to freshen up. Stepping out of the bathroom, I crept into the hall, nearly crashing into him on the way out. "Sorry," I gasped, attempting to catch a stack of files as they scattered across the floor. "Let me get those," I exclaimed, definitely emphasizing my growing undercurrent of embarrassment. Niall ignored me and bent to gather the papers himself. I tried to avoid meeting his gaze, certain what I'd just done had to be written in flashing neon ink across my forehead. I smoothed my skirt and tucked my bangs to the side before I looked up at him. He was studying me, head tilted. "What?" I said, feigning innocence. "Are you all right?" "Of course I am." "You're flushed. Are you quite sure you're not feeling poorly? I can certainly manage by myself today if—" "I'm fine," I said, shrugging out of his reach, feeling a small flash of irritation. He followed me to my desk, watchful gaze nearly burning a hole through the back of my head. "You haven't been running upstairs?" he asked, haltingly, as if he knew it wasn't quite right. "No, I considered lying, but knew he'd never buy that." "Jesus, you're like a dog with a bone. Can we change the subject, please?" His eyes softened as they scanned my face, and then he inhaled sharply, glancing over my shoulder, as if remembering where we were. "Come on, then. Out with it." I started, wondering who I'd have to kill to get the ground to just open up and swallow me whole. Seriously, this playing field was starting to feel a little uneven. You, His brows drew together and his gaze flickered to my hand at my throat as he seemed to understand. "In the ladies' room? Just now?" "Yes." "At work?" "Ugh. I'm sorry. After last night and then today." "Wait," he said, swallowing thickly. "You were thinking of me in there?" "Of course, I began and then stopped, closing my eyes and taking a deep breath. How did he stay so quiet, so still? "You touch me, but then you turn aloof. The mixed signals make me feel crazy." And now I felt crazy with a side of humiliation. I almost jumped when I felt the gentle prod of his finger under my chin. "Did you come, my darling?" Fire slid into my veins, and when I looked up at him, I saw the same burning in his. I licked my lips, nodding. Tell me specifically what you were thinking about. Touching you, I said, my mouth suddenly dry. Kissing you. He nodded, eyes unfocused as he stared at my lips. It was all the invitation I needed. I stood on my tiptoes, running my nose along the warm skin of his neck. He made a sound that was something between a whimper and a groan, and I tried to put the smallest amount of space between us. Looking down at me, he seemed to struggle to work through 100 different things. I could immediately tell he was torn. Maybe I was right, and post-divorce he felt a little gun-shy. Maybe he was worried this was all moving too fast. Or maybe he simply wasn't comfortable doing things my way, sprinting headlong into what was sure to be mind-blowing sex and stay in bed until our return flight left to London. In that moment, I felt like I'd take whatever I could get, even if that meant 10 years of flirtation leading up to a single, careful kiss. Are you okay? I asked quietly. I just wonder if we should... He swallowed, wincing slightly. Ship me back to London and never speak to me again? He laughed but shook his head. Please, no. Talk about what happened last night? He reached up, ran his thumb across my chin. Yes. Relief and anxiety threaded together in my chest. My mom always said, if you can't talk about it, you shouldn't be doing it. His brow lifted at this, and he studied my face, lips curled up in the sweetest, hopeful smile. Quiet dinner it is, then. Niall met me at my hotel room door, dressed again in my favorite charcoal suit and tie. It was cut perfectly for his long, muscular frame, and the gray brought out the yellow in his honey brown eyes. Those eyes would be focused on me all night. Just me. I might combust. We took a cab to Perry Street, an upscale restaurant housed in a high-rise glass building just off, you guessed it, Perry Street. It was elegant and chic, with floor-to-ceiling windows and minimal decor. Tables and earth-toned booths packed with diners filled the large dining room, and I was suddenly worried we wouldn't be able to get a table. Table for two, he told the hostess. Reservation under the name Stella. I tried to ignore the way my heart leapt at the idea of him making dinner reservations for the two of us. We followed her to a small booth in the very corner of the room. Oh my God, this is gorgeous, I said, taking in the breathtaking view of the Hudson River. How did you know about this place? Max, of course, he said, taking his seat. Right, Max, I said, praying that didn't sound as breathless to his ears as it did to mine. He'd called his brother asking about dinner. If I couldn't feel his foot pressed up against mine under the table, I might have floated away. Has he lived here long? He nodded, taking a sip of his water. A few years. He seems so happy, I said. They all do. He smiled. They are, it seems. Max and Sarah just had a baby, you know. I nodded, and he hesitated a moment before asking, would you like to see a picture? I'd love to. Love to might be too small an exclamation. Dying to might be a bit more accurate. Niall retrieved his phone and flipped through his camera roll. There she is, he said, fondly, finger running along the edge of the screen. It was a picture of Niall holding a tiny bundle, a small hand reaching out from the blanket to grip his thumb. But it wasn't the beautiful baby that had my heart dropping into the depths of my stomach, though she was gorgeous. It was the look of adoration he wore as he looked down at her. The Niall in this photo was happy, practically blissed out. He was relaxed and smiling and absolutely in awe of the little girl. What's her name? I asked, looking up to find him wearing the exact same expression now. Dear God. Ovulation in 3, 2, 1. Annabelle Dillon Stella. Beautiful little thing, isn't she? My eyes widened at the softening of his accent. Gorgeous. She looks a little like you, I think. Look at that nose. If possible, his expression grew even happier. Yeah? I nodded. The Stella nose. she's got. Look at that. The server came by asking if we'd like to order cocktails before dinner. We both laughed, then our eyes met across the table. With the mention of drinks, the memory of last night was laid bare between us. I held my breath. Maybe a bottle of wine? Niall suggested quietly, glancing to me for agreement before he quickly studied the wine list. He ordered a bottle of Pinot Noir and handed her the menu. A few minutes before we order then, yeah? After the server disappeared, he seemed engrossed with the condensation on his water glass for several breaths. I know last night was probably really wild for both of us, I said, addressing the elephant sitting on the table, but I hope you don't regret it. I would feel terrible. His head shot up, brow tight. Not at all, he said, and I exhaled in relief. I was the one who came to your room, if you recall. I did recall. The seconds ticked by as he looked back down at his hands and failed to say anything else. With each passing moment of silence, I couldn't help thinking, that's it? I gnawed at my lip, studying him. He took a calming breath, laughing a little self-deprecating laugh. This is all very new to me, Ruby. Forgive me if it takes a while to find the words. I wanted to be patient, but the quiet was torture. In professional situations, Niall was entirely self-possessed and capable. The few times he'd relaxed enough to touch me, he was all confidence and command. But when it was like this, personal and relying on expressing things verbally, he seemed unable to communicate a single private thought. Maybe Pippa was right, and this sort of emotional reserve was only sexy in a book or movie. Here, it was torture to my hammering pulse. It must have been weird, I said, unable to take the silence anymore. To do that. I mean, to watch me do that. Oh, God. He gazed at me, waiting to see where I was going with this. Hell, I was waiting to see where I was going with this. With someone totally different after the divorce, I babbled, or just to be back in the swing of things. Like that. With me. Ugh, if this were a football game, it would be the kind where I fumbled the ball, it exploded, and the entire stadium burst into flames. But he ran a finger over his eyebrow and gave me a tiny smile. Back in the swing of things, he repeated. Not sure what I've done since the divorce could be classified as such. The server stopped by our table to take our order, and we both opened the menus, scanning quickly. I ordered the first combination of words I could coherently string together. I'll have the salmon. Niall stared blankly at the choices before he snapped his menu closed and handed it to her, saying only a distracted, steak. She opened her mouth to begin listing the choices, and he cut her off with a gentle, whichever you recommend. Medium rare, please. We waited patiently for her to leave, and then our eyes met again. Where were we? He asked. We were breaking down the meaning of back in the swing of things. He laughed. Right. You don't date much? Niall considered this, straightening his cutlery and wiping a bead of condensation from his water glass. I haven't, no. Why? You're gorgeous and successful. I stopped, wishing someone would tape my mouth shut. Let's just summarize. You're a catch. He let out a small laugh. I've never really... I know I'm not... But I'd never described myself as such. Was he kidding? You must be joking. Have you looked in a mirror? Listened to yourself speak? Maybe I could get the server to come back and you could read her the menu. I'm sure she'd propose before you got through the salads. When he smiled at this, one dimple flirted shamelessly with me. You enjoyed last night, then? He asked. Ah, there it is. I'm pretty sure we both know I enjoyed last night. Fighting the heat of my blush, I continued on to the more pressing matter. But then today, when you were touching me and... I took a sip of my wine, mouth suddenly dry. I wasn't sure all day where your head was. I'm not sure where my head was either, he admitted. My body kept pushing me forward, but I'm still hesitant. Not because I'm not attracted to you, I am. Hopefully that much is obvious. But I'm not sure I trust my navigational skills in relationships. There's only one way to learn, I told him, honestly. I'm not sure I have it any more figured out than you do. Besides, your marriage lasted over a decade. You had to have done some things right. I'm afraid that even when Portia and I were together, it wasn't always... He trailed off, clearing his throat before starting over. With Portia, one has the sense that one does most things wrong. What had she done to him? I imagined straight blonde hair pulled tight, pinched features, and a constantly sour expression. A husband who felt he could never do anything right. Well, her name is Portia, for starters. He gave me a small smile to acknowledge this. We found a rhythm in day-to-day life, I suppose. It was quiet, but it was predictable. He took another sip of wine. But with you, when everything feels so intense and overwhelming, when I'm alone afterward, I find myself overthinking it all and floundering. God, he was so adorably stuffy I could hardly stand it. I'd seen glimpses of how much fun he could be, when he'd caught me in the hallway, taking a selfie in front of Radio City, talking about his niece. He just needed to loosen up a bit. I think it's best between us when we both don't overthink it. When it's just us hanging out. It's been really good. Agreed. Yet, with matters of intimacy, I'm less well-versed, so... You mean sex, I said, trying to put it plainly. He shook his head at me, a patiently amused smile curling his mouth. Not just sex. Intimacy, including and beyond that. We didn't have sex last night, but it was one of the most bare, intimate experiences I've had. I'm still digesting that a bit. I held my breath, nodding slowly. So he did understand how different last night was, how much deeper it went than a quick tumble on a hotel bed. He scratched his jaw, contemplating his wineglass. You'll find, he began carefully, that much of this may seem like a retread for you, if you're used to discussing up front what a relationship will be, or how it will proceed. But for me, this is all unfamiliar. Portia decided we would be together, and then we were. After that, she and I were more likely to discuss the weather than emotion. As far as sex, to discuss that was unheard of. So the mere fact that you and I are sitting here discussing what we did last night, and yet we haven't really kissed or even touched, it's a bit of a revelation for me. A good one? I asked, not able to hide my hopefulness. A good one, he agreed, nodding slowly. I enjoy your company. I just want to explore this in the right way. He paused, meeting my eyes. We've been quite intimate already, without really knowing each other. I nodded, swallowing a heavy lump in my throat. The oddest twinge came over me, because I felt like I did know him. But upon reflection, it was true, he didn't know me yet. We can take a few steps back, learn about each other. Shaking his head, he murmured, That's just it. I'm not sure I want to move backward, or that I need to. Why do I need to know everything about you before we enjoy each other physically? I like you. Isn't that enough? I shrugged, feeling my stomach twist as I watched him work through it all. It works for me. It doesn't have to be for you. I want it to be. There is a unique freedom I feel near you. Smiling into my wine, I asked, Yeah? You make me feel adventurous and interesting. And fun. Fun? I repeated with feigned shock. Mr. Stella, you must banish the thought. His answering laugh was deep and warm, sending a shiver across the surface of my skin. You also make me think about things I don't consider gentle, or chaste, or very proper. Like what? He blinked up, met my eyes. I believe I'd prefer to show you. I just have to give myself permission, if you'd agree. It didn't seem possible that my chest could grow any tighter, but it did. I barely managed a hoarse, okay. His eyes were so earnest, so expressive when he asked, "Will you continue to be as open with me as you were last night?" I nodded, lifting my glass to my lips with a shaking hand. How is this happening? How? In that case, he said, seeming to tamp down some renewed nervousness, I know it may be hard to explain such preferences, which is to say, it is difficult to vocalize things that are more of a matter of physical reaction. He babbled helplessly, finally looking up at me. But it helps to know. He'd completely lost me. To know? To know what? Niall swallowed, blinking to his left to confirm the couple beside us weren't listening in. To know what feels good, he said, hesitating. To be frank, I'm not sure she ever came, I guessed. Ah, no. She always came, he said, rubbing his jaw with his index finger. But I'm not sure she ever wanted sex. Wanted me. It felt like an elevator car dropped through my stomach, and I needed a moment, and a little wine, to clear any heartbreak from my voice before I could answer him. Well, then she really is a beast. Like I said earlier, have you looked in a mirror lately? He laughed, and then seemed to instantly regret it. I felt terrible. Ruby, I don't want to malign her. You must understand that she's the only woman I've ever been with. What I'm trying to say is, we didn't explore very much. There's a lot of mileage between getting somewhere and enjoying the journey. He looked up and grinned, eyes dancing. Last night, and your uninhibited show, was a completely new experience for me. I paused, looking out over the water while I considered how to respond. No wonder he had such a wall up. She'd built a fortress around their sex life a decade ago. Do you still love her? I asked. No, heavens no. But without a doubt, our relationship shaped me. I was made very aware of the fact that she had sex with me, for me, never for her. I raised my glass. Well, I'm fine having it be all about my pleasure, if that helps, I said, hoping to lighten the mood. How very generous of you, he said with my favorite dimpled smile. That's just it, though. What do women really like? Pornography is rather unhelpful in this way. Not always, I corrected. We do like big dicks and dirty talk. It was a testament to his newfound comfort with me that he barely flinched. But oral sex, for example. He began and then left the rest unsaid, simply raising his eyebrows. Most women, you'll find, tend to be a fan of the oral sex. He was straightening his silverware and he looked up at me from across the table. Receiving? Is that a serious question? It is, unfortunately. He grinned at me, and in that moment, just a heartbeat, he looked so young and playful. And giving? I bit my lip, imagining how good it would feel to drag my tongue around the tip of his cock, hear his quiet groan. Oh, yes. He took a moment to look around the room, just long enough to make sure we weren't at the risk of being overheard by the other diners. Do women like to swallow? This conversation had leapt off the cliff and was sailing through the air. I could barely hold on. I'm going to make a completely unscientific guess and say it's 70-30 in favor of not swallowing. His eyes lit up with a teasing smile. And what category do you fall into? The 70 or the 30? With you? I said in a whisper, leaning in. I will. Niall inhaled, his head jerking back slightly. The room seemed to shrink until I felt like it was just the two of us at this table, looking at each other. I want it too, he admitted. The image, the idea seemed to take up the tiny remainder of space between us until it was this alive, pulsing thing. Say something filthy, I whispered, feeling brave, feeling wild. Tell me the craziest, dirtiest thing you can think of. Render me speechless. He nodded, as if I'd given him a normal request, and glanced at his clasped hands on the table for several breaths before blinking up to me. His brown eyes were so thickly lined with lashes, and once again he looked just like a man, and less like the intimidating conquest I'd idolized for months. I wanted him even more. He leaned closer, saying, "I very much enjoy dirtier." I cut in, breath catching. Stop thinking so much. His eyes seemed to darken as he looked down at my mouth. "I want it." "Want what? Don't filter." "For you to suck my cock and suck it so hungrily that you beg me with your eyes to let you swallow." Oh. Niall Stella was a fast learner. The waitress came by with our food, setting it down before asking us if there was anything else we needed. I wanted to ask her for a bucket of ice, for my lap. I bit back a laugh, but Niall replied with a smile. "We're good, cheers." "Wow, well played," I mumbled when we were alone again, still dazed. "I'm not sure how I'll eat now." The noise around us seemed to return in a roar, reminding me that we weren't alone in a hotel room. We were leaning toward each other, nearly kissing across the table. "What are we doing to each other?" he whispered. I shrugged. "We're trying?" He lifted his knife and fork, cutting into his steak. "I'm actually famished now." "Postcoital?" I joked. "Not hardly," he growled, taking a bite. He looked up at me as he chewed. I watched his sharp jaw flex with emotion, his lips pressed together. How did he make eating sexy? Not even a little fair. Swallowing, he asked, "What?" "Nothing. You're just a sexy eater. It's distracting after what you just said about oral sex." He pushed his lips together in an adorably dubious reaction before asking, "Normal topic, then?" "Good idea." Finally, I took a bite of my salmon. "Favorite word?" he asked. "Cunt," I said without hesitation. He gasped in mock horror. "You stole mine." I nearly choked. I can't even imagine you thinking that word, let alone saying it. Laughing, he shook his head as he cut another bite, chewed and swallowed. "I imagine there are a great many things I think but never say. I love that word. It's true I rarely say it aloud." "What's your favorite context for it?" Humming in thought, he finally said, "I like it as an insult in a game of footy, you know. Like, 'Stop grabbing me shirt, you cunt.'" He bent, taking a bite of green bean, and oblivious to my wide-eyed swoon at his thick northern accent when he said it. He swallowed, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and then said, "What's your favorite context for it?" I gulped down about half of my wine. "Probably something a bit cruder than that." "Yeah?" he asked, grinning in understanding. "I thought Americans hated that word." "I don't." Niall lifted his wineglass to his lips and took a long swallow. "I'll remember that."
8. The playful banter slipped into something a bit quieter after we'd finished our meals. Conversation flowed as easily as did the wine. Ruby had youthful attitudes about sex, but surprisingly traditional attitudes about relationships themselves. She admitted between dinner and dessert that despite all the flirting, she didn't like the idea of sex without some sort of understanding. I studied Ruby. Soft mouth, wide eyes, hands gesturing sweetly in front of her to punctuate every thought she shared, and marveled over how effortless it seemed for her. She was patient with my inexperience and hesitations. Indeed, they didn't even seem to surprise her. Our dinners finished, our drinks consumed, Ruby picked up her clutch and stood from the table. I watched her hands wrapped around the leather, watched her neck stretch as she reached up and untangled her necklace from where it caught on the neckline of her dress. I watched her tuck her hair behind her ear and then turn to look up at me. She caught me staring. I was mesmerized with every movement she made. "That was delicious," she said, giving me a cheeky grin. "Dear God in heaven." "Every bite," I agreed, helping her with her coat. "Do you bite?" she asked, making her way through the restaurant and out onto the street. The air was bracing between blasts of steam from vents, and a cacophony of noises rose from the street. I imagine I might, I began, and we turned onto Greenwich, depending on the circumstances. My skin hummed, my fingers twitched at my sides, until, finally, I gathered the nerve to place my palm at the small of her back. Beneath my touch, she straightened and then shivered, before reaching behind her and taking my hand. Her long, thin fingers weaved between mine, and she pulled me into step with her. "Are you worried about work?" she asked quietly. "About work?" I asked, confused. "About this and work." I felt my brow lift in understanding. Well, no, not at the moment. I raised a hand and hailed a taxi, holding the door for her. "I think we'll need to be clear on what we're doing, and then make sure it doesn't interfere with our ability to do our jobs, but—" I followed her into the car, noticing her amused smile as I babbled. "I don't think what we're doing is forbidden according to company policy." "It isn't?" she checked, leaning into my side and looking up at me. I checked forever ago. Forever ago. She pulled her lip between her teeth and bit down as she smiled. "Maybe 4 months ago?" We drove in silence for a few blocks. 4 months ago, I didn't know I existed, she finished for me. "I know. I think I was hoping to talk myself out of liking you," she said, laughing. "Maybe I'd see it was forbidden, and well, that would be that." "Or maybe you'd want it more," I said, and ran my thumb along the side of her jaw. "Maybe?" she asked, turning into my palm. "When did you notice me?" "The day Tony told me you'd be accompanying me in his place was the first day I really noticed you." She touched her finger to my chin, drawing my eyes back to her face. "You're getting nervous needlessly here. I know you were oblivious to me before. It doesn't hurt my feelings." I swallowed, studying her sweet pink mouth, her calm green eyes. "I wasn't oblivious to you, but—" I struggled to hold her gaze. "You see, and this stays strictly between us, Tony may have suggested I use this trip to get a leg over." "Get a leg over," she repeated, shaking her head. I stared at her and smiled wanly as realization struck and she burst out laughing. "He is such a pig." Her reaction calmed me immediately, until a thought occurred to me. "He's never touched you, I hope." Tilting her head, she said, "No, he's just a creep. The way he looks at me and Pippa sometimes." She shook her head, shivering. I grimaced, not wanting to confirm that much of the time I felt the same way about how he looked at women in the office. On more than one occasion, I'd been inclined to carefully request that HR keep an eye on him. "But I do love that phrase," she said, blinking away. "Get a leg over. It's hot in a crude sort of way. I like the idea of your long legs over mine, pinning me down." I closed my eyes, steadying myself with a deep breath. I assure you his suggestion carried little weight with me, but I'm a man after all, and even if he hadn't said that, just knowing we would be traveling together would have sent me into a spin. She laughed, and I registered again how well she seemed to know me, how much she had picked up simply by observing. "I ran into you in the lift, and I was a maniac." "Yes, you were. A menace, really," I teased. "But I wanted to get out only because I felt somewhat disoriented being that close to you. My derpy awkwardness overpowered you." "Without a doubt," I murmured, reaching to tuck her hair behind her ear. "You're joking, but I'm not. Something about you." She closed her eyes, and I let my fingers linger at her neck, drawing them down to her collarbone. Beneath my fingertips, her skin was cool from being outside, and so smooth. I could scarcely imagine how intense it would be to kiss her, let alone make love to her. I would likely tear her clothes, as she suggested only last night. I would most definitely bite. But I'd noticed you before. In meetings, we'd shared a look once or twice. Ruby opened her eyes again, and her expression grew dubious as if I'd begun to toy with her. "It's okay if you didn't notice me. It's also okay if this is just an experiment in seeing someone other than Portia. I promise I have my big girl pants on." "It's not," I started, but then stopped when the cab pulled up at the curb. I led Ruby inside the hotel and into a crowded lift. We exited on our floor in silence and walked down the carpeted hall toward our rooms, our steps echoing in the quiet. Once we stood outside my door, I told her, "I have never considered having a fling. One drunk, fumbling interaction aside, sex purely for the sake of sex is not interesting to me." She licked her lips and gave me an impish smile. "Then you need to have better sex." As she continued to look up at me with her patient, playful eyes, the moment grew heavy. "I think without a doubt I need to have better sex," I admitted quietly. Her brows slowly inched up in suggestion, and she tilted her head toward her hotel room door. "I had a really nice time at dinner." Ruby gave me another 10 seconds to do or say more before she stretched to kiss my cheek, just barely missing the corner of my mouth. "Good night, my tentative, sexy, secretive crush." I watched her turn and walk the 10 steps to her room. She let herself inside, and the door clicked shut quietly behind her before I murmured, "Good night, my beautiful, exuberant girl." "What brand of imbecile are you?" I asked my reflection in the bathroom mirror. "You could have kissed her. You could have enjoyed her tonight. At the very least, you could have asked her in." I closed my eyes, taking a deep breath through my nose. It felt a little as if my skin were on fire, and short of walking into the shower with all my clothes on, or barging into her room and deciding once and for all to have a go, I wasn't sure how the feeling was going to diffuse. I swore I could remember every time she smiled tonight, or her open-mouthed laugh, head back, eyes closed. Ruby seemed to enjoy every tiny instant of her life. There was something about her that made me want to be near her, put her up on a pedestal, bask in her energy and uninhibited sweetness. "Say something filthy," she'd said. "Tell me the craziest, dirtiest thing you can think of. Render me speechless." Walking to my closet, I pulled off my jacket, my tie, my shirt. I hung up all of my clothes, feeling overheated and sensitive, and wound up to the point I thought I might burst. And I felt stupid, really. Ruby wouldn't have said no had I stepped forward, cupped her lovely face, and kissed her. She wouldn't even have said no if I'd simply asked her, "Come inside, show me how to do all of this for real now. I'm afraid I'll bungle it." Because, sincerely, I'd never taken a leap like this. Professionally, yes. I put myself out there, drove for what I wanted. But my personal life had sort of fallen easily into place. When we were 16, Portia found me in the woods near my home and suggested I kiss her. When we were 18, she informed me that she was ready to make love. Being Portia, she was unable to resist telling her mum what we'd done, and being Windsor Lockhart's, her parents had immediately suggested we marry. From there, it all unfolded rather obediently. A grand wedding, a flat her father loaned us the money to buy, and which I repaid in under 4 years, a car, a dog, and a marriage built on suggestion. Things I never wanted again. A new plan then. I would take this side of me, the secret side that had long been dormant, romantic, passionate, desperate to find adventure with someone just a touch wilder than I could ever be, and not let it slide back into politeness, into convenience, into routine. If Ruby wanted me to open up, I would do everything I could to do it. I would ask for what I wanted with her. I would learn how to play. I would show her that I could give her what she needed. With this sorted, an unwinding sense of relief passed through me, and I sat down in my boxers at the desk, intent on going through the piles of voicemails from the London office. Pulling out my small voice recorder, I set to making notes after each call, which required immediate follow-up, which I could have my assistant attend to, and which only provided information of note. But after only 15 messages, my mind wandered back to dinner. Ruby's habit of smiling with her tongue trapped between her teeth, combined with the sweetness of the pineapple sorbet she had, made me nearly dizzy with curiosity. Was her tongue cold? Cold and sweet? Did she like to have her tongue sucked and licked? What would it feel like if she tasted her sorbet and then licked me, her tongue chilled, sliding around? I let myself imagine Ruby at my door, in her tiny silken sleep shorts and tank, her breasts hard at the tips, the curve of her hips narrow and smooth. She steps inside, holding a glass of ice water in one hand and using the other to press on my chest and walk me backward to the bed. "Don't sit," she warns me. Wordlessly, I nod. I'm wearing only my boxers, and she doesn't say anything else. She doesn't even kiss me. But she traps that pink bubblegum tongue between her teeth, smiling up at me, and slides to her knees, pulling my pants down as she goes. I slid my boxers down my hips, letting the fantasy build. I'm hard, jutting thick toward her, and watching transfixed as she takes an ice cube in her mouth, sucking it, sliding it down my stomach, over my hips. Ah, I gasp as she slides her free hand up the inside of my thigh, cupping all of me, testicles and cock together in her grip, holding me crudely. I'm finally brave enough to put my hand on top of her head and then slide my fingers into her hair. It's soft, just like I imagined, and she gasps a little when I fist it, when I tug it. She didn't expect that. She lets the ice cube fall from her mouth. I wrapped my hand around my cock, pulling down and tight, groaning. "Lick it," I managed, my voice feeling oddly loud in the empty room. Ruby's eyes go from bright and mischievous to half-closed and sweetly obedient. I can feel her pull against my grip in her hair, struggling to reach me. "You look so bloody gorgeous," I growled, moving my hand faster, imagining how it would feel for her to wrap her fist tight around the head of my dick and swipe that soft, cool tongue around and around. I groaned. "Go slow," I hissed. "I want your tongue to play with me before you show me what you look like when you beg for it." Her tongue peeks out, licking away the liquid there, sucking for more. Greedy, wicked little thing. I pull back, swiping myself across her lips, asking, "Did you think about this earlier, when you licked your dessert from your spoon or sucked the sauce from your thumb? Did you imagine you had my cock perched between your lips?" She nods, opening her mouth and looking up at me with her lips suspended like that, parted for me. "You want it?" Nodding again, she lets her lips meet only long enough to whisper, "Please?" With a tight moan, I slide in deep, relishing the feel of her tongue, of her mouth sealing around me and the rippling vibration of her surprised moan. Her eyes widen only for a heartbeat at the abrupt invasion before she relaxes, licking and whining sweetly, eyes fixed on mine. I slide in and out, my breath choppy and rough as I tell her, "Like that," and "Oh, sweet girl, suck me," and "I'll never get this sight out of my head. Never." Her hands reach up to cup me lower, to tug and pet, and it's heaven. It's too good, and it's too soon, and I want to watch her face when she feels me come. I closed my eyes at the fantasy. I hadn't received oral sex in nearly 7 years, and I was obsessed with Ruby's mouth and her tongue and her filthy, brave words. I touch a finger to her chin, whispering, "I'm coming. Ruby, Ruby, please let me come inside." And with a jerk against her tongue, I do. The pleasure crawls up my legs and down my spine until it's pulsing and hot and my skin flushes with a tingle along every inch and, oh. I came against my fingers, groaning her name. It took nearly a minute before my vision cleared and I could use my discarded boxers to clean my hand and the floor in front of me. The room felt startlingly quiet, as if I'd been on a stage somewhere, performing. On the desk, my watch ticked loudly in the silence. I glanced down at the desk and felt my face heat in embarrassment. My voice recorder had been on the entire time. My finger hovered over the rewind button. Nothing in the world could be more mortifying than listening to myself masturbate. I could rewind it all, erase everything. but something in me dared to hesitate, and I put the device back down on the desk, staring silently at the wall separating our rooms. The opportunity to move forward with Ruby got away from me tonight, but I wasn't going to let it happen again. Ruby was my safe space. Oddly, after only a handful of days, I felt we knew each other better than I knew Portia after nearly 11 years of marriage. I could give Ruby what she needed. I hit record again. Picking up my phone, I dialed her mobile and waited as it rang once. My heart is beating so hard. Twice. "Do this, Niall. Do this." And then she answered, clearing her throat before saying, "Niall? Hello, Ruby." Pausing, she whispered, "Is everything okay?" My heart thudded in my chest, and it occurred to me that I was standing in the middle of my hotel room, stark naked, on the phone with her. "Everything is fine," I murmured. I closed my eyes, imagining her listening to the recording of what I'd done, and then realizing I called her just after. Smiling, I said, "I just wanted to confirm that you'll be present at the meeting tomorrow at 8:30. Another pause, and when she answered, she sounded slightly disappointed. "Of course, I'll meet you in the lobby at 7:45. I glanced at the clock. It was nearly midnight, only a matter of hours before I would see her. 7:45, I said. Perfect. Good night. Good night, darling. I hung up and reached over to hit stop on the recording.
"9. The next morning, I was holding my breath the entire time the elevator was descending to the lobby. It was 7:43, and I knew without question that Niall would already be downstairs. Suit, immaculate. Hair, perfect. Body, banging. What I didn't know was exactly which Niall I would encounter today. Would it be the teasing, flirtatiously forward, maybe almost my boyfriend Niall from dinner last night? The one that sent my hand straight down my panties within seconds of closing the door? Or the strangely terse, abrupt Mr. Stella from the phone call only an hour later? Niall's brain seemed to be his own worst enemy, unable to shut down or stay silent long enough for him to just have fun. At dinner, he'd let the walls down, teasing and being downright filthy across the table from me. But give him an hour in his room, alone with his thoughts, and any afterglow I'd been experiencing was doused like a bucket of ice water. A tiny voice warned that I should pay attention, that I should heed the warning bells, however dim, inside my head. Although he looked like a man who carried the world in the palm of his hand, Niall was also a hyper-cautious overthinker, and maybe I should rein in my desire to dive head first. Good advice, I was sure. But when the elevator doors opened and I saw Niall Stella himself across the lobby, that advice was all too easy to ignore. Like always, my pulse sped up at the sight of him, my skin prickly and almost hot to the touch. He looked over and met my eye. People filed out in front of me, and the seconds seemed to tick by while I waited for a reaction from him. Any reaction. My shoes clicked on the marble floors as I walked, and I had to look away, adjust the belt on my trench coat, and force myself to keep my shoulders straight. Niall was just a man, after all, and from what he'd told me last night, I had more experience in this sort of situation than he had. I had the upper hand. Keep telling yourself that. His overcoat slung over his arm, he checked his watch, his brow lifting when he glanced back up at me. Punctual, I see. Teasing. My breath eased out of my lungs and I straightened my shoulders. I could do teasing. Punctuality is a critical virtue, I told him. Couldn't agree more. I happen to find it very attractive. His voice sounded deeper this morning, more confident. There was something about the way his accent sharpened very, shaping it into something dirty that sent goosebumps up and down my arms. If this was anyone else, I would have questioned whether he was up to something. But this was Mr. Straight and Narrow, I was fairly certain he wouldn't be ravaging me in a hotel lobby or while meeting with the New York Transit Authority. I knew he'd be careful to keep everything between us strictly professional at work, but after last night, when he'd suggested he wanted to show me all the things he didn't consider gentle or chaste or very proper, the question of where we stood was still largely unanswered, and I was trying my best to let him tell me how fast we should move. One would think he would have wanted to start right away. One would think he would have even simply kissed me goodnight. I looked at him expectantly as he slid his arms into his coat and motioned for me to lead the way. Shall we? Halfway through the first meeting, we adjourned for a break. I felt pretty useless during these discussions about budget and public perception rather than the cogs and wheels of the actual structures themselves. But I listened, knowing the conversations that felt challenging right now were actually the ones I needed to grasp the most. Still, even Niall seemed to be distracted, staring down at the same page of his agenda repeatedly, and twice needing to be nudged when called on to answer a question. He barely glanced my way, but there were lingering touches as I'd handed him a stack of papers. His calf rested a bit too comfortably against mine to be written off as anything but intentional. In fact, his lack of focus was bordering on unnerving, and I was so grateful when he pulled me aside, asking if I'd mind sitting the rest of the meeting out. I know this is terribly rude of me, he said, motioning to the phone in his hands, but I've just checked my mobile, and I've a few things that need attending. Nothing too urgent, but Joe's called with some names and dates I need for a conference call with Tony. Would you— He paused, eyes apologetic. I know you're not my assistant, or under my report in any way, but would you mind listening and jotting the information down? I heaved a sigh of relief, both that there seemed to be a reason for his distraction and that I might be spared the pain of another 2 hours of this. With pleasure, I said, taking his cell. These team meetings have nothing to do with my department. Give me a job, any job, before I lose my mind. The wall separating the conference room from another smaller waiting area was about 20 feet long and floor-to-ceiling glass. Inside the space were a pair of white leather couches, a handful of sleek iron tables, and 2 matching chairs. A wall of exterior windows looked out over a street lined with restaurants and newly flowering trees. I deposited myself on the couch, pulled out a notebook and pen, and began opening his phone. One more thing. I startled at the sound of his voice in the doorway. The passcode is my birthday. 0609, I know, I blurted, and then blinked up to see him staring at me in surprise. I gave him a slow, wincing smile. You should probably know I want the floor to eat me now, I said. Because, hello, stalker. He laughed. Perhaps I'm not very clever with my passcodes. I guess if you stare at a person enough, you pick up all sorts of things, I said, throwing in an awkward cough for effect. But Niall only laughed again, shaking his head and throwing in another thank you before turning to leave. Oh, and Ruby, he said, pausing just at the door. Yeah? Be sure you listen straight through. Some of them are quite long, and there's one at the end that's particularly important. Got it, I said, and didn't even pretend I wasn't watching his butt as he walked away. From the sofa, I could see him perfectly. He'd stopped at the refreshment table for a bottle of water before taking his seat, and I wondered if it was a trick of the light that made him look slightly flushed. Given that some of the voice messages were apparently on the long side, I reached for my purse, happy when I found my earbuds tucked away near the bottom. I inserted the plug into the jack and placed one of the buds in my ears, then keyed in his password. 4 messages. The first, predictably, was from Joe, and I listened while she rattled off a list of names and corresponding dates and carefully wrote each one down. The second and third followed along the same lines, and within 3 minutes, an entire sheet in my notebook had been filled. I looked up and checked into the meeting again, catching him discussing something with a person seated nearby. Without the benefit of his voice, I could see the way his mouth formed the words differently than those around him, his accent visible at a distance. He used his lips more, held the shape of the words longer. I wondered what it would be like to hear that voice at home, in my ear while it panted out commands, telling me what he needed. One day I should write a novel full of all the things I wondered about that man. Pressing play again, I caught Niall's eyes for just a second before he blinked away. The last message started, and I waited, trying to discern exactly what I was hearing. Someone breathing, the hum of an air conditioner, faint traffic. The shuffling of fabric filled the line, almost as if a piece of clothing were being dragged over the receiver, and I picked up the phone again, checking the connection to make sure I hadn't knocked something loose. But then I heard, "Ah," and "that." Well, I definitely wasn't expecting that. "You look so bloody gorgeous." I knew that voice. I'd spent the last 6 months with my ears straining to hear him step on the elevator and onto my floor, to speak during meetings. For him to speak to me. This was Niall, and he was, I think... "Go slow. I want your tongue to play with me before you show me what you look like when you beg for it." Oh my God! I blanched. Had I somehow stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to have? Was this even Niall? It seemed impossible that he would record anything like this, let alone give it to me to hear. Unless he didn't know it was being recorded. Was he with someone? Should I tell him I had this? "Did you think about this earlier?" he said through the tape. "When you licked your dessert from your spoon, or sucked the sauce from your thumb, did you imagine you had my cock between your lips?" Dessert? Was he talking about... I straightened and glanced toward the conference room, not sure if I was surprised when I found him already looking at me. I didn't know how long he'd been watching, but when he nodded, slowly, I was certain he knew exactly what I was listening to, and that he'd orchestrated this entire thing so I could. "You want it? Like that? Oh, sweet girl, suck me." He was getting himself off, thinking about me going down on him. He must have done this last night after dinner. Holy shit. It was 68 degrees in that office, and I was sweating. Niall didn't look away from me once, and I swear this situation could only have felt dirtier if he'd had me spread out naked on the floor. And then, only barely. How did he do that? We'd hardly touched, and yet it felt like he'd touched me in ways that nobody else ever had. I'll never get this sight out of my head. Never. I crossed my legs and pressed them together, shifting in my seat. I could feel how wet I was, how ready my body felt to do exactly the things he was talking about. "I'm coming. Ruby, please. Please let me come inside." When the group broke for lunch, I noted the way Niall hesitated to leave. He'd have to face me now that I'd listened to his hit single without the safety net of 20 feet, a wall of glass, and 15 engineers and transit authority workers between us. He was nervous, and fuck if it wasn't the most endearing thing I'd ever seen. Unable to put it off any longer, he gathered his things and stepped out. "Hungry?" he asked. "Starving," I told him, hoping he got the implication of my words. Judging by the way he reached up and began to fidget with the knot in his tie, I was guessing he did. I tilted my head toward the hallway. "Walk with me?" I led us out of the office and down a slowly emptying hall. A man from the meeting stopped us on our way. "There's lunch on the floor above us. It's National Taco Day or something if you're hungry. Should be interesting." Well, the most interesting thing this guy was going to have happen all day anyway. "We need to touch base with the London office," Niall said smoothly, "but we'll be up as soon as possible." and I had to admit, I was impressed. With a nod, the intruder was off and we continued on, down one hall and then another, until the sounds of voices were just a hum in the opposite direction. "We're calling London, are we?" I asked. "Not exactly." He glanced over at me, smiling. "I assume you're taking me somewhere quiet to talk." "Talk?" I said with a little smile. He pursed his amazing lips. "Perhaps." "Speaking of talking, here are your notes," I said, handing him the notebook. "Ah, thank you." A dark room stood at the end of the hall, and I led him inside, closing the door behind us. Then, leaning back against the cool wood, I said, "Your messages were very engrossing." "Engrossing, you say?" He took a step closer. "They affected me," I said through a giggle. "Deeply." Tilting his head and wearing a smile that tilted half of his mouth deliciously, he murmured, "How so?" I moved to answer, to give him something playful and coy, but when our eyes met, every coherent thought left my brain. My heart started beating so hard with the sudden, surreal understanding that this wasn't a fantasy. This wasn't just flirtation. I wasn't sitting in the middle of a Thursday meeting imagining all this. We'd blazed past so many Niall Stella moments that I'd stopped keeping track. The number of times Niall Stella touched my calf, tucked my hair behind my ear, looked me in the eye and asked if I came, told me he wanted me to swallow his cum, recorded himself masturbating to share with me, was about to kiss me. This was a thing. We were a thing. Answer me. I lost the ability to play for a moment, ducking my head. "I ache. Tell me." His voice was somehow both commanding and gentle as he bent, kissing my neck. "When you ache, what does that mean?" He knew. He had to know. He wanted me to say the words. "It means I'm wet." He inhaled sharply through his nose, running it up my neck and along my jaw. "Bloody hell, Ruby, will you look up and kiss me?" I tilted my head, completely out of breath and heart crashing around the cage of my lungs. The smell of his cologne permeated the darkness, and I felt almost drunk on him, on his nearness, and the realization that I was actually going to touch him, kiss him, and he would kiss me back. He bent to meet me, lips parted with a shaking exhale. He'd been expecting a small kiss, a quiet slide of his lips over mine. I could tell, because I knew him better than maybe I should at that point, but also because of the careful way he bent to me and the gentle brace of his hands on my waist. But I couldn't do small and quiet. I'd wanted this for too long. The relief, the awareness of him, his scent and the warm Stella skin, clawed up my spine, jolting through my arms, and I pulled him down into me. I gave him anything but small and quiet. My lips slid over his, pulling his bottom lip in between, and he huffed a little breath against me, groaning. I wanted to swallow it up, wanted to consume his sounds and keep them inside me so I could save them for later and listen to them on a loop, again and again. His mouth was unreal, firm lips, and that perfect man combination of soft and hard, giving and commanding. My world was spinning. I dug my hands into his hair, pressed my breast into that solid wall of his chest, and let loose the most ridiculous sound of relief and need I'd ever made. He groaned louder now, surprise and thrill making his hands grip me reflexively before sliding around my back and clutching me close. Close enough, I was bent backward as he curled over me, his lips parting only enough to let loose another deep sound as his tongue slid into my mouth, tasting me. Close enough that I was positive he felt my heart hammering through my chest. Close enough for me to feel him growing hard, longer, pressing into my stomach. I was so wildly, deliriously hungry for him, for this, that I let out tiny gasps, a tight moan at the feel of his tongue sliding over mine. I barely had time to process what I was saying before, "Niall, please," escaped. "Please what?" He slid his lips to my ear, kissing, exhaling in a shaking gust of air. "Anything. Just kiss me." I felt his small laugh. "I believe I was kissing you." "Then touch me. Something. I feel—" "Show me," he whispered against my mouth. "Show me where you ache." I couldn't stop the small whimper that escaped my throat, and pulled back, just enough to meet his eyes. Turning my hand so that our palms touched, I twisted my fingers with his, bringing them up to place a single kiss on the back of his hand. His gaze flickered from my eyes to my mouth and back again before he nodded, slowly. Hands still entwined, I brought them between us and down until they slipped beneath the hem of my skirt. "Yes," he groaned, feeling bare skin as we moved up together, finally brushing the damp fabric of my panties. I took a step back, and then another, bringing him with me until my back was pressed against the door. He followed my lead, fingertips slipping beneath the lace to skim across my skin, slick from wanting him. "Already," he gasped, moving back and forth so easily. I nodded, but couldn't form even a single word in response. I wanted him so much it hurt. And now he was touching me. Finally. His long index finger smoothing along my bare flesh to slip over and between, finally to where I wanted him most of all. Right there. Oh God, there. Oh, it's so good. I gave him every thought before I was even conscious of it. He traced the same path again, along my entrance and back up to my clit, with a surprisingly competent touch for someone who wasn't even sure whether the woman he'd spent over a decade with had enjoyed the nights they shared together. His lips moved from the corner of my mouth to my jaw and then up, finally tracking the shell of my ear. "This is what I've wanted," he whispered. "What I think about. What I thought about last night. I thought about your soft tongue, how you would feel just here. What it would feel like to slip into your body, your mouth. I think about it nearly to the point of obsession." I pushed back into the door, wanting to escape the increasing urgency of his touch, or needing the support it offered me. I wasn't sure. I only knew that I was lost, only a breath away from falling apart so completely he might never be able to put me back together. "Inside," I whispered, voice breaking. "Want to come with you inside me." "When you speak this way," he said, but did as I asked. He pushed one finger into me and then two, pumping deeply. Bloody hell. Sensation built, making my legs weak and my kisses distracted and wet all over his lips, his chin. My desperate sounds carried only so far as his mouth before he consumed them. His thumbs circled, firm and sure, as fingers slid in and out. I could swear he was pushing deeper with every stroke, reaching something inside me that was wild and untouched. And then, the feeling built until it was spilling over and I came, my body arching into his hand. His mouth found mine again and he whispered things I only barely understood. "Give me your sounds," he said. "Let me keep them to think about tonight." But we had all night together, I remembered. No meetings and no dinners planned with anyone for the conference. Nobody that would interrupt us. I wondered if he knew that too. Maybe doing this here was easier, with the distant sounds of office life coming from the other rooms around us, reminding us both that we couldn't take it too far. Maybe. "I can't believe I'm the one saying this," he said, rubbing his nose along mine. "But stop thinking." "Just, wow," I said, wanting to slip like warm honey down to the floor. Regretfully, he pulled his hand from my skirt and wrapped his arms around me, keeping me upright. "Wow is good. I'll take wow." "We should do that again," I said, feeling my stupid grin. "Just seeing how quickly you fell upon my arms." "No kidding." He glanced at the door, his expression falling the smallest bit. "But we've been gone for some time. We should join the others." I started, eyes flickering down to his cock. He was still hard, impressively so, but he stilled my hand when I reached for his belt. "Quite used to it by now, I can assure you." I frowned, but As if on cue, a voice called out from the other end of the hall. Time was up. For now, I thought. We had an entire night, and I planned on enjoying every second of it.
10. I could sense from the way Ruby kept glancing at me that she was up to something. "What?" I mouthed, when she'd trapped that full pink bottom lip between her teeth and finally looked up at my face after staring at my neck, my arms, my hands. She shrugged. "Nothing," she mouthed back, her tongue peeking out between her teeth with the single word. She knew. She had to know what that tongue did to me, so soft and pink and teasing. I tore my eyes from her and back to the woman leading today's discussion on hurricane disaster relief budgeting. All around the room, eyelids drooped or hands doodled on notepads. For my part, I'd found the meetings all week predictably intense but fascinating. I loved my job, loved the topic of disaster preparedness and the details we had come together to scrutinize. I enjoyed work in a way I suspected many of my colleagues didn't. It was my escape, my passion. So it threw me somewhat when I found my eyes wandering to the clock, my mind drifting to Ruby and what would happen between us tonight. We had no meetings, no social obligations. From 1700 until the following morning, we had nothing but time together. With Portia, we'd had all the time in the world, 11 years worth. And yet, even in the beginning, more time in each other's company was never something either of us particularly yearned for. Everything felt more important than having lunch together. Even something as simple as a few hours side by side watching television was always passed up in favor of working independently or catching up on odd projects. But Ruby seemed to practically vibrate at the prospect of a handful of hours alone, with me. Clearly what had happened over lunch was an admission that we both needed to move forward, away from the flirtatious games we enjoyed during the day, into something more personal and intimate at night. I simply didn't know how well I could do it. I had little practice being forthcoming about emotions, and even less experience being bare sexually with another person. I knew I'd made her come. I knew I could give her far more pleasure than what I'd done today. That wasn't really what worried me. What worried me was knowing she would give me exactly as much as I wanted from her. If I wanted to make love to her tonight, I could. If I wanted to feel myself deep in her throat, I could. If I wanted limits, I would need to be the one to set them. But did I truly want limits? Or did I think I should want them? My stomach cramped, and I looked back to the woman at the head of the table. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Ruby tilt her head and glance at me, and I suspected she was watching my every thought pass across my face. I was starting to believe she had a decoder ring and was the one person I'd known other than my brother and younger sister who could take one look at me and know just how much I was hiding. I blinked up, met her eyes. She studied me briefly, her expression softening as she smiled, mouthing the words, "Don't worry," before looking down at her notes and then up at the moderator. At once, my shoulders relaxed, my jaw unclenched. "Let go," her voice whispered in my thoughts. "We'll figure it out together." We walked back to the hotel, and Ruby babbled sweetly about the meeting, the oddly warm weather, the band she'd been dying to see live that was in town. She talked to me about all the wonderful nothings I wanted to hear, distracting me from my own neurosis about the impending evening. At the Parker Meridian, Ruby steered us to the elevators, down the hall, and stopped in front of the door to my room. Turning her green eyes up to mine, she whispered, "So, decision time. Do you want to hang out with me tonight?" She placed her palms flat to my chest. No pressure. I can go to my room and masturbate to our Ryan Gosling movie, and you can go back to your room and beat yourself up for not getting me topless, but the choice is entirely yours. I swallowed, taking a few calming breaths before giving her a kiss that started at the corner of her mouth and slid over to her cheek, then to her ear. Yes, please, I murmured. So, she said, managing to stretch the word into at least 3 syllables. Dinner out or in? It took no more than 3 seconds for me to answer, in, and with a bright smile, she took my keycard from my hand and let us in, bounding across the room. She kicked off her shoes, jumping on the bed and rolling until her face was in my pillow. Damn it, they changed the sheets. This pillow doesn't smell like you. She flipped back over, hugging it to her chest anyway. I'll make sure to have them leave the linens tomorrow. Then, in a Niall Stella voice, she said, An excellent notion, and nodded once crisply, bringing a smile to my lips. Smiling back at me, she reached for the room service menu off the bedside table and flipped it open. What are you in the mood for? I leaned against the desk, watching her, loving seeing her in my room, on this bed, so easy and comfortable in this role as girlfriend. Sitting down to unlace my shoes, I murmured, maybe a burger. Are you asking me? She looked back down at the menu. They have a few choices. Cheeseburger and fries? Perfect, and whatever dark beer they offer. She chucked the menu to the floor and grabbed the room phone. I heard the quiet echo of a voice on the other end of the line, and Ruby laughed, cupping her hand over the receiver. In a playfully scandalized voice, she said, They called me Mrs. Stella. I smiled, slipping off my shoes. Mrs. Stella was my mother, or once upon a time, Portia. Mrs. Stella wasn't this vivacious creature sprawled on my bed, with her skirt slowly inching up her long, slender thighs. But that was the problem, wasn't it? I was stuck thinking Ruby was just a little too fun, a little too pretty, a little too adventurous for the likes of me. I had a picture of what I thought I deserved, who might like me, and it wasn't ever someone like Ruby. If she'd been able to hear this thought, I'm quite certain she would have ripped the phone out of the wall and hurled it at me. I listened, watching as she ordered, confirmed our selection, and then hung up. All of this was so commonplace, so easy, so comfortable. My shoulders unknotted, stomach settled. She patted the bed, lifting her eyebrows and giving me a seductive little smile. We have approximately 40 minutes for mischief. Ruby, I began. Her smile slipped a little before she picked it up again. Why are you so afraid of being on a bed with me? She said, and I could hear the embarrassment just beneath her laugh. I'm not going to steal your virtue, I promise. It's nothing about being afraid. I stopped, pulling my tie from the collar of my shirt and draping it over the desk chair. Whenever I wanted to explain myself, say something important, something personal, the words in my mind scattered into disarray. It's why, with Portia, I'd long since given up. I knew I needed to stop comparing everything to my marriage. Ruby was trying to help me find who I was again, and I needed to let her. New relationship, new pattern. Tell me. I closed my eyes, putting together the sentence before I said anything more. I feel like I've barely processed the idea of being with you and what that entails, and yet here we are, in a room with a bed. Although there is no normally to be found in my dating experience, I like to think that normally I would take you out to dinner a few times, kiss you at your doorstep, be far more measured in my interactions. At least that's what 18-year-old me would have done all those years ago, I said with a quiet, sheepish laugh. Yet, here we are in a hotel room. I put my fingers inside you earlier, and all I want to do now is join you and relieve the ache I felt all day long. I suppose it surprises me that my body and my heart are so far ahead of my brain here. Ruby rose up on her knees so she could crawl to the foot of the bed. Reaching out, she slid her finger through my belt loop and pulled me closer. Why do people act like the heart and body aren't part of the brain? She worked the top button of my shirt free and moved to the next, and the next. Her fingertips tickled as they brushed over my breastbone. "When do you want me?" she began. "That's your brain. When you like being around me. Hey, guess what?" She looked up at me, sweet tongue-trapped smile in place. "Also because of your brain." "Do you know what I mean, though?" I asked in a whisper. Our faces were only inches apart. I'd need to only duck down to kiss her. "I worry you're young, that I'm neurotic. How can it work away from all of this?" "In fact," she said, pulling her brows together in mock seriousness, "I think it would be easier for you to do this with me back home, in your space with your routines. I would think what's hardest about this for you is that you're away from all of that, and I'm just another piece of chaos thrown in the mix." Her words eased my mind, massaged away the growing wave of anxiety. "Are you sure you aren't really a 60-year-old bird with a fantastic plastic surgeon? You seem remarkably wise." "I am definitely sure," she said, smiling prettily up at me. "But I'm also sure that you don't have to do a single thing you don't want to, Niall. You're allowed to not want this." I looked down to her pulse point, wondering what it would feel like beating against my lips. "I'm quite sure. What I mean is," I sighed, frustrated by my own thoughts. "I do want this," I said finally. Ruby giggled, falling backward onto the bed and pulling me down over her. We landed softly, bouncing off the mattress, and I easily rolled beside her, shrugging out of my dress shirt. Almost as if we'd planned it, or had been doing it for decades, she bent her knees, lifting her legs over mine and tucking her feet down behind my thighs as I curled on my side into her. I stared down at our position, speechless. "We fit," Ruby observed quietly. "And look, I got you on the bed with me this time." She reached up to smooth away the lines that had formed on my forehead. "To be clear, I want to spend time with you and cuddle while we talk," she assured me. "We don't have to get naked before dinner, or after." I smiled, reaching forward and running a palm over her stomach to her opposite hip. "Tell me about your family." "Let's see." Her hand reached up to run along my neck and into my hair. "I have one brother, my twin." "You have a twin brother?" I asked. How could I have kissed her, watched her bring herself to orgasm, given her another one with my hand earlier, and spent the last 5 days with her without knowing such basic information? "Yeah, he's in med school at UCLA. His name is Crane." "Crane? That's not a name you hear every day." "Well, everyone calls him by our last name, Miller, but yeah." She ran her fingers over my scalp, lost in thought. "He's good people." "And your parents?" "Are married," she said, meeting my eyes. "They live in Carlsbad, which is just north of San Diego. I think I mentioned they're both psychologists." I pulled back to study her. "How is it possible both of your parents are psychologists, and you seem so normal?" Laughing, she pretended to shove my chest. "That is such a stupid stereotype. One would think if the parents were both very good shrinks, their children would be better adjusted, not worse. One would think." I felt my lips pressed together in an amused smile. She was unbelievable. "So you grew up in Carlsbad before attending UCSD? "Mm-hmm," she said, focusing on where she drew her finger back and forth across my collarbones. "Happy childhood, cool parents, twin brother who only occasionally dated my friends." She seemed distracted and confirmed it when she stretched up, kissing my throat. "I'm a lucky girl." "No demons, then," I murmured. Ruby pulled back slowly, her eyes clouding for a heartbeat. "No demons." I studied her face, sliding my hand up to her ribs before telling her very quietly. That wasn't very convincing. I had no idea why I'd asked that, but now I needed to know. My chest grew tight with this feeling of diving deeper, of making this into more than flirtation, kissing, groping. This here was what I needed, but was almost most terrified to seek. Intimacy in words before action. "Fine," she said, smiling a little. "But you first." I blinked, surprised. Despite having asked her this, I hadn't really expected the question to be turned back on me. Well, I suppose my childhood was fairly happy as well. Looking back, I realize we were rather poor, but children don't often notice things like money shortages when they have everything they need. My marriage, as I may have mentioned, was rather quiet, especially compared with a childhood filled with rowdy brothers and sisters. We didn't argue much, we didn't laugh much. There wasn't much left holding us together at the end. She brought her hand to my jaw, following the shape of it with her fingertip as she listened. I suppose my demons are my reserve, and how I fear I spent the better part of my teens and all of my 20s with a woman I probably won't know for the rest of my life. It feels like a bit of a waste. Your reserve, she repeated quietly. Nodding, I murmured, I always wonder if I come across the way I mean to with people. How do you mean to come across? Friendly, interested, I told her. Responsible. You come off as responsible. Her lips tweaked into a smirk, maybe a little aloof. Laughing, I admitted, that's fair. I've always been the quiet one, a bit awkward. Max and Rebecca, who are closest to me in age, were the clowns. I've been the contained one, but it also meant I got away with things they didn't. This sounds like a story I need to hear. Shaking my head, I bent to kiss her jaw, speaking into her skin. Your turn. When I pulled back, she looked at my chin, her finger drawing lazy circles at the hollow of my throat. Ruby? Blinking up to meet my eyes, I watched as she took a deep breath. I had a bad boyfriend my freshman year, she said simply. The words were just vague enough that I wasn't sure how she meant it. Was he violent? Fickle? What do you mean? Maybe calling him a boyfriend isn't exactly right, she said, tilting her head on the pillow as she considered her words. We went out a few times and he wanted sex before I did. He got his way. When I understood what she was telling me, my heart seemed to try to claw its way up my throat, so my words came out strangled. He hurt you. As I looked down at her thin frame, her delicate jaw, full lips and wide, honest eyes, a fire-red tempo took over inside my chest. I was consumed by a rush of anger and vengeance I'd never experienced. She shrugged. A little. It wasn't very dramatic or violent, just unpleasant. It wasn't my first time, but my brow lifted in understanding. It hurt anyway. She nodded, focusing her attention on my chin again. Yeah, so you asked about demons. I guess that's mine. I was at a loss. I felt my mouth open and close again. I wanted to punch a wall, wrap her up in my arms, and cover her body with mine. And then I pulled my hand back from her ribs, instinctively worried. Stop, she said through an uncomfortable laugh. That's why I don't like talking about it. It was a bad night, but one of the many benefits of having good psychologists for parents is that you learn to talk about things, which helped me out with this. Ruby seemed so wholly healthy, so composed, weathering my fits and starts easily. That said, it was all well and good to embrace the idea of being adventurous sexually with someone, but it made me regard her a bit more earnestly as someone with good and bad experiences, who not only wanted to handle me carefully, but also required careful handling of her own. Just ask me, she said, correctly reading my expression. If we're going to do this, she gestured between us, then you need to know these things about me. You're not, I began, feeling awkward like I was trying on a child's glove. I swallowed, and then swallowed again, coughing. Niall, she said, stretching to kiss me, letting her lips linger at the corner of my mouth. Ask. Sex isn't an issue for you. It wasn't a question, and I wanted to close my eyes and vanish when I felt the hot flush of embarrassment rise over my skin. She was just so open, so comfortable being sexual. She didn't seem to notice, and didn't even seem bothered by my blunt words. It was at first, she began. I mean, maybe it still is sometimes. For the first year or so after, I was a little freaked out. I slept with a bunch of guys, almost like, hey, universe, I choose to do this, and this, and this. But my therapist helped. What Paul did wasn't really about sex. He was a mess. The times I've been with guys after him weren't anything like that. I don't feel like he broke me, but he did show me that some people are just bad. Do you think of it often? She smiled up at me and touched my lips with her index finger in a gesture that was at once sweet and maddeningly seductive. I guess. It depends on what's going on in my life, really. I felt myself instinctively pulling back. But especially times like now, where I'm worried it's going to make you careful with me or hesitant to let go. Her eyes searched mine, pleading, "Promise me you won't be." I wanted to promise her this, but what she'd told me simply reinforced my desire to take this slowly. We were interrupted by a knock at the door. Our food had arrived. I stood, slipping on and buttoning my shirt to let a man with a rolling food-laden table into the room. He placed it beside the bed as I signed the ticket. The room ticked in silence. The remnants of our conversation seemed to dissolve out of the air. Ruby sat on the mattress, curling her legs beneath her as she lifted the silver domes off our plates. The door closed behind the waiter, and I sat beside her at the table. "Hungry?" "Starving," she mumbled, pouring ketchup on her plate. She leaned over, kissing my cheek. She was relentlessly right-minded. "Thanks for dinner, hottie." And, as she tucked into her meal, it was clear that, for the time being, our conversation had moved on. Ruby fell back against the mattress with a satisfied groan. "Whatever happens tonight, just know you're in competition with that cheeseburger for best in show. I fear Burger Joint has a bit more experience with cheeseburgers than I do." "Then bring your mad seduction skills, Mr. Stella," she teased. Dinner had been good, but I hadn't paid much attention, moving mostly on autopilot. I knew without a doubt that I didn't want to move too fast, and given her honesty with me tonight, I wanted to be particularly careful with her emotions too. I moved the table away from the side of the bed and returned to her, maneuvering so that I lay beside her, hovering above. "Good start," she whispered, hands moving to begin unbuttoning my dress shirt. Again. My fingers played with the button at the top of her silk shirt. "Are you having second thoughts?" she asked, perhaps after I lingered too long on my action. I shook my head, thinking. Her green eyes scanned my face, patient but intense. "I suppose I just wanted to be clear what we're doing tonight," I admitted at length. "I'm a bit thrown by what you've told me." Her forehead relaxed in understanding, and she pushed her head back into the pillow a bit to see me better. "About Paul, and your reaction after of running headlong into sexual relationships." A flash of hurt crossed her face, but she hid it away quickly. "I haven't done that in a long time." I smiled at this. She was 23. A long time was such a relative thing. "I'm not trying to judge you, Ruby. Perhaps it's a good reminder for me as well, to take this slow." "No sex, you mean?" Looking into her eyes, I nodded. "I'm old-fashioned, I realize, but that's something I do want to do only when I'm in love." Her face registered some unrecognizable emotion, and she looked like she was going to say something, but instead she simply nodded. I wanted to clarify my words, knowing how she may have interpreted them, that ours wasn't that kind of relationship, that we weren't headed in that direction, but how was I to know whether or not we would? In my lucid moments near her, it occurred to me that all of this seemed so impossibly easy. I wanted to enjoy her for whatever this was, and not expect too much. My default always seemed to be so bloody sincere about it all. Maybe this was just meant to be something lovely and easy, but ultimately, primarily sexual. And temporary. Most people had several relationships in their lives. I liked the idea that Ruby could be something more permanent. but I'd known her just 2 weeks. "I can practically hear you thinking," she whispered, pulling my head down so she could kiss me once, sweetly. "Why does being alone with me in this hotel trip your panic button? No one is labeling this." It was as if she read my thoughts. "I like you. I want to be close to you. Whatever that means right now." Whatever that means right now. The words liberated me, and I leaned into her touch, relishing the feel of her hands sliding up my neck and into my hair. I loved the tugging, the nails scratching. I loved the signs of passion that had always been absent from my romantic life. Ruby's lips were full and warm, tasting of Sprite and the little chocolate mint that had been placed beside our dinner plates. Her mouth opened, tongue sliding out across her lips to mine, dipping into my mouth and letting me feel the small, sweet vibrations of her moan. I was thinking too much. I was always thinking too bloody much. I slid my hands up her ribs, over her breasts, and back to the button that had made my entire brain hit pause. I slipped the first one free, and then the next, until Ruby was shrugging out of her shirt and lying beneath me in a pale yellow bra. Sweet Lord, I could lay my face on that skin and never need for anything more. You have the most perfect breasts I've ever laid eyes on. She stilled beneath me, and then brought her hands to her face, hiding. I stared down at her. What had I said? That she had perfect breasts? Were we meant to do this without comment? "Ruby? I'm having a moment, just give me a second," she said, her voice muffled by her palms. Was I too forward? "No," she said, dropping her hands and looking up at me with these crazy, beautiful eyes. "I just had an out-of-body experience. Niall Stella just took off my shirt and admired my chest." "Do you need to text someone?" I said, stifling a laugh. "I just need to remember to add it to my spreadsheet of Niall Stella moments," she joked, and reached for my head again, pulling me down. I traced the straight line of her collarbone, across to the middle and over to the other shoulder. She arched beneath me. "Niall." I made a faint tisking sound, before saying, "Patience." Her bra strap was silky and thin, a wisp of fabric holding up such plump, perfect breasts. I almost didn't want to reveal them. The anticipation was too sublime. "You've seen me completely naked," she reminded me. "But I haven't touched you when you were completely naked." Looking up at her face, I smiled. "I have never been directly responsible for making you completely naked." She gave me a playfully exasperated look, but behind her eyes, I could see her urgency, and it set a fire inside me. "Can you make me completely naked now?" "You aren't something to rush through." I bent, smelling her neck. "Your skin is meant to be savored. Your pleasure is meant to be drawn out, stretched thin, seduced from within you." Looking up at her, I told her, "I'm not making love to you tonight, with anything but my hands. But I want you to come so violently on my fingers that you'll wake in the middle of the night, desperate to recreate it." I kissed her shoulder, murmuring, "Only to fail." Her mouth fell open. "You won't have the right angle, you see." I ran a finger along her jaw. "Or the right size of finger or depth, but mostly you'll fail at making yourself feel as good as I will, because you won't be patient." She growled, digging her hands into my hair and pulling. I drew my finger down from the hollow of her throat to her breastbone. "You won't want to linger at these perfect spots, the warm skin here, the sole freckle on your torso just there. You won't be able to kiss your own rib." I bent, kissing her just beneath her bra, before sliding my hand beneath her, releasing the clasp and leaving it there to loosen as she arched for me, as she wiggled and whined on the bed. The left strap fell from her shoulder, looping down over her bicep, and I kissed the tiny new spot it revealed. "Take it off?" she whispered, back lifted from the mattress. "Not yet." She paused, breathing heavily while I sucked at the skin just beneath her breast, my hand working to unbutton her skirt to slide it down her hips. Niall? I ache. My laugh came out as a small breath on her skin. Do you? You can linger all you want, just put your hand on me. I'll put my hands all over you when I'm ready. Trust me. I'd never been able to take my time like this, to enjoy and relish and taste. Compared to my time with Ruby, my sexual experience to date felt like digital code entered bleakly into a program. I bent, sucking at the top swell of her breast, so full and firm. I pressed my teeth into the skin, groaning. I wanted to bite and suck and consume. Her breasts made me want to turn savage, groping and biting and, Christ, just fucking. I imagined myself crawling up her body, pressing her breasts around my cock and shifting over her, selfishly chasing the pleasure I craved being this close to her skin, her scent, her hoarse, gasping noises. A small part of me curled instinctively at such a crude, bare thought, but Ruby's voice in my mind was louder. Let go, she said. Show me what you need. Take what you want. With a growl, I climbed over her, cupping her breasts over her bra and pressing them together, sucking at the skin where they met, sliding my tongue in and around the delicious crevasse. Beneath me, she gasped, arching, her hands working their way back into my hair, her legs wrapping around me, pulling my hips to hers so she could rock up to me. I pulled her bra straps down her arm, tossing the garment aside before returning to her. Her nipples were the same warm pink as her lips, and without thinking, without even a moment of hesitation, I bent, pulling one into my mouth, sucking hungrily while my palm gripped her other breast. Ruby arched from the mattress, crying out and pulling so hard at my hair that the sensation teetered between pleasure and pain. Niall, she gasped, oh God, oh God. The intensity of her response threw me. I was causing this simply by licking her breast and covering her body with mine. I wanted to own this reaction, wrapping it carefully and hiding it away. My thoughts shifted away from relieving my own ache to giving her more of this pleasure. I needed to feed on her reactions until she was sweaty and screaming beneath me. Her skin seemed to glow under my touch. My lips followed the fit lines of her abdomen, the perfect circle of her belly button, the sharp spike of her hip bone. I drew my teeth over each of these discoveries, following with my fingertips, hungry to know every inch. Pushing my hips into the mattress, I grew desperate for relief. Beneath me, Ruby rocked up into my hands, mindless and begging. A fine sweat had broken out on her chest. My hair was a mess from her hands, tugging fingers and scratching nails. Oh, she was a fucking wonder. Let me taste you, she begged. Let me touch you. Her words sent a spike of electricity down my spine and along my cock. Wait, darling. I can't. I pushed the top elastic of her knickers aside, kissing the softest skin of her navel just above her pubic bone. She hissed out a yes and gasped when I slid the light yellow lace down her hips and thighs, undressing her entirely. Ruby was completely naked. She was fucking perfect. I felt her eyes on me as I slid my hand up her leg, watching my fingers move over her skin, mine darker than hers, tan against pale. Her inner thigh was the softest skin I'd ever felt, and my fingers trembled slightly as I moved them higher. Inside my chest, my heart hammered. I touched her between her legs before, of course, but it was different at the office, rushed and intense. Here, I had hours. I could keep her up all night with my hands giving her pleasure and my mouth on her breasts, her ribs, her stomach. My fingers reached the juncture where hip met thigh, and I lingered, barely an inch away from where she wanted me. Under my hand, she shook, pushing her hips off the bed. You're killing me with the teasing, she whispered, reaching to wrap her hand around my wrist. I swear I'm going to come the second you touch me. The way she said come, and the idea that she was this worked up, that my touch could do this so easily, rocked me. With a smile pressed to her hip, I slid my fingers over her, groaning at the sound of her sharp cry. She was drenched and slick and warm, and it was all I could do to not bend to kiss her there, or even more tempting, lift my body over hers and simply slide inside. I couldn't begin to fathom how it would feel to be inside her. I was grateful for the barrier of my trousers, and of the kernel of hesitation still residing in my thoughts, the constant reminder to take this slowly. It was impossible not to compare this experience to the only other one I'd really had, late-night pub fumbling aside, even though guilt tried to shove the thoughts away. I knew I shouldn't think of Portia right now, not even in relief of my independence from her, but with Ruby naked against me, and my brain fried to bits at the thought of giving this sublime creature pleasure, I didn't have the discipline of thought to which I was accustomed. Ruby unraveled me, opened something inside me, and made me want to be more transparent with myself, with her. And as I touched her and gave her pleasure with first 2 fingers and then 3, I let my thoughts flap wildly in my mind. This is what it should feel like to be intimate, giving pleasure to someone who wants it hungrily, both partners wholly giving into it. She'd opened up to me tonight. It was the entire purpose of her admission, I realized, and in turn, it had given me some freedom to relax with her, with this. With each circle of my hand and each moan that pushed past her lips, my confidence multiplied until I was convinced no man had ever wanted a woman more than I wanted the one beside me just now. I wanted to kiss her and lick her and fuck her, but a baser part of me, a dark piece I'd never acknowledged, wanted a greater ownership over her lips, her glowing skin, aching sounds, soft thighs, and, I let myself admit it, the most beautiful soaking wet pussy I'd ever dreamed of. I wanted to look at her and have a deeper sense that she was mine. She started to clench under my movements, and my insides began to simmer, thrilled. How odd it is, I thought, that my whole body should ache for the curve of her shoulder, the straight downward slope of her navel, the pounding pulse at the side of her neck. Watching her unravel under my touch seemed to literally bring my heart into my throat. I lifted my gaze from where I touched her to move up and suck savagely at her breast as she first seemed to calm. Her breaths came out slow and deep, and then she pushed her head back into the pillow and nearly screamed as her orgasm tore through her and pressed down against my fingers inside. She stilled for only a breath before pulling me by my hair so we were face to face, and I could lick away the quick, relieved exhales falling from her lips. Holy shit! She closed her eyes, going limp beneath me. You're exquisite when you come, I whispered, sucking at her jaw, her neck, her mouth. That, she began, looking up at me. Right now, you seem like something I made up when I was lying awake at night. I ran my wet fingers up over her stomach to her ribs, quietly giving voice to the crude thought that slipped into my mind, sharing my most exposed self. I love the way you smell. I fear I'll lose my mind when I finally feel you on my tongue. After the words left my mouth, Ruby pulled me back to her with her eager hands and renewed desire. I was wild and she was nearly out of her mind, sweaty, mouth wet and messy over mine. Teeth scraped chins, kisses turned sloppy, and she whipped my belt across my stomach in her haste to get my trousers off. Oddly, the sharp sting only made me more unhinged. With my pants pushed to my knees, Ruby reached for me, her hand strong and warm as she gripped my shaft. Holy shit, she said. I pulled back, looking down at her with what I sure were savage eyes. She was only the third woman in my life to have touched my cock, and I honestly didn't care what she was going to say to finish the sentence. I pulsed in her palm, practically begging her to give me relief. Big, she said, looking down at me. Jesus. And then she slid her hand over the head with such perfect pressure that I nearly missed her words through my loud, relieved groan. I've never been with a guy who wasn't. My mind fogged with the feel of her slowly stroking up and stroking down, Wasn't what? American? Willing to take his time, experienced with scores of women? And then it occurred to me, where her hand lingered, exploring. Wasn't circumcised. She nodded, ducking her head to press her mouth to my neck. I imagine it's much the same, only perhaps easier in some ways. Easier? She sounded as dazed as I felt. If you moved your bloody hand a bit faster, maybe you'd see what I mean. I reached between us, wrapping my hand around hers to make her move. I could feel the hot tension in my lower back, my growing need to fuck into her, fuck her fist, fuck something, and she whimpered a little as I think my words registered. My foreskin slid easily over the head of my cock as she worked me. "It's so fucking hot," she groaned. "Oh fuck, I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe—" "Shh," I whispered, wanting her lost in me, not the idea that she was doing this. This was a reality. I was over her, my cock in her fist, my mouth on her neck, and my heart slowly bleeding into hers. "Stay with me." My words transitioned from this to a steady mantra of, "Give me, give me, give me, oh fuck, Ruby, Ruby, give me, give me." I wasn't even sure what I meant. Give me pleasure and your achingly honest words and the reassurance that this is real. Give me the freedom to let my words fall easily. Give me permission to let go and lose myself the way I've needed to for so long. Give me a place to be safe and open and unguarded. Her hand slowed, thumb sliding over the taut, slick head, eyes wide as she watched herself. And I watched too. The sight of her hand wrapped around me caused me to groan, jump in her palm. "I love that I made you hard," she barely whispered. "You do," I admitted, hard enough to feel nearly mad all the time. I sounded desperate. Hell, I felt desperate. She looked up at my mouth, and I bent to kiss her, sucking at her wet, plump lips. Her nipples grew tight, skin pebbled, and it struck me that she behaved almost as if this was all for her, that my pleasure was a gift in some way. I had to admit it made me high to be wanted like this, with such awed abandon. At the same time, I wanted her to feel the same ease with me when we were intimate like this, as when we were conversing or simply walking down Fifth Avenue in easy silence. I ran my finger over her lip, trapping it with a kiss and hissing at the taste of her on my skin. Her fist stroked up, down, sliding and gripping perfectly. "I can taste you on my finger," I murmured into her mouth, shifting, beginning to move my hips as I kissed down to her chest. I swelled in her hand, feeling the pleasure climb my legs and descend along my spine until I was savagely fucking her fist, my mouth sucking furiously at her breast until the blood pooled beneath the skin and her tight breaths in my ear begged me to come, 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 come. With a deep groan, I let go, spilling into her hand, her hip, her navel, and even across the breast I'd marked with my mouth. Even after my orgasm dissolved, and the only sound in the room was my heaving breaths, she didn't let go of me. Instead, with her other hand, she reached up, pressing her palm across where I'd come on her skin. Only once I stilled over her did I realize how wild we'd been, how savage in our touches and kisses. Her chest was red from the scratch of my stubble. Her lips looked swollen and abused. Sweat covered the surface of our skin. Without having kissed her between her legs, without having made love to her, I just had the wildest sexual experience of my life. She closed her eyes, chin wobbling slightly before she admitted, "I'm terrified that what I feel for you is going to get too big for you." I quieted her words with a kiss, sucking at her full bottom lip and reaching to distract her, my fingers sliding between her legs again. I was barely able to escape the chaos of my own thoughts. This was more intense than anything I'd experienced in my marriage. This was more intense than anything I'd experienced ever. Something about that felt terrifying and wrong. I needed to dive back down into sensation, before panic over this enormous emotion swelled and made me mute.